Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It felt and looked like the Diamondbacks were on their way to their fourth straight win after tagging Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs and led the Rangers 6-1. However, Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and even then, the Snakes had a chance to win it in the 9th. But Andrew Hoffman gave up a solo shot to Rowdy Tellez to tie the game at 6, and then the Diamondbacks were walked off in the 10th and dropped the first of 3 to the Rangers 7-6. And here was Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. They continued to execute and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th with the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just, that's what makes it so difficult right now.
Game 2 in Texas is tonight at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AP Top 25 poll was released yesterday, and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the country. It is the highest ranking for the Devils since 1998, so it's safe to say Kenny Dillingham and his team will be dealing with some serious expectations this year. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever. Fire. Good morning and welcome. The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Hey, Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Yes, it's really only Tuesday, folks, but we're there for you.
That's so funny you said that.
What?
I woke up this morning and I was like, oh my God, thank God it's Wednesday. And then it wasn't.
Jared, now that we're one day removed, I feel safe in bringing this up without hurting your feelings. Do you know you almost fell asleep during the show yesterday? Are you aware of that?
Well, that's debatable.
Well, it might not be. It might not be a good reflection of our content. Maybe we weren't at our most compelling yesterday.
I was electric yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about.
And I know sometimes you're not always feeling the greatest, Jarrett, so I didn't want to bring it up in real time.
I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm not. I don't think I almost fell asleep, but I may have.
Yeah, I think we've got some tape. Aren't you being recorded 24/7?
No, only when the microphone's on.
Oh, darn. Yeah.
Jared, are you a caffeine guy?
No, that's his problem.
Makes me jittery.
That's his problem. Yeah, you've never done this, but you had a moment yesterday where this happened. And I went, oh, no.
I was probably just in deep thought about how to make the show better.
We know that is your number one.
Vinny was in the midst of talking, and I waved frantically to Vinny. You'll see that on the camera.
I'm like, I got totally distracted, too. So I'm looking, and I'm like,
and I was like, look at him. I
couldn't get a sentence
out. We'll try to be more entertaining today, Jared.
All right.
Okay.
Do your best.
Because you never know when you're coming off 4 plates of Chinese food.
Yeah.
You know?
Which, yeah. Especially when it's Jared.
Look, sympathy, man. It's a rough shift.
It is.
I just can't believe you finally noticed.
There's a reason why that monitor is right in front of his face.
That's right. There we go. All right. Well, we've got a big show. We got a lot of football to get into, some baseball. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Rough loss for the D-backs last night. They dropped the opener of a 3-game series in Arlington, 7-6 to the Rangers in 10 innings. The D-backs jumped all over Texas starter Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs in 5 innings. Led 6-1 on the power of home runs by Tyler Locklear, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, and Blaze Alexander. Texas crept back into it, getting 4 runs in the 6th, highlighted by Wyatt Langford's 3-run homer off Ryan Nelson. Texas tied it on Rowdy Telez's solo shot in the 9th off of Andrew Hoffman, won it in the 10th on Jake Berger's pinch hit RBI single off of Andrew Saalfrank. Like I said, a rough one. Series against the Rangers continues tonight at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Jack Leiter on the mound for Texas against Anthony DeSclafani of the Diamondbacks. First pitch 5:10. You can catch it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4:30.
Yep, brutal. Lost last night just when you thought maybe Sammy's optimism is founded.
Oh, watching that game and the way they jumped on Eovaldi, you're like, what is happening right now?
I know. Yeah.
I have an amazing statistic later on in D-backs Daily.
Oh, you do?
It's going to blow your mind.
Okay.
Before yesterday's game, the D-backs shuffled their bullpen even more. They designated right-handers Kendall Graveman and Jeff Brigham for assignment. They recalled Juan Murillo from AAA Reno and claimed right-handed pitcher Gus Varland off of waivers from the White Sox. I think he becomes the first Gus in D-backs history. Graveman, who has had an injury-plagued 2025, made 19 appearances for Arizona, a 7.13 ERA, gave up 3 runs in an inning of work on Sunday in the D-backs win over the Rockies. Varland, 28 years old. He's pitched in 42 Major League games over the last 3 seasons. That, if you count the White Sox as a Major League team, so I guess there's an asterisk by it. Career 4.82 ERA, 46 and 2/3 innings. He was optioned to AAA Reno. The Diamondbacks bullpen last night, once Nelson was chased from the game, 4 rookies. Back to back.
What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
Possibly go wrong. Cardinals were back at practice on Monday following their preseason win over the Chiefs on Saturday night. Later on this week, they'll travel to Denver for a joint practice against the Broncos. And then Saturday, they'll face the Broncos in preseason game number 2. Elsewhere in the NFL, Eagles dodged bad injury news on offensive lineman Landon Dickerson, who left Sunday's practice on a cart with a knee injury. Dickerson will undergo a procedure on his right knee, a meniscus procedure. He'll be listed as week to week, but has the goal of being back and good to go by September 4th when the Eagles open their season against the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Man, talk about dodging a bullet, huh? San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan said Monday the team is targeting week 6 as the return to action for wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. Former Sun Devil suffered a torn ACL and MCL in a week 7 loss to the Chiefs last year. If that timetable holds, Ayuk could be back on the field for the 49ers road game at Tampa Bay on October 12th. And if it holds, he would miss the first of 2 meetings against the Cardinals.
Yeah, they're down some key skill players in San Francisco. A lot of people think it doesn't matter that Kyle Shanahan can scheme any wide receiver open. We're going to find out.
Ricky Pearsall, big year incoming.
Could be.
Jawan Jennings. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford not on the practice field Monday as expected. Stafford has yet to practice in Rams camp due to an aggravated disc in his back that has caused soreness for the last several weeks. After a workout, he did not feel well enough to go. So they got to be the concerns got to be growing.
This is a gigantic story for him to be in street clothes yesterday when he was supposed to practice. This changes everything for the Cardinals, for the NFC West.
The Arizona State Sun Devils begin the 2025 college football season as the 11th ranked team in the nation, according to the AP Top 25 preseason poll released on Monday. It is the highest preseason ranking for the Sun Devils since they were number 8 in the 1998 preseason Top 25. Texas is number 1, followed by Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, Alabama, LSU, and Miami rounding out the top 10.
Also, Texas is the first number 1 seed ever that is an underdog week 1.
Thanks for jumping on my note.
Oh,
here,
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's a good note,
So
though,
excited.
Jared.
I didn't want to get it before you moved on to a different topic. Sorry.
3 other Big 12 teams cracked the top 25. Kansas State, number 17. Iowa State at number 22. And Texas Tech at number 23. By the way, Bick, did you know that Texas is the first number...
The Texas
Is that
Longhorns?
right?
Sorry, I want
the
to...
first number 1 to be an underdog in week 1.
I'm going to jump in from now and then just to show you guys I'm not sleeping.
No, that's good. All right, no, listen, that was...
You know what? Actually, go back to sleep.
See, now you're...
I'll wake you up when you got to hit a button. E.J. Warner, the son of former Cardinals quarterback and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, been named the starting quarterback at Fresno State. Warner, who has played at Temple and Rice over the last 3 years, won a 3-man competition for the Bulldogs starting job, and he will get the call when Fresno State opens its season at Kansas on August 23rd. I know he transferred to Fresno State. I was really hoping for E.J. Warner to go to Florida Atlantic because he would have hit for the triumvirate of playing for teams that are nicknamed the Owls.
Wow. Whoa.
Temple, Rice.
Yeah. That Rice, that's... Oh, wow.
Wouldn't that be cool? But no, Fresno State Bulldogs. Alabama naming Ty Simpson as their starting quarterback, according to offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. 7th-ranked Crimson Tide opened their season August 30th at Florida State. By the way, that first Saturday is redonkulous in college football.
Would you rather have the first Saturday or the November 1st Saturday? Did you see that one?
I saw some of it, but it's too hard to project where those teams are going to be. So I'll take that first Saturday.
All right.
When you have 3 top 10 matchups on the first Saturday, that's pretty good. And the 2025-26 NBA schedule won't be released until Thursday, but we're getting some reported leaks, including one from Sacramento-based sportscaster Sean Cunningham, who posted Monday that the Kings will open their season Wednesday, October 22nd against the Suns here at PHX Arena. The league will open the night before, Tuesday, October 21st, with a doubleheader of Houston and Oklahoma City, and then Golden State visiting the Lakers. Further leaks indicate the Suns' run of 4 straight seasons of playing on Christmas Day will end this year, which is good news and bad news. Bad news is the NBA doesn't find them relevant enough to play on Christmas Day. The good news is working on Christmas Day really sucks.
Yeah. No, listen, I vote for the latter. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Cheer for your self-interest first, Vinny.
Absolutely. That's my whole motto.
It's everyone's motto.
By the way, what has been leaked so far schedule-wise, the doubleheader on opening night, which they always do on a Tuesday night, both Western Conference teams, or both Western Conference matchups.
Right.
4 of the 5 Christmas Day leaks, Western Conference matchups. There's only 1 Eastern Conference game on Christmas Day. Is that not crazy?
Well, that's the state of the NBA.
Yeah, it really is. There you go. There is your splash for August 12th, this Tuesday morning. Coming up, Cardinals getting ready for their trip to Denver to take on the Broncos in preseason. We'll give you the latest from Cards training camp next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Borger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here in Advanced Window Products running their biggest sales event of the year. Before I get to that, what I want to tell you is this. What I've noticed about Advanced Window Products that is super cool, it's their company vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family owned and locally operated, and that's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair, and you never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation. And not surprisingly, they're the highest rated window company in Arizona with the most affordable, efficient, high-quality custom windows you are going to find. That's because there's no middleman, no markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They will build your windows. They will install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. And if anything ever happens to your window, if a rock or a golf ball breaks it, they'll come out and fix it. No questions asked. So if you need new windows, take advantage of their great special right now. $2,500 discount on any purchase of 10 or more windows. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Celebrate Hispanic Heritage Weekend with the D-backs. On Friday, August 22nd, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring Banda La Adictiva, presented by Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com/HHW.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
I mean, all three phases we got to do. There's a lot to coach off of and get better at. You know, again, we didn't game plan them, so there's two that, you know, if you're game planning, you might have a better plan for. But a lot of teachable moments for sure. I know we're going to see more returns. That's real.
It's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, speaking with the media yesterday, a couple days after the Cardinals' preseason opening win against the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday. The question had to do, Vic, with the shakiness of the kickoff return teams. The last statement from Jonathan Gannon is absolutely true with the tweaked rules on kickoffs and what happens with a touchback. More teams are going to kick the ball short, encouraging kickoff returns. It was certainly one of the areas that jumped off the page and jumped off the screen if you were watching on TV, where the Cardinals were deficient. Not only did they fumble 2 of the 4 kickoffs they received, but 25 yards on returns as opposed to 32.3 yards in coverage on Kansas City returns. So
it was pretty much a bad day all around for special teams.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Chad Ryland kicked the ball well on field goals. The punting, not bad with Gillikin. You trust those 2 guys after what they've done. But setting a tone with a fumble on the opening kickoff, I'd love to see a stat on in the regular season how many times teams can overcome that and win a football game.
Well, especially say that did happen in week 1. That would be that's like a calamity.
Oh my goodness.
Fumbling a week 1 kickoff on the road. Yeah, like
terrible omen.
Oh, exactly. And so there's a lot to be thankful for that the Cardinals, whatever yips they had or whatever issues they had, you can just wipe them clean. It's like waking up from a terrible nightmare and going, okay, my shirt's all sweaty and I didn't really enjoy the last few hours, but wow, I'm glad that didn't count. I'm glad that's not real.
True, but doesn't mean you're not going to have that nightmare again.
Well, true.
It's the same idea about like Kyler throwing the interception. Oh, well, thank goodness I got that out of the way. It doesn't eliminate it from the total.
I was thinking about what you said yesterday on that, Jarrett. Like there's a finite number of interceptions that are going to be thrown. It's just a matter of when they're going to be thrown, and you could check that one off the box. But it doesn't work that way.
But that applies to normal interceptions. The one that Kyler had, this one that was more glitch-related, that's something that is going on between his ears.
Yep.
And with the special team stuff, hopefully that's like, okay, they have it on tape now, all the mistakes they made, here's what we're going to do differently. I guess that's part of it is good that it happened in a preseason game so they can adjust.
Look, the reality in the NFL is if you're not a winning team, or you're trying to become a winning team, it's not eliminating the nightmares. It's just that the subject matter of the nightmare becomes different. Yeah,
kind of, yeah.
And that's the goal, is to eliminate the nightmares enough to where you can overcome those and win enough football games to qualify for the playoffs.
Look,
bad teams will find new ways to wake up in the middle of the night.
7 of 16 teams make the playoffs in each conference, so it's not that difficult to get in. But you can't be deficient.
Tell that to the judge.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. There are some teams that doesn't apply to. But we're going to get into Kyler Murray later. There's a couple things that really fascinate me. Primarily, the amount of criticism about him, particularly in the 2-minute drill. When we went through a lot of Mike Sando's piece yesterday, that seemed to be a recurring theme, and I couldn't get it out of my head yesterday. So I want to get into that later. But for now, I think it'll be interesting to see what comes out of these practices. You remember the one time Cliff Kingsbury when he went down to remember he went down to Nashville and then they bailed out of the second joint practice with the Titans and they went and saw a movie.
I think they went to the Grand Ole Opry or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Hey, Nashville, you can get distracted there.
Very easily.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, Sammy.
Kingsbury.
Jonathan Gannon on that subject. Joint practices are going to have one with the Broncos, so there won't be any bailing out of joint practices this time around. They will play the preseason game on Saturday, but Gannon was asked, hey, how close are these joint practices to real games? How valuable are they?
Pretty close, besides that it's live, obviously the quarterbacks will be off limits. We don't tackle, and we'll protect Denver, and they'll protect us too. So it's not how Sean runs it and how we run it. It's not much different with kind of the rules of engagement, I would call it. But you're going against different schemes, different people. It's a new stress to your central nervous system. It'll be at altitude. It'll be hot. So I'm looking forward to it.
And then there's the factor of going up against different blood, guys in different colored uniforms. Yes, it's on the practice field, but one thing that has not necessarily been consistent across the board, but it's been pretty common, Bick, is dust-ups, scuffles in these joint practices.
Yep.
And we know what Jonathan Gannon's feeling is on that, and most coaches feel that way. But coaches' feelings don't eliminate the adrenaline that's pumping when you get up against another team. So that's something to look for
and
as
I've
well.
told you there's stories before of football coaches who don't like their team's toughness, and they kind of have an agreement with the other coach. Have so-and-so start something with so-and-so.
Yeah.
Because so-and-so needs some toughening up here.
It almost becomes like a hockey fight situation.
Yeah.
You want to go?
You want to go? So yeah, look, it'll be interesting because being at altitude and altitude with it being hot, those are difficult conditions. But maybe guys will be gasping for breath, won't want to fight. I'd like to fight you, but I can't breathe.
Who do you think would be the Cardinals?
Catch you outside. How about that?
Who do you think the Cardinals tough guy would be? As in they would start the skirmish. My mind goes to James Conner, but I don't know. Buda Baker maybe?
No. Mac Wilson.
Okay.
Zaven Collins.
Maybe.
Yeah. Dalvin Tomlinson, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll show
one
up
of
on
those big boys up
that'll
front.
show up on the weekend checklist. So-and-so will get in a fight.
So-and-so get in a skirmish.
Right, that's right.
Do you know a high school student with great character? We want to hear about them and how they make an impact on our community. Just text the word character to 620-620. Share their story. What's in it for them? How about a $10,000 scholarship from Parker & Sons and Arizona Sports? Once again, to nominate a student, text character to 620-620. Coming up next, for 5 innings last night, the Diamondbacks brought back hope, but then the D-backs went back to D-backing. We'll tell you more about it in D-backs Daily straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Dave Burns here, and I'm joined by Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, celebrating 25 years of great haircuts, hot lather shaves, and old-fashioned vibes. I know for you how important it was to recapture the nostalgia of your youth. And that sense of nostalgia is just baked into every single location you've got, isn't it?
You're right. I did enjoy going to the barbershop with my dad. It was something that he and I could go do together. It was really kind of lost on me until I had my own boy. And as I got deeper into the thought process of building V's, a lot of things got brought up again, a lot of memories, a lot of feelings, a lot of nostalgia. And that was the opportunity I saw back in 99. But it was all centered around those feelings, and it was all centered around nostalgia, and it was all centered around my son. How do I find a place? How do I build a place? How do I develop something that he and I can enjoy? If that's in me, I figured it was in you too.
Experience everything V's has to offer. Book your perfect haircut today at vbarbershop.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
It's Gatos. And you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the AP Top 25 poll yesterday, the highest ranked Big 12 team and their highest preseason ranking since 1998. The Texas Longhorns found themselves atop the AP poll for the first time in their school's history. The D-backs lost another heartbreaker in Texas last night, 7-6 in extra innings after being up 6-1 and on their way to a 4-game winning streak. The wheels fell off. Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and the D-back bats went silent into the Texas night. They'll get a chance to bounce back tonight. First pitch from Texas will be at 5:05, and you can listen to it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs looking to keep their winning ways going as they got to Arlington for the 3-game series against the Texas Rangers in a rematch of the 2023 World Series. Bad news is they would have to face one of the hottest pitchers in baseball in Texas, right-hander Nathan Eovaldi, who had won his last 6 starts while posting an ERA of 0.47. That's a softball ERA. Eovaldi and Diamondbacks starter Ryan Nelson would post zeros in the first, but it would be the Diamondbacks drawing first blood in the second. 2 outs in keeping with Sunday's theme. Top of the second, Eovaldi working against Tyler Locklear.
There's a swing and a ball hit well. That's out to deep left field, and there's your fix. A solo shot to left. The D-backs strike first against Eovaldi. It is his second home run as a Diamondback, and it's 1-0 in the top of the second.
You know the rule on D-backs Daily. When the highlight from Chris Garagiola doesn't have the crack of the bat pick, I need one. Thank you. Locklear's second home run as a Diamondback gave his team a 1-0 lead. Nelson retired the Rangers in order in the second. D-backs got more pop in the third. Jake McCarthy leading off with a double. That brought up Corbin Carroll.
Here's a 2-2. That one swung on, hit down the right field line towards the corner, on its way, and it's off the pole. A 2-run homer for Corbin Carroll. It's the second dinger the Diamondbacks have rocked off Eovaldi, and they take a 3-0 lead here in the third.
Stay hot, Corbin Carroll. Yeah, stay hot is right. 4th home run in his last 5 games, a new career-high 26 round-trippers on the season. And as you heard Chris say, a 3-0 lead at that point, and they weren't done. Eovaldi then hit Ketel Marte with a pitch. Geraldo Perdomo follows.
This one swung on, and that's hit to deep right, and she's going to fly as well. Oh, man, it's a home run derby here in Arlington. Perdomo, his 12th of the season. And they are just blowing the doors off Evaldi. It's 5-0 in the third.
You're like the regular Michael Winslow.
How about
this
it?
Show. Do you do that water drop sound? Can you do that one?
No, I don't know that one.
Work on that one.
You're going to hurt your tongue.
3 home runs against Evaldi. He had given up only 5 all year.
I know.
D-backs leading 5-0 in front of a shocked Texas crowd. D-backs later had runners on the corners with 1 out in the third, but Evaldi struck out Alec Thomas and got Blaze Alexander to ground out. Rangers would finally crack the scoreboard in their half of the third. Josh Young led off with a double. Later in the inning with 2 outs, Nelson facing certified D-back slayer Corey Seager.
And the pitch swung on and pulled down the right field line. That's a fair ball just inside the line. It's going to score Young as Seager coasts into second with an RBI double.
Yeah, RBI 2-bagger for Seager. Arizona lead cut to 5-1. Cut to the 6th inning. Evaldi out. Former Colorado Rockies right-hander John Gray and his amazing head of hair on in relief. With 1 out, Blaze Alexander stepped in.
Now this one swung on. That is blasted. Deep left field. Going back is Smith. Looking up, it's gone. Just over the left center wall. And for Blaze Alexander, it's his 3rd homer of the season as this home run derby continues here in Arlington.
Yeah, 4th home run of the game, 5-run lead, 6-1. Nelson came out for the 6th and ran face first into a wall at that point. Josh Smith led off with a double. That brought up Seager again, and again he delivered.
As this 3-1 is swung on, that's line to right. That's going to get down for a base hit. Smith going to be waved around third. The throw to the plate is cut off, and Corey Seager gets his 2nd RBI of the game. It's now 6-2.
Marcus Semien followed with a single. Then Nelson got Jock Peterson to fly out to right. 1 away, runners on 1st and 2nd for Wyatt Langford.
And another 3-2. Swung on and crushed. Left field and deep. McCarthy back, it's gone. And Wyatt Langford, with his 16th home run of the season, has pulled the Rangers back to within 1. It's now 6-5.
Yeah, Nelson's night over at that point. Juan Burgos came in, and things got hairy immediately on a play at first base, a throwing error on Tyler Locklear, and you think the full-on meltdown is coming. But Burgos got Adolis Garcia to ground into a 1-4-3 double play to end the inning. D-backs lead would stay that way until the 9th. Andrew Hoffman on in his 2nd inning of work, facing the inning's leadoff hitter, the robust Rowdy Tellez.
The 1-1. Tellez swings, sends a high drive to right. Carroll turns, looks, we're tied.
Come on.
3 pitches into the 9th, tie game.
I've been in that building before when that happened. I was there when that happened to the Diamondbacks. It was disgusting.
Yes. Similar feelings.
Yes.
Hoffman eventually gave way to Andrew Saalfrank, who got pinch hitter Sam Haggerty to ground to short to end the inning. To the 10th, we would go. Deadline pickup Phil Maton on for Texas. He'd spin a 1-2-3 top of the 10th. Lovello sticking with Saalfrank. With first base open and Seager up, Saalfrank issued the intentional walk. Right thing to do. Semien flied out to center. Haggerty took 3rd. Runners on the corners with 1 out. Seager would take 2nd baseman on defensive indifference. Jake Berger, the pinch hitter, with first base open, called on to hit for Jock Peterson. They opt to pitch to him, and here's what happened.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
Yeah, ball game and a gut crusher of a loss for the Diamondbacks. Torey Lovello.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. I thought Nelly was doing a really nice job of controlling a pretty offensive lineup, and just made a mistake at the wrong time and ended up being a big 3-run home run that got them right back into the game. So I don't think if anything was possible after that. And they continued to execute, and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th of the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just that's what makes it so difficult right now.
If you would have told me going into yesterday, the Diamondbacks would get 6 runs and 5 of those off of Evaldi, who had been unhittable in a game where they had Ryan Nelson on the mound.
Yep.
I'm saying chalk it up to a win.
Yeah. Especially in a game when Nathan Evaldi gets torched early and the Rangers couldn't even touch Ryan Nelson.
No.
Okay, there was a lot of discussion after the game about pitch sequencing. Again, this has been an ongoing issue with the Diamondbacks all season long, and the narrative was basically they went to the well with Ryan Nelson's fastball too often in that inning, primarily when the velocity dropped down a tick or two on the fastball. And so ADC basically after the game said, look, that's got to come from me. I've got to make sure he throws the right pitches. And it got me thinking, the way the Diamondbacks have this arranged, who is calling those pitches? Who is calling the shots? Why has this been such an issue for them this year? By contrast, Nathan Eovaldi last night calls his own pitches. If you've got a pitcher out there, why isn't that more commonplace?
I don't know. I think it's just depending on the quirks or the preferences of the pitcher, because Maton came in late for Texas, and he was doing the same thing. Basically, after every pitch, he's behind the rubber, and he's fiddling. He's calling the pitch on the pitch count.
Right.
So he's relaying it to Jonah Heim, the catcher. I don't know why that is.
Yeah.
I do feel confident in saying who's calling the pitch. It's not 32 people involved in that.
Ooh. And it's not 16 all.
Wait,
Right.
Vinny, you said you had a D-back stat that'll blow our minds.
So the Diamondbacks hit 4 home runs yesterday. That is the 139th time in team history that they've hit 4 or more home runs in a game. They're 123-16 in those games. 3 of those 16 losses have come this year.
Oh, man.
Wow.
They've hit 4 home runs 3 times and lost, including Gino Suarez hitting 4 against the Braves.
Yeah, famously.
Just this year alone, the MLB team's very similar stat, 127-16 if they hit 4 or more home runs. And again, the Diamondbacks have 3 of those 16 losses. The only team that can make that claim. This team has taken gut-crushing losses to a new level.
To a new level. Right, exactly.
But again, then you look at it logically. Okay, Ryan Nelson's not infallible. He's been really good. They got to him, and your point on the fastball reliance is very well taken. He threw a career-high 4-seam fastball number last night. Third time around, professional major league hitters are going to catch up to it. But then when you follow with Juan Burgos, Kyle Backus, Andrew Hoffman, and Andrew Saalfrank, look, and I don't think they pitched badly overall. That's just a pretty good lineup.
Yeah.
But that's 4 rookies back to back.
Yes, and that to me was the fallacy of our latest dream, the latest incarnation of the Diamondbacks as underdogs rally to make the playoffs. This is the one sticking point that if this revamped, reduced lineup with a new focus on creating chaos and a new blend of youthful energy with dudes who are having really good seasons, even if they start producing at a great level, which they have been since the trade deadline, you still have a very, very faulty bullpen. And how are you going to navigate close games against good teams, even if your lineup is obliging, even if your lineup is complying with it? It's very, very difficult to do. Last night was a reminder because literally there was a time last night when I said, wow, they're going to win this game. They're going to get a free game on Tuesday, and then they're going to get Zach Gallen versus Merrill Kelly. Could you imagine if Zach Gallen beats Merrill Kelly to win a series in Texas before you go to the Rockies for 4? You can literally begin to build a case that this team has a path out of this.
Yeah.
And we were until you factor in the bullpen.
Well, this is what you didn't expect them to beat Eovaldi last night, so they're probably where you expected them to be. If you can pull out 2 games in Arlington on the way out of town, it would be a huge victory.
This is what Sammy was saying yesterday, though, that it won't take a lot to get you trying to convince yourself that there's some hope left in the season. Halfway through the game yesterday, I think a lot of D-backs fans felt just like what you were saying. They were starting to think like, well, maybe.
And more to the point, it was like, I kind of like these guys. They're really into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the 8 guys they have in their bullpen right now, they've combined this year for 2 saves. They don't have anything resembling a closer. And it's I'm not just saying that as guys like who have done it at different levels, just not at the big league level.
Yep.
They haven't. Jalen Beeks, I guess, is the closest thing they have.
Where the hell is Beeks?
Oh, I forgot about Beeks. D-backs and Rangers continue that series 5:05 first pitch tonight from Globe Life Field in Arlington. Coming up next, Could a lingering injury change the entire shape of the NFC West? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Where's Beeks? Where in the hell is Beeks? You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know that the Athletics are not a powerhouse. I know they're like 20 games under 500, and the Rockies are historically bad. But they were playing Diamondbacks baseball again, and that fired me up. And I just wonder, had they won those games, had they won the series against the Padres, would we suddenly be going, hey, guys, you might want to watch these guys, because there's a little fire that is kindling right now in the clubhouse.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
You know, like we've said, we're going to be flexible and fluid. I think more than anything, I feel for Matthew because of how much he wants to be out there and feel good. Ultimately, what ended up happening, had a great workout, felt good, but then, come in today and it doesn't feel great. And so didn't think that was the right decision to be able to push him. We've kind of always talked about flexibility, being fluid with some of the plans. And I think more than anything, I feel for a guy that, I really care about that wants to be out there more than anything else. We're going to be smart, but he didn't feel good enough, and we didn't think it was the right thing to do based on, how he woke up feeling today.
That's Sean McVay, the head coach of the LA Rams, yesterday, speaking with the media on a Monday where Matthew Stafford was supposed to make his training camp practice debut. The Rams made that known late last week going into their first preseason game against Dallas. All right, Stafford's going to be back at practice on Monday. Start the timetable. And he couldn't go. And apparently he had a workout before the preseason game at SoFi Stadium. McVay said Stafford threw the ball 60-plus times. He also went on to say he looked good. He threw the ball really well. There were no limitations in terms of the type of throws, deep, intermediate, short. We were removing the launch point. He felt really good. But he didn't feel good enough to practice yesterday. So does this raise the red flags, or does this rise the level of concern that the Rams have been very calm about it?
Yeah.
They've been very
on the outside,
responsible.
Yep.
Yeah. But does this raise it?
Yeah, listen, I think internally, I think people around the Rams have to be freaked out about this. I mean, come on now. Getting an epidural in the offseason is not normal for a quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
unless they're pregnant.
Well, unless the quarterback's exactly.
Yeah.
If the quarterback's pregnant, then it's perfectly standard operating procedure.
Standard, yeah.
Exactly. But so that's a little bit odd. And the fact that he was injured before training camp, meaning, wow, he's had all the offseason to heal and he's feeling bad. And so this is, and you're dealing with a back issue. And they can be very, very tenuous. And so
but a back issue on a 37-year-old quarterback as well.
Yeah, a 37-year-old quarterback who is taken a ton of hits.
And as you've had back problems before, Vinny, it's something that can be bad one day, a little bit better, seems like it can better, then it flares up. It's very hard to sort of gauge the recovery time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you're talking about a flabby, out of shape piece of crap like me compared to a well-tuned athlete. Like I haven't tried the epidural yet.
Mel, yeah. So this is enormous because the Rams are considered one of the handful of teams that can win the NFC. They're one of a handful of teams in the NFC that people think can actually make the Super Bowl. That obviously changes if Matthew Stafford cannot or misses a good chunk of the season. And you've got to be concerned if you're a Rams fan. Everything about the NFC West pivots around the Rams are going to finish first, who's coming in second.
Yep.
And if Matthew Stafford is not healthy entering this season, all bets are off. In fact, Rams fans are already wondering, should we trade for Kirk Cousins? What would life be like with Jimmy Garoppolo? Could you imagine Jimmy Garoppolo facing the 49ers? Wouldn't that be weird?
It's like Merrill Kelly against Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen, yeah.
About that rising concern level in L.A., here's ESPN Radio's Chris Canty.
Hell yeah, it's time to worry. And it's not the fact that he's not practicing, it's the specific injury that he's dealing with, an aggravated disc in his back. Let me tell sports fans something in case they don't already know. When your back starts acting up, that's the beginning of the end.
Oh, boy.
That's the reality of it. And we're talking about a player that is going into his age 37 season and who's dealt with a lot of injuries throughout his career.
Yeah, and here's Sean McVay more on the plan from doctors and following orders.
When he was out here working out, it was great. And then, it's like anything else. Let's communicate. We all know there's nobody that's tougher than this guy. And so we are going to still be safe. But I think more than anything, it's like, he wants to be out there more than anybody. His teammates can't wait for him to be out there. But I'm going to defer to, Reggie and Dr. Watkins and then listening to Matthew's feedback because we just felt like, it wasn't in alignment with how he was feeling to progress accordingly.
Yeah, and again, 37 years old. He started 16 games last year. He started 15 the year before. He is remarkably tough.
Mm-hmm.
So it would not shock me in the least to see Matthew Stafford out there for week 1 for the Rams. My bigger questions are concerning whether or not he can get through a full season at this age with that injury.
Well, listen,
he's going to try to gut it out.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going. Yeah, I mean, he's about as tough as it comes in the NFL, but that's also probably a cause for concern. I don't know where this thing is going, but what Chris Canty said is it is the beginning of the end. It's just whether or not the end comes before they can make a Super Bowl run this year.
Yeah, and you brought up the Garoppolo thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't played a ton of football lately, but I think the Rams could be in worse hands if they have to rely on him as a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree.
I know it's been a while since he was a Super Bowl quarterback participant, but he's been there. He knows what it takes. He's played in really good organizations. I would probably, if I'm the Rams and I have to go down that road, all right, Stafford's out for a while or maybe the full season. Am I going out to get help in Kirk Cousins, or am I going to rely on Garoppolo? I'd probably start with Jimmy G.
And see what you have there?
Yeah, and then panic
maybe,
if you need to.
Maybe. Yeah. So either way, this is not good news for the Rams. And as a corollary, it might make the NFC West eminently winnable.
Well,
because the other 3 teams are kind of even, as we talked about.
Yeah, and I look, the Rams, I would agree with Bick. I think the Rams, as the defending division champions, are clearly the best team on paper going into the season. But I don't think their superiority is really that vast compared to the other teams. I think it's a top to bottom pretty good division. And if you take Stafford out of the mix, it gets a heck of a lot more even very quickly.
It might become one of the easiest divisions in football.
It might. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, another day and another day of national critique of Kyler Murray. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Give-a-thon beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul. Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T solution. Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that, then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your no-pressure sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? Your time is valuable. We make buying and service simple and fast. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road by the next morning. Plus, for the month of August, you will receive a free set of wiper blades with any premium oil change.
And for pre-Labor Day savings all month long, lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It felt and looked like the Diamondbacks were on their way to their fourth straight win after tagging Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs and led the Rangers 6-1. However, Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and even then, the Snakes had a chance to win it in the 9th. But Andrew Hoffman gave up a solo shot to Rowdy Tellez to tie the game at 6, and then the Diamondbacks were walked off in the 10th and dropped the first of 3 with the Rangers 7-6 last night. And here was Torey Lovello after the game.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. They continued to execute and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th with the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just that's what makes it so difficult right now.
Game 2 in Texas is tonight. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AP Top 25 poll was released yesterday, and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the country. It's their highest ranking since 1998, so it's safe to say Kenny Dillingham and his team will be dealing with some lofty expectations this season. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
The Red Reckoning The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
Yeah, Cardinals getting back at it yesterday for week 2 of preseason preparation. Joint practice in Denver. Preseason game against the Broncos on Saturday night at Mile High. But there's a lot of reflection. We spent a lot of yesterday's show, Bick, and rightfully so, talking about getting the rare look at seeing Kyler Murray play preseason snaps, first of all.
Yeah.
And that was a good thing. And a lot of those snaps went really well for Kyler Murray. There's one that people are focusing on because it was an ugly interception in the red zone that killed a potential scoring drive and had a lot of people saying, oh, no, here we go again.
Yeah. There was a lot of people, obviously, online getting all over Kyler Murray, and it didn't help. And in what was otherwise a fine performance, there were just a couple of things that aesthetically were very, very troubling. And it left you scratching your head. It left you thankful that it's only preseason. It made you thankful that he played because this is exactly what I think the idea was, is if any of that stuff's in you, get it out of you now, if possible. And that's what I'm hoping it is.
Yeah, because the biggest thing from last year that we've identified, and other people have too, that Kyler Murray needs to correct to take that next level, to elevate himself and the Cardinals to a playoff team, is eliminating those types of turnovers. It's not like Kyler Murray is a bottom-tier quarterback. As we went over Mike Sando's piece, and Mike's going to join us later on in the show to further that discussion at 8:45, but he's right in the middle. You want to be a top 10 quarterback, you need to eliminate those types of turnovers. So that's what the alarming part was, that it popped up again in the first preseason.
Well, and as Jared wrote in his tease, something about he's just good enough to leave you in tears. One of the things that I thought was interesting to me in Mike Sando's piece was there were 2 different defensive coaches who highlighted Kyler Murray's weakness in the 2-minute drill as reasons why they have him as a tier 3 quarterback. And like I said, I couldn't get that out of my head yesterday because I've tried. What about Kyler Murray in the 2-minute drill stands out to these defensive coaches as being really, really subpar, right? And I think it's the idea that, as one of them said, he's a tier 3 with a good-looking baseball slide after his 4th scramble in a 2-minute drill. So what this defensive coach is saying is that he doesn't pass the ball enough. He doesn't make the easy completions in the 2-minute drill. He's always ducking and running.
Yeah, well, I thought that was an interesting criticism as well because, again, it's not like you separate the yardage. The yardage still counts the same. The goal is still the same in the 2-minute drill to score points ultimately. So if you're moving the ball with your legs or your arm, is he highlighting a hesitancy by Kyler Murray to throw the ball in a big situation? I don't know what the total context was.
Right. Well, I'm not sure either,
Yeah.
but the fact of the matter is they're pointing out that more often than other quarterbacks, he is trying to run the ball down the field himself in 2-minute drills.
Yeah.
And what does that tell you? It tells you that kind of speaks to the glitching again, to the decision-making in the big moments. And this is the hurdle he's got to get over. And I'm sorry for Cardinal fans if this sounds a little hyperbolic one game into the preseason, but this is really central to everything we're about to watch.
It is. And we mentioned Mike Sando's piece. He has his annual piece he's done since 2014, placing all the starting quarterbacks into tiers. He's not the only person who did that exercise. Bill Simmons on his latest Bill Simmons podcast, he kind of placed quarterbacks into tiers as well. And here's what Simmons had to say about Kyler Murray.
All right, so that next level, I had Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold, who now is like being discussed like he's, the 11th reliever on a 82-win National League team. Drake May, Bo Nix, Geno Smith, and Kyler Murray would be my the level 5 pyramid guys. Kyler is the one statistically that you could get more excited about, but I'm sorry, I have a Sunday ticket and I watch football, and that he is who he is. Like, he's 9 games under 500 for his career, and I don't know. Yeah, I do not see some of that elevates the team.
Yeah, so Kyler Murray was grouped in with some pretty good quarterbacks in that grouping, but Bill Simmons saying what he said at the end. He is who he is. Sheil Kapadia from The Athletic was also a guest in that discussion with Bill Simmons and kind of furthered those thoughts.
I feel like I know how every Kyler Murray season's going to go. There's going to be some flashes in September. In October, someone's going to make the case that he's playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL. There's going to be some fun highlights. And then you're going to get to the end of the season, and they're going to be like 9-8, and their offense has never been in the top 10.
9-8, that would be a miracle.
Yeah, that would be a good one. So yes, there are flashes there, but like Herbert in a way, like you need to see a little bit more at this point where has the guy put it all together. So I don't have an issue with where you have him.
Yeah, Sheil's point is fair because that's the way these seasons have gone for Kyler Murray, the full seasons.
Oh yeah.
The incredulous nature of 9-8 from Bill Simmons is unfair. That's a game difference from last year. It wouldn't be a miracle.
No, but his point about
Absolutely.
he's right when he says that there have been points in times of a few seasons now where somebody in the national media will say Kyler Murray's playing as well as anybody in the NFL. Happened last year.
We've had mid-season discussions, I think 3 times on Kyler Murray in 2020. 2021 and last year.
Yep.
Oh, wow. He might be an MVP candidate. When it's still week and the number after the week is a single digit, we shouldn't be talking about MVP candidates. But that's what we should learn.
And here's the other thing. Tom Brady was recently talked about the state of quarterbacks in the NFL, and he said when he looks at Patrick Mahomes, he sees the guy that reminds him most of himself in terms of a guy that has learned what it takes to win and now does everything in terms of lifting up teammates, every little detail of a quarterback lifting up a football team because that quarterback knows what it takes to win. Kyler Murray doesn't know what it takes to win because he hasn't. He's won football games, but he's never won a playoff game. So he doesn't know. And this is, I think, again, this is one of those fundamental criticisms of Kyler. How much does he lift and empower? How much does he make everyone else better? How in tune is he with every little detail that he might be involved with, that he can help be involved with?
And think about the first couple of years that he was with the Cardinals. A big refrain that he kept saying was, I'm not used to losing. All I've ever done is win in my career. He can't say that anymore now. He's now been in the pros as long as he was in high school and college, essentially.
Great point.
That's true. And the last point Bill Simmons made in that discussion was he compared Kyler Murray to LaMelo Ball as a guy that will you have your jaw dropped over highlights, and then you look at the team success, and you're like, oh, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, if I were Kyler Murray, that would motivate me. Yeah. You come into the league aspiring for greatness, and you're being compared to LaMelo Ball.
Who is a human highlight reel.
He is that.
He also shoots the ball like 45 times a game.
Are you drunk?
I haven't heard from LeVar in a while. Grammy Award-winning artist Chance the Rapper is coming to the Arizona Financial Theater for his And We Back tour. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m., but you can head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win those tickets. Coming up next, for the first time in a while, the Sun Devils head into a season with high expectations. But is that a good thing? We'll explore that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. Is ASU football already getting overlooked at the national level? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Not at the start. Start of practice sucked. I brought him up. I told him we're going to take our helmets and shoulder pads off. Let's just walk through, right? It's, we can run you, but that's not going to make you better football players. I'd rather save your energy and practice tomorrow, full speed if that's what it's going to take. And the guy said no, and they snapped out of it, and they had a really good practice. So kudos to them. I mean, that wasn't even a test. I meant it like, hey, we can't give it our all. I mean, there's no point. Yeah, we can run you, but I want to get better. If somebody drops a ball, I want them to catch the football. I don't want them to run wind sprints. Like, I want you to get better at what you need to get better at. We're in fall camp. The goal is to get better. So if we don't have the energy or the passion to practice, well, we need to save that, get our work in and save that to do it another day to get better at football. And but they snapped out of it. They had a really good day, and tomorrow's another day we're going to go live, so it'll be a good test for them.
It's Kenny Dillingham on Monday. First practice after Camp Tonazona. Being completely honest, as Kenny will be, sucked at first.
Yeah.
That practice also coincided with the day that the AP preseason top 25 was released. And just like the coaches poll the week before, Bick, the Arizona State Sun Devils, after their magical year last year, are ranked number 11 in the AP poll.
Yeah.
This is the highest they've been ranked to start a season in a preseason poll since 1998, when they came in ranked 8th in the country. And we heard Burnsy's look ahead to the Burns and Gambo show today. Are they already being overlooked? I will answer that and say, I hope so. Because historically, when the spotlight is on the Arizona State Sun Devils, it hasn't gone very well.
Well, listen, we talk about expectations all the time as it relates to our condition as a sports market and how bad expectations are, how it ruins everything, how it's the Tabasco sauce in the ice cream. And it's also exactly the story of Arizona State football. I didn't even know how profound it was until we've seen some of these numbers. The team that was ranked third in 1976, all the way in the Wayback Machine, they finished 4-7. That's pretty bad for a team that's ranked third overall. In 1998, the team that was ranked 8th in the nation finished 5-6.
Yes.
And that was coming out of the magical Jake Plummer Rose Bowl era. In fact, that was the same year I arrived to the Valley as a sports columnist, and this is where the legend of Ban Dickley was born. Because Arizona State Sun Devils, they were really my first colossal disappointment as a columnist in Arizona. Right? I came here as a guy like, wow, the sleeping giant has woken up. And then you had the series of years under Bruce Snyder that did not go well. And Bruce literally wanted to strangle me.
Which is amazing because he was a very nice man.
He was a very, very nice man. There was a funny time in practice back in the day. It was right around 2000, maybe 2001. And he was imitating, like he was showing like a chokehold, and he chose to use me as the model. And there was some real passive aggressiveness happening there because he really wanted to.
Man, too bad social media wasn't around.
Oh, how about it?
That'd be a gift to save.
How about it? Yeah. So the Ban Dickley legend was basically born out of Arizona State football team falling apart due to expectations.
Well, historically, I went back to 1978 because that's, to me, well, selfishly, that's when I really started paying attention to ASU football. But that's also when they moved into the Pac-10. They became a member of a major conference, and it was a huge elevation for the program. In that time span, from 78 till now, Bick, they've been ranked in the AP Top 25 preseason poll 15 times. In only 5 of those years have they finished the season ranked in the top 25.
Wow.
So you mentioned a couple of them. 1984 is one that stands out for Sun Devil fans. They were ranked 13th in the AP preseason poll, but that was the year Beano Cook, who was writing for Sport Magazine at the time, said they're going to win the national championship. They were on the cover. They went out. They lost their opening game to Oklahoma State at Sun Devil Stadium by 42 points. They finished 5-6. But the last time they were ranked to start the year and finish the year was 2014. They started 19th. They got as high as 7th, and they finished 12th, and that was the year under Todd Graham they beat Duke in the Sun Bowl.
Wow. So that's the team that basically performed closest to expectations. Wow. That's something. Then I heard this stat that kind of proves how the best seasons seem to come from nothing, and the worst seasons come when all the expectations are on their shoulders.
Yes, and that ties into what we said, too, about individually Sam Levitt being a preseason Heisman candidate. That doesn't happen with this program.
Well, no. And here's the stat that you gotta listen, not you, but listeners have to listen closely to grasp this because it's kind of complicated. But since 2004, ASU has gone from preseason unranked to postseason ranked 4 times, meaning they went from not thought of at all to a magical finish. in some form. They've also gone from preseason ranked to postseason unranked 4 times. So 8 times since 2004, they've been on that teeter-totter. Either they performed above expectations, which were very little, or they performed under expectations when they were very high. And all of this is this is the battle Kenny Dillingham is fighting. So when you hear him talk from day to day and varying his moods about the quality of practice, that's what he's battling.
Yeah. Well, a lot of this comes down to, okay, we can look at the historical examples. It gives you a funny feeling. It doesn't give you much confidence. But the difference is Kenny Dillingham.
That's the difference.
And the difference is they're playing in a different conference again. And he appears to be built differently from these other coaches because he is relentless in his pursuit to make ASU great.
He just said yesterday, I'm sure you got the clip somewhere, I thought it was fantastic because he will not let this go. Because he was asked about the significance of being ranked number 11. I think you're going to play the cut.
Oh, yeah. Here he was on being ranked the 11th team in the country.
I just found out about it. Thank you again. It's awesome. No, I don't. Awesome. I feel like the number 11th ranked team should get an indoor built pretty quickly. That's about right.
Isn't that fantastic? But he's so right. In today's college football, in today's college sporting landscape, you have a great year and massive investment gets thrown into your lap. Mm-hmm. Your contract gets extended. Everything you need to recruit gets ramped up. He's exactly right. They should have shovels in the ground now.
The one thing I will say about ASU, they're the 11th ranked in both the coaches and AP, so the respect kind of nationally is there. But having done, even in the last couple of days, a lot of college football research, getting ready for the year, it's pretty split. At least in my reading, a lot of teams or a lot of analysts and writers either really love them to go back to back in the Big 12, or they struggle to find where they can replace Cam Scadaboo. The belief in Sam Leavitt isn't fully there, or the defense they need to take a step up. Can they? It's still really 50-50, at least just in what I've read. And that kind of worries me of if the Big 12 is as open as it seems, you'd think guys would be saying, oh, it's ASU's for the taking, but it's not overwhelmingly said.
But I wonder how much of that doubt is also born in the historic examples.
Right.
This is a team that's been on the doorstep and has fallen off every single time and not been able to maintain that national dominance. I say sleep on him. That's my. I've been watching this team for too long. Sleep on him. Forget about him.
The last thing I'll say is nationally they can sleep because they only have 3 primetime nationally televised games, and they're against TCU, Arizona, and Texas State on TNT. So.
It is time now for character counts. Over the last few years, the Arizona Cardinals have made it a mission to support girls flag football. Last year, the Cardinals became the first NFL team to have a flag football campus at an NFL stadium and established a 2-year partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, pledging $70,000 to help support girls flag football in Arizona and eliminate gender inequity in youth sports. The team also impacts thousands of high school and youth girl flag football players across the state of Arizona annually through a variety of camps, showcases, tournaments, and equipment donations. One of those showcases was this past weekend when the Cardinals held the second annual Girls High School Flag Football All-Star Experience at State Farm Stadium. The game was played during halftime of the Chiefs game in preseason and featured 32 of the state's best girls high school flag football players. So good job, Cardinals. Congrats to all the flag football players. And remember, Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And they're looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning here on the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Dave Burns here, and I'm joined by Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, celebrating 25 years of great haircuts, hot lather shaves, and old-fashioned vibes. I know for you how important it was to recapture the nostalgia of your youth. And that sense of nostalgia is just baked into every single location you've got, isn't it?
You're right. I did enjoy going to the barbershop with my dad. It was something that he and I could go do together. It was really kind of lost on me until I had my own boy. And as I got deeper into the thought process of building V's, a lot of things got brought up again, a lot of memories, a lot of feelings, a lot of nostalgia. And that was the opportunity I saw back in 99. But it was all centered around those feelings, and it was all centered around nostalgia, and it was all centered around my son. How do I find a place? How do I build a place? How do I develop something that he and I can enjoy? If that's in me, I figured it was in you too.
Experience everything V's has to offer. Book your perfect haircut today at vbarbershop.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At RIAS, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from RIAS. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Train HVAC system. The unit is donated by Train, and installation and service are donated by RIAS. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Yes, you'll be happy to see us.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kenny Dillingham and his ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the AP Top 25 poll yesterday. That is the highest ranked Big 12 team and their highest preseason ranking since 1998. The Texas Longhorns found themselves atop the AP poll for the first time in their school's program. The D-backs lost another heartbreaker in Texas last night, 7-6 in extra innings after being up 6-1 on their way to a 4-game win streak, but the wheels fell off. Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and the D-back bats went silent into the Texas night. They'll get a chance to bounce back tonight. First pitch from Texas will be at 5:05, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time for Tuesday morning's big stories refocused in the Rush Hour Reboot. Here's Sammy to take us through it.
Yeah, good morning. We'll start with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Last night was their 37th blown lead of the season. Not blown save, just blown lead. Only 25 times have they lost this season when they didn't lead the game. So normally your team gets up, you have a good chance to win.
Especially by 5.
Exactly, like last night. Torey Lovello had this to say after last night's loss.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. They continued to execute, and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the ninth of the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just that's what makes it so difficult right now.
So between the injuries from this team, the bullpen, the kind of big expectations, was this season or last D-backs season a bigger, quote, what if season for the Diamondbacks?
Ooh.
Last season,
I would say this season, because there was significant additions to the team they had last year. I mean, last year's team was very, very close to the playoffs. Went down to the final week. This year's team has been, it's been a slow deconstruction of everything. And in one way, last night's game, as you begin to frame it up, was exactly what this team has been. They hit 4 home runs, they blow a 5-run lead, they blow a save, they go to extra innings, and they can't get a guy off second base, and they lose.
So true.
Yeah, it's true. It's an interesting way to frame that question. I think last year, when it's all said and done this year, will go down as the bigger disappointment.
Right.
But the bigger what-if factor is this year because of what Bick said. When you make this type of investment into the team, talking of $210 million or whatever the number was for Corbin Burns, they believed, and injuries happen, I know, and there's other teams that are going through it. In fact, the LA Dodgers are on the verge of getting caught by the San Diego Padres.
I know about it.
And their injuries have a lot to do with it as well. But the injuries have just completely added this what-if factor to all of it. And it's going to add that factor to next season, too, potentially, because all those guys are still going to be out.
No doubt. The biggest thing for me is just last year, what if they just won one more game?
Yeah.
That's my biggest thing.
What if Ketel Marte would have played on that Monday against the Giants?
Exactly. So let's talk some football. Here's Kenny Dillingham talking football.
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
He put it pretty frank, So we'll start with that man's team.
Frank like Sinatra.
Right?
Frank like Kush.
So we'll start with Kenny and the Sun Devils. Are you more comfortable saying the Devils will finish the season inside the top 15 or unranked? Kind of like a little bit of our conversation.
I think this team is going to defy the history of the Valley and the history of their program. I think they're going to be the rare one to handle expectations and put forward a season that we're going to be proud of.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable saying top 15 as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right. So now we'll kind of bridge the gap between the Devils and the Cardinals with this most recent Matthew Stafford kind of news. I expect him to play, but he could be unhealthy throughout the year. So are you more comfortable saying ASU will win the Big 12 or the Cardinals will win the NFC West?
Well, it's interesting because you could make a comparison. They're not directly comparable, but Jake Retzloff not being at BYU sort of clears a path for ASU because BYU is was going to be one of those teams.
Very good team, minus the quarterback right now.
But the Matthew Stafford thing opens an even bigger path for the Cardinals, in my opinion.
But then you look at teams like Texas Tech who have bigger payrolls than the teams
yes.
in the NFC West to make things difficult too. I never really thought of it that way because you're looking at a 16-team conference, which is hard to navigate for any team to get to the top, as opposed to a 4-team division.
The expectation, though, for ASU is kind of a little loftier than the Cardinals, right?
Yeah. And because of that, I'll say, I feel more comfortable saying ASU will repeat as Big 12 champions than the Cardinals winning the division.
See, it's a tough one because, to your point, the uncertainty of the Big 12 is that ASU was picked to finish last year, and they won. And reading some Sports Illustrated about the Big 12, that could maybe happen again this year. I don't know if it will, but the Cardinals...
I think Arizona probably would be picked to finish last this year.
And if
They're
they
not winning it.
Jared, you clip that?
No, I don't want to even think about that.
Yeah.
Arizona's not going to be good this year. You think they're going to be good, Sammy?
No, I'm not saying they're going to be good, but that's what I'm assuming you guys were saying about
If you could have Rich
ASU.
Rodriguez back, would you take him?
I want Jed Fish back.
Jared wants John Makovic back.
You wouldn't take Rich Rod back.
Not because of how he got fired. I don't think it's worth bringing him back. But
yeah.
As a coach, yes, I like him better than Goober McGinty over there that they have now.
Goober McGinty. Oh my God. Oh my God, Brett Brennan is his name. We'll finish up with something ESPN did. They did a future power rankings with all the teams in the NFL. The Cardinals came in at 17th. Their reason for hope they highlighted was by an influx of draft picks and a defensive upgrade. And a bold prediction that they made was that Kyler Murray would be traded before the 2027 season. And so simply the question is, does the Cardinals' future hinge on Kyler Murray, or can the future be good maybe without him?
It doesn't hinge on him. This year hinges on him,
but the future you don't think does?
I gotta tell you, like, one of the things that I just kind of shake my head at every year is when ESPN does these future rankings. Like, who cares? Can't we focus on the now? And how do you gauge that?
Yeah,
you don't know who's going to be on the team.
I have a hard time resonating with that exercise every year. We talked about this yesterday.
Yes.
I have a hard enough time making sense of what's going to happen in 2025.
Basically, the question is saying, or if Kyler Murray's not the quarterback for the Cardinals, will they ever be good again? Well, yeah, they're going to be good again. We're really looking at the future.
But based on this core,
and I'm not blaming you, Sammy. I just think it's a silly exercise.
I don't see a world in which Kyler Murray doesn't lead the team to the playoffs, has a losing record, and is brought back for yet another year. I can't logically see that happening.
Yeah, but overall on this, the validity of the exercise, here's your top 5 in their future rankings, okay?
All right.
Number 1, Philadelphia.
What?
Number 2, Baltimore.
Oh,
number 3, Kansas City. Number 4, Buffalo. And number 5, Detroit. Wow.
The 5 best teams in the NFL.
Going out on limbs
that's
there.
a joke.
Right? But to Dan's point real quick on the way out, if it's an underperforming season for Kyler, you'd have to think changes will be had. But what if it's the same old, like, 8-9, 9-8? Is that, quote, underwhelming?
To me, it would be. I mean, at some point in time, you've got to have a quarterback who can finish seasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, as a starting quarterback going into this year, is past the point of, well, he increased the win total.
Okay. I agree.
If 9 wins equals playoffs and maybe a little bit of noise and some real tangible progress, okay. But unless there's a playoff appearance, then what are we talking about here?
I'm in that boat as well.
Yeah.
So there you guys go. Rebooted. Happy Tuesday. Jarrett, you awake?
You awake, Jarrett?
There we go. I said U of A football, and he goes, oh, my God.
Goober McGinty is born
That was
on the show
fantastic.
today.
Fantastic.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we will talk ASU football with the radio voice of the Sun Devils. Tim Healy joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That is the number one storyline for the rest of the season.
Waller?
Absolutely.
For me, it is.
That is it.
Yeah, because if you play him for 2 months, the plan was always if they traded Suarez, they're going to call him up.
But you're right. I stand corrected. Jordan Lawler is a top 100 prospect in Major League Baseball. He has been blocked for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years by making an impact with this organization. He is blocked no more. Third base is his.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa,
We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T. Solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. Is ASU football already getting overlooked at the national level? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, talking a lot about ASU, ranked 11th in the preseason AP Top 25 poll released yesterday. We're less than 3 weeks away from football actually counting in the standings in defense of the Big 12 championship. Here to talk ASU football with us, the longtime radio voice of the Sun Devils, the one, the only, Tim Healy, our guest here, via video, sporting the colors even. Good morning, Tim.
Yeah, I figured I better sport the colors, hey, Vinny? Had to go deep into the closet to find this sucker, but it works. So good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Let's start there real quick. Over the years, how many Sun Devil polos do you think you now own, Tim?
That's a good question. I thought you were going to ask me how many games I've done, and I was about ready to do some ciphering to figure that out. But in fact, actually, Vinny, it's funny you mentioned that because I am a rather proud papa. My daughter, Katie, just about a month ago was named a visiting clinical professor of music at the Arizona State University.
Very nice.
And she was the choral director at McClintock High School in Tempe for 20 years and was hired by ASU this summer, and she will start when classes begin next week. And I'm really proud of her. But she came over the other day claiming, "Hey, Dad, I don't have any ASU polos." And I said, "Let me take care of you." So I weeded through the closet, and she's now got some of my hand-me-downs, if you were.
Very good.
It's probably in the hundreds, from way back in Jeepers. My first year was 1998. The styles, boy, have they changed over the years.
How about it? All right, so
It's been a long run, but it's been a fun one.
We've been talking all morning about how expectations seem to doom all our sports teams in the Valley, and ASU's got a little bit of a history with this. How do you think they tackle that monster of expectations? Because it would seem that Kenny Dillingham would be the guy who would be able to do it.
I think you're right, Vic, and I think part of the reason he's able to do it is he's got a unique group of players that I think are able to do it. The guys on this football team just seem to have a maturity about them. I mean, think about it. How many major college programs in the country returned virtually all of not their starters, they're too deep from a year ago, with a few notable exceptions, of course. But these guys just seem to have a maturity about them that they recognize that, last year was a magic carpet ride. It was a great season. So many wonderful memories of the run to the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. But they've turned the page. They've realized that it's time now to make new memories. And what they did last year doesn't get them anything this year. They have to go out and earn it, starting with game one, and they really have a unique mindset about them. And I think this is Sam Levitt's football team this year, in my opinion. And Sam, for just a third-year college player and his second year at Arizona State, just has just an incredible work ethic and a demeanor about him where. Last year was fine, but this year we've got to start all over again, and we've got to earn whatever we get this year. And on defense, I think Xavier Alford, their safety, is that guy. He is the leader, I think, the spiritual leader of the defense. And just yesterday at practice, Alford wasn't too happy with the way they were practicing early on, and he let his teammates know it. Verbally, so I think this team is equipped mentally, uniquely so, in my opinion, to handle that aspect of this coming season. And that will be the biggest challenge, I think, for this team this year is, winning a championship is hard. Defending a championship is harder.
Mm-hmm. Tim Healy, the voice of the Sun Devils, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim, you mentioned all of the returning talent on both sides of the ball, really. In the two deep, but one big absence. We all know Cam Scadaboo was a Heisman finalist last year, had one of the magical seasons in ASU history. Seemingly impossible to replace, but what do you make of the group of running backs that you've seen so far and kind of filling in the aggregate of what Cam Scadaboo gave you?
I like him, Vinny. I mean, a three-headed monster so far in fall camp with Kyson Brown, Rayleigh Brown, no relation, And the transfer from Army, Kanye Udo, who I'm anxious to see. This is a guy that ran for close to 1,100 yards last year for the best rushing program in college football and at West Point. Kyson Brown, Sip is his nickname on the team because he came from or grew up in Mississippi. But Kyson has had a really good fall camp, looked really good at Camp Tonazona, and I think he is ready to assume the mantle as he'll probably, as of right now, it would be my guess he would start on opening night. Rayleigh Brown, I'm thrilled to see. He was injured. He was a former 5-star recruit at USC, transferred here last year, but missed most of the season because of injury. I'm anxious to see him. He's added some weight and some strength, and he's a small runner, but he's a physical runner, but he also has great speed, and I think will be a key in the kick return game as well. But those three, I think, combined and add to that an experienced offensive line that returns. And I think the Sun Devils are still going to be able to run the football like they did a year ago. I mean, Scat, you're right. That was a magical season. In fact, I said the other day, I think to Luke and Wolf that if I had to do a Mount Rushmore of ASU stars, say in my 28 years as the radio voice, Cam Scatterby would be on there, even though he was only here 2 years. Yeah. That's how great a season he had a year ago. But I do think this team will be effective running the football this year.
All right, I want to know who else is on that Mount Rushmore, but I want to ask you this. First, Tim. Uh-oh. So we saw the scene in Camp Tonazona, and it's clear that Kenny Dillingham is definitely activating the Valley. Great amount of excitement. If and when he gets this new practice facility that might double as an indoor tailgate facility, what do you think that'll do for the program?
I think it'll just continue to elevate it. I think Kenny's main point is a program that wants to be ranked and a program that wants to be among the nationally elite has to have certain things, including, fan support, like what we saw at Camp Tonazona on Saturday. And I think a facility like he's talking about would just add to that even more. They got a great facility in place about 7 or 8 years ago with the student athlete facility, which is now the headquarters of the football team in the north end zone of Mountain America Stadium. And I think this would add to it even more as, I think, activate the Valley. Yeah, he's done that big time. And I think another sign as to, the progress in that vein is I'm anxious to see what the crowd is going to be opening night when they play NAU. Because in past years, that opening game is always either on the Thursday or Saturday of Labor Day weekend when, a lot of people are out of town and for the last big holiday of the summer, and the attendance isn't always as great. But, Kenny has made the point, and I agree with him, that, I think a program that wants to be considered among the nationally elite, your fans show up for every game. And coming off a season like this team had and playing an in-state rival, they're an FCS program, but NAU had a pretty good year last year in the FCS and made the playoffs. I would hope to see a near full house for that opening game on August 30th, and I think that's a bit of a barometer as to the level of the program that you have.
Tim, always a pleasure to talk to you. We're going to get back to you on your other three members of Mount Rushmore. I don't want to put you on the spot, and I know you like to.
Well, that's nice of you guys. It gives me time to think about it as I open my big mouth. We'll do that. We'll gladly do that with you guys anytime.
Right. We'll squeeze it out of you next time. Tim, thanks so much for the time. Great to talk to you.
Great talking to you guys. Take care.
Tim Healy, the radio voice of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joining us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You know what's coming up next? Fire! The second half of the show kicks off with the Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Rye-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know better than anybody that on the court, on the diamond, on the baseball field, the three magic letters are MVP, but on the roadways, the three magic letters are BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966 with a great reputation for making luxury attainable. Now, if you're rolling your eyes and going, come on, Bick, I can't afford a BMW, let me give you some information that proves a new BMW not as far out of reach as you might think. Right now at Chapman BMW, you can get into a 2026 228 Grand Coupe for just $379 a month. That's what I'm talking about when I say they make luxury attainable. You can get into the 330i sedan for just $479 a month. You can get into the BMW i4, which is a beautiful electric vehicle, for just $399 a month. And remember, if you're shopping electric, that $7,500 federal tax credit expires at the end of September. You can get into the 2025 BMW X1 and X3, the beautiful compact luxury SUVs, at a 2.99% financing rate. Great stuff happening at Chapman BMW. Remember, you also have a friend in the business. Take a test drive, find what you like, ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, guarantees every listener of this radio program you're going to get the hookup, the best price you're going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Summer's here. Get ready for backyard barbecues, trips to the pool, and COVID-19.
That's right. COVID isn't taking this summer off and can actually spread year-round. I'm Dr. Simone Wiles, and as an infectious disease expert, I know my patients are often surprised by this fact. They don't expect COVID to strike in the summer and derail their plans, but guess what? It can. COVID can be unpredictable and quickly turn serious, especially for those who are 50 plus or have certain underlying medical conditions. The good news is that if you start feeling sick or test positive, you don't need to wait it out. Prescription medications exist to treat COVID for certain people. If you catch COVID this summer, don't delay. Ask your doctor if prescription medication is right for you. Learn more at Pfizerforall.com/COVID-19.
This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It felt and looked like the Diamondbacks were on their way to their 4th straight win after tagging Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs and led the Rangers 6-1. However, Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and even then, the Snakes had a chance to win it in the 9th. However, Andrew Hoffman gave up a solo shot to Rowdy Tellez to tie the game at 6, and then the D-backs were walked off in the 10th and dropped the first of 3 with the Rangers 7-6. Game 2 in Texas will be tonight at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AP Top 25 poll was released yesterday in college football, and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the country. It is the highest ranking since 1998. It is safe to say Kenny Dillingham and the Devils will be dealing with some serious expectations this year. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The number of true believers has been dwindling for weeks, but for all the seamhead dreamers and hopium addicts left in the audience, the Diamondbacks broke our hearts again. They opened a series in Texas by rocking Nathan Eovaldi for 3 home runs in their first 12 at-bats. Ryan Nelson was blowing away the Texas lineup, and at one point, the Diamondbacks had a 96% chance to win their 4th consecutive game, and yet again, I began believing in this team's ability to defy all odds and injuries and get back in the wild card chase. And then the bullpen showed up, which is why the Diamondbacks might have really goofed at the trade deadline when they chose to give away Shelby Miller to the Brewers in order to not pay Jordan Montgomery the final $3 million on his contract, because Shelby Miller is now active and pitching again, and he could have been Arizona's closer right now, which means he could have been the hedge for a post-deadline team that actually responded with renewed energy and success and focus, which is exactly what happened. Now, for the remaining dreamers, today might be the last day, the mustest of must-wins if they're going to shock the world. But I think we all learned the most painful lesson last night. No matter how effective this new lineup is, the bullpen will always be lurking, waiting to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. I thought Nelly was doing a really nice job of controlling a pretty offensive lineup, and just made a mistake at the wrong time and ended up being a big 3-run home run that got them right back into the game. So I don't think if anything was possible after that. And they continued to execute, and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You get into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th of the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just that's what makes it so difficult right now.
Now, it's Torey Lovello after that gut punch of a loss last night, 6-1 at one point against the hottest pitcher in baseball. The Diamondbacks had kind of announced their arrival against Nathan Eovaldi. He looked out of sorts on the mound, which he hasn't in a really long time. He's had a tremendous year for the Rangers. And then for the flip to switch the wrong way on Ryan Nelson in that 6th inning where things just fell apart quickly. The big home run by Langford got him to within 1. They tie the game and then lose it in extra innings. The Shelby Miller point is interesting. And I wanted to completely just rail against that thinking, but I can't because the Diamondbacks haven't received anything in return for that trade.
Right.
So there's nothing tangible yet.
No, I know.
It was rumored maybe cash considerations, maybe a player to be named later, but they were hell-bent on getting away from Jordan Montgomery. They wanted Jordan
Montgomery out of their hair, out of everything. Just go.
Yeah, so if Shelby Miller's on this roster last night, do they win that game?
Do they win that game? It's a thought.
Maybe.
It's a thought. So let's just blame it on Jordan Montgomery again.
Oh, man. What a loser.
And
What a hump.
I don't think the Brewers have lost since they got Shelby Miller in that trade. So there's that.
Ken Kendrick knew what he was talking about. When
They've got a second 10-game winning streak in Milwaukee now, which is unheard of in baseball.
But on that trade compared to the other ones, it's always hard to get behind a pure salary dump.
Yeah.
Even if they tell you they're going to use that money for future players.
Yes, and I get it. But again, who would have thought at that trade deadline that you would need to hedge, that this team was going to somehow, I mean, they all hoped it would, but who really believed it might? And the lineup has been very, very potent. Last night, it was interesting during the game. I'm sure you all saw this. But so Steve Berthiaume is talking about how great Nathan Eovaldi has been, right? Mm-hmm. And Corbin Carroll hits a monstrous foul ball into the upper deck. And he's still talking about how great Nathan Eovaldi is. And I'm like, wow, let's talk about Corbin and what he just, and then the next pitch off the foul pole. So it showed you, and this is a pitcher, as Vinny pointed out, who had given up 5 home runs total in the previous 19 starts. 5 in 19 starts. And then he gave up 3 in the first 12 batters last night.
Yeah, I mean, that was encouraging because the bats are back. And if you can do that against Eovaldi, again, in his last 6 starts at a 0.47 ERA, you can hit. The approach was there, but now, I mean, they're so hamstrung in the bullpen right now. Mm-hmm. They need to be up by 10 runs, basically, to feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And it's not, I'm not blaming the guys that are out there trying to get those outs. I don't think any of those players expected to be in this situation at any point this year.
No.
I don't want to be like devil's advocate, and the bullpen has been bad for the majority of the year. It does suck that Ryan Nelson gave up that 3-run homer, because if you do give a 6-2 lead to the bullpen, you feel a little more comfortable than a 6-5 lead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But here was Torey Lovello talking about what happened with Nelson on that play and talking about better pitch selection.
He's too good of a hitter. He's too good of a fastball hitter. And those are the things that. They've got to kind of self-coach and self-edit in that moment. We can't go out there and make it happen for them. They have to realize that this is 6 of 8 or 7 of 9 pitches that were fastballs. So we just got to be a little bit more careful, and I think we'll grow and learn from that experience for sure.
Yeah. So again, it gets down to exactly what is the function, what is the chain of command when it comes to pitch selection? Because what Torey Lovello is saying, without saying it, is that Ryan Nelson kept shaking off signs to get to the fastball, and Adrian Del Castillo let him do it. That's basically what he's saying.
And Adrian Del Castillo has not caught a lot this year.
No, he's an inexperienced, exactly. So I think that in situations like that, is there a better way? Do you trust a pitcher like Ryan Nelson to call his own pitches? Apparently, that's not the Diamondbacks program. It is in Texas. Bruce Bochy lets his guys do that if you're established and you know what you're doing. I don't know. But then again, could you trust Ryan Nelson in that situation if he's the one shaking off the secondary stuff because he's like, these dudes ain't catching up to my fastball tonight. Yeah. And as you pointed out, you can only go to that well so far and so long against major league hitters.
He threw 97 pitches total, did Nelson. I think the number of fastballs was right around 80.
Wow.
It was 77 at one point when they flashed it up and said that was a career high for 4-seam fastballs. Okay. And the talk was, the whole game, and Bob Brenly on the broadcast was saying, hey, if they can't catch up with the fastball, maybe this is old school. Keep throwing it. That's exactly how Ryan Nelson felt until they caught up.
Yeah, that's it, though. Major league hitters, we saw Gurriel hit 104-mile-an-hour fastball. If they see the fastball enough, they will catch up to it. They will get their timing down.
Mark Grace famously said, major league hitters can get wood on a bullet. One of many great quotes from Gracie back in the day. So if you listen to the Texas broadcast of the game, when they walked it off in the 10th inning, their broadcaster, their play-by-play guy said this was maybe the most unlikeliest comeback or win we've had all season. And I thought to myself, well, that's a heavy statement, but what he was saying was there was a time, not just because the Diamondbacks were smoking Nathan Eovaldi, it was because they couldn't touch Ryan Nelson. And Sammy's right. I don't think anybody who gives up 5 runs in 6, whatever the inning total was for Ryan Nelson, has ever been that dominant. I mean, that's a bad-looking result for a guy that was just dominating for most of that game.
He was shoving. Like, they couldn't touch him. And I give credit to Ryan Nelson. When he's got his fastball going, especially elevated, he's hard to touch.
Yep.
But he just kept going to it.
Yep.
Wyatt Langford obviously made him pay.
Yep.
And now the mustest.
The mustest of must-wins today, Vinny, because if you want to spin one last dream, you win today, and then you get the showdown of all showdowns. Then Zach Gallen outduels Merrill Kelly, thereby proving he was always the ace of the Diamondbacks, and thereby putting him on a path for the rest of the season where he carries and leads the Diamondbacks into the playoffs. Who's buying?
And if they win, then we could start
save my money.
With who on the mound?
If they win, we could start playing must win, or not a must win.
Not a must win.
Not a must win.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next. What are we doing next? Oh, lost my place here. Coming up next, is the Cardinals' offensive line good enough to protect Kyler Murray in a make-or-break year? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 1-2. And this one pulls to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. The D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you are a homeowner in the Valley, chances are very good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. It's happened to me a number of times. Happens to all of us in Arizona. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. Custom fire pits, custom barbecue pits, hardscapes like patios, shading structures like pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you an incredible state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? But more to the point, Turf Monsters believes in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house. They believe in your happiness in the finished product, and they will go to great lengths to make sure you feel that. Check out their website. You can see samples of their work, near 1,000 five-star reviews, turfmonstersaz.com, or call them, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
The D-backs face Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians for a 3-game series starting August 18th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Desert Ford dealers have the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp now.
Well, I would say I was very pleased with the entire O-line's mode of play. They know that's what I want and what I believe in. But where Isaiah has made the biggest jump to me is his technique. And then you pair that with the skill set that he has, how big and long and strong he is. When he plays with proper technique and gets to his technique before the D-line, he can win a lot of reps. And I think in doing that in OTs and then training camp, his confidence has grown, because he's kind of the proof's in the pudding. Like, when you do it like this, look what happens, And he's got a lot to work on, just like everybody, but he's playing well.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, a couple days after a preseason win over Kansas City, talking about the O-line, their mode of play, being pleased with that. There's been a lot of eyeballs on number 74, Isaiah Adams, the right guard, second-year player, kind of pressed into duty last year at the end of the year. And if there was a question mark on this offensive line going into this season, well, I can't say it was only Isaiah Adams. I think at the right tackle spot, Jonah Williams, his physical condition were both question marks. But it seems to me early on, very, very early on, Bick, that the Cardinals might be in a real good place offensive line-wise. And that's huge, especially if we're talking about how important it is for Kyler Murray to take another ascension. With that comes increased protection for the quarterback.
Yeah, listen, so I think there have been times in the past when I've looked at a Cardinals offensive line going into the season, I thought, okay, I like the look of this line. And I think 99% of the time I've been disappointed by what happened. I really, really like the makeup of this offensive line, especially because I think eventually Will Hernandez is going to slide into the starting lineup. No offense to Evan Brown or anybody else, but I think that just seems to make sense to me, okay? And when you put Will Hernandez with Paris Johnson Jr., who is a rising star, and you've got this Isaiah Adams who has taken a quantum leap, you've got Yalta Froholt, who has become a great run-blocking center, and then you've got Jonah Williams playing right tackle. This might be the best offensive line I've seen. Now, again, I've said this many times in the past and been burned, but if they can pull this off, to me, it's the absolute key to everything, because it is directly tied to Kyler Murray. And one of the things, as we've been discussing for 2 days, that really came into sharp relief in watching the first preseason game is Kyler Murray's lack of obvious comfort level on a football field. That is to say, he doesn't have that easygoing poise, that fearlessness about him that some of the great quarterbacks do. Whether you're talking about Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, you can go down, Josh Allen, go down the list of great quarterbacks. They all look very comfortable on a football field. How can we get Kyler Murray into that kind of headspace? Because you can tell he's not always comfortable. Sometimes he looks fine, but then there's a lot of times he doesn't. How do you get him in a place where he can feel free and loose and keep his eyes down the field and go through his progressions consistently? How do you get him there? You get him there by building a wall around him. And if you've got an offensive line that protects him the way he got protected in that preseason game. Now, I get it. Nobody's dialing up exotic blitzes, pressures. None of that is going on in the preseason. But there was a real pocket around Kyler Murray.
There was.
In the first preseason game. If they can build that and make that the norm, Kyler Murray might go, oh, wow, I haven't been hit all game. This is kind of cool.
Do you think he has the natural instincts to ever feel totally comfortable?
No, exactly where I was going,
I don't know.
Jarrett. Kyler Murray, we know this about him. Wherever he's played, whether it's Pop Warner, high school, college, pros, he's been one of the smaller players on the field. And we've talked about that over the years, that's always seems like it's in the back of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, getting Kyler Murray there, that level of protection, yeah, some of it goes on the offensive line. I think the bulk of it goes on the coaching and the player himself to trust. And there was the play that you mentioned on the second drive where there was the first option wasn't there offensively, and the tendency kicked in. There was a great pocket around Kyler Murray. Great tendency, kicked in, and
flinched.
He flinched, and then he caught himself, and he said, okay, I'm good, and actually threw the ball down the field. Regained a comfort, a composure in the pocket, and delivered the ball down the field. But we saw more proof of that first instinct is, I better
start scramble. Yeah. Which he is good scrambling. We all know that.
He's great at it.
But it's often, first read is not there. I feel pressure. Even if the pressure is being blocked, if he feels anything, he starts moving around. So it is. I don't know how much of his instinct or could be taught.
Paul Calvisi brought this up and went back to the Jets game last year because Kyler he took one of the more hellacious hits you'll see a quarterback take. Probably one of the biggest hits a quarterback took all last year in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he popped
right up.
But the nature of the hit also matters. It was a blindside hit. He didn't see it coming. And he was unaware that it was coming. Kyler Murray could take hits. I think he needs to give himself more credit for taking physical punishment.
I think you're right.
But the comfort level just doesn't seem there.
And here's the other thing, and this is something I don't think Kyler Murray will ever get. But for the quarterbacks who do it, they lift their team up. The quarterbacks who are willing, okay, we have got a high leverage play that I just called. And here comes the rush, and this guy is going to destroy me. But I know this guy is going to be open. I'm going to stand in the pocket. I am going to deliver this pass, and I'm going to take the hit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever going to feel comfortable doing that. The ones who do that, they're the ones that gain the most internal respect.
Oh, yeah. If you deliver that, a 9-yard pass in that situation on a 3rd and 7.
Exactly.
And then you go down and score. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a sign.
That's a huge sign. Rather than putting yourself on the ground to protect yourself and then punting or whatever it is. So there are things, listen, I also feel bad for Kyler Murray because I think in all our criticism of him, I think what can get lost is how difficult this is for him. For a guy that was so great in high school, one of the top 5 greatest high school athletes in history, for a guy that it came so easy for to now be in a world full of people who are so much bigger, and then trying to deal with the vision issues. Brock Purdy, who is 6'2"? What was that stat? Brock Purdy said 40% of the passes, he can't see the receiver.
Yeah.
And so if Brock Purdy...
It's a 4-inch difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting football season. We can just leave it at that. This is going to be very interesting because, like I said, the Cardinals have got a real option at backup quarterback.
Yeah. Well, let me amend that a little bit with your permission. We hope it's going to be an
Well,
interesting
that
football
is true.
season. Do you know a high school student with great character? We want to hear about them and how they make an impact on our community. Just text character to 620-620. Share their story. What's in it for them? $10,000 scholarship from Parker & Sons and Arizona Sports. Once again, to nominate a student, text character to 620-620. Coming up next, Corbin Carroll of the Diamondbacks is having a good year. But is a good year good enough? We'll get into that and more D-backs talk next here on this Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Mattamy Homes.
We're just thrown into this new world with no end in sight, not knowing what we're facing.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and there's a myth in the electronics industry that prices have to be lowest at big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores, you'll see a TV at the front of the store, really low price, and you think, wow, I've got to shop here. What they don't know is that television in the front of the store is hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. And best of all, you don't pay a premium for that expertise or that experience. Waltz also offers unbeatable prices, and to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You'll get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the AP Top 25 poll yesterday. It is the highest ranked Big 12 team and their highest preseason ranking since 1998. The Texas Longhorns found themselves atop the poll for the first time in their school's history. Yesterday, the Diamondbacks lost another heartbreaker in Texas last night, 7-6 in extras after being up 6-1. And on their way to their fourth win in a row, the wheels fell off. Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the D-back bats went silent into the Texas night. They'll get a chance to bounce back tonight, though. First pitch will be at 5:05, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Arizona Diamondbacks players are currently auditioning for roster spots in 2026? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And the 1-1. Breaking ball, that is hammered deep towards the right field corner. If it's fair, it's gone. It's looking good, and it's looking gone. A 2-run home run for Corbin Carroll. That's his 24th of the season. Carroll with a walk and a run scored his last time up. Now he's just tied the game. Oh my goodness. High deep drive to right over the pool, and that's a no-doubter.
Couple of instances of Corbin Carroll's recent home run binge. 4 home up to 26 home runs through 102 games played for Carroll this year, a new career high. And the Diamondbacks had been playing some pretty good baseball and did some good things yesterday. Another home run for Carroll yesterday. They fall short. They couldn't hold on to the lead against the Texas Rangers. Corbin Carroll has been an interesting figure for the Diamondbacks.
All right.
Especially, basically since he signed the contract.
Okay.
He gets the contract 32 games into his big league career, 8-year extension. He's now in his 3rd year on that extension, or that new contract. 2023, magical year. Starts in the All-Star game in Seattle. Team goes to the World Series. He wins the Rookie of the Year, finishes 5th in the MVP voting in the National League. Last year, very up and down. The first half of the season was miserable, yet some of the numbers that Corbin Carroll was able to recover to post, like 121 runs scored. That's ridiculous. Power numbers were down a little bit. His batting average was down 54 points. This year, the power numbers are up. Extra base hits up. He's leading the league in triples for the 3rd straight year, leading the majors in triples again. The OPS is at a career high right now. But I think there's some people that were expecting a little bit more from Corbin Carroll. Is that
We're
fair?
looking at you, Jarrett. Why do you hate Corbin Carroll, Ferret?
I think when somebody's that good that quickly, you expect them to sort of exponentially get better each year in the majors. And he is very good. I would have thought by year 3 that he would start being, that MVP candidate every year. And he's not an MVP candidate this year. You mentioned his power is up. He's going to have probably 30-plus home runs this year. That's very impressive. His stolen bases are down. He's at 14 right now. He's 50th in Major League Baseball in stolen bases, but he's 40th in strikeouts. He's a lot of swinging and missing. He doesn't multiple times. I don't have this stat in front of me, but just from watching every game, he's come up a lot of times in clutch situations where he's been unable to come through, it feels like. And his batting average is low again. 2 years in a row now. It's 251, better than last year, but still not the elite level. He's average defender, would you say? His arm strength has gotten better?
Okay, I would give him, I would put him on the plus side now. I don't think he was going into the year. Going into the year, I totally agreed with you. The fact that he took one big hole in his game and sealed it up is very significant to me.
You're talking about the throwing arm.
The throwing arm.
Yeah,
And-
whose arm gets better?
Right.
No, it's a hard thing to.
But again, it speaks to the work he put in the offseason, which was relentless, as we have discussed numerous times. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I also look at this in terms of what Corbin Carroll is becoming and how he's getting there. There's a lot of tinkering that goes along with Corbin Carroll. He's not a guy that just shows up and plays baseball, and there are a lot of guys who do. He's a mad scientist. He's always looking for different ways to get to different places. So the fact that he has pretty much become the league's elite base runner, definitely following off the stolen bases. I grant you that.
He's decreased by 20 stolen bases each year.
I know. And there have been times when I've seen him get on base. He should be an automatic go every time he's on first base. But he doesn't have that comfort level yet. He's not that. He just doesn't feel that yet, I don't think.
I'm not going to pin that all on the player, too. I mean, there's a lot of managerial decisions that go into that, strategy decisions. You've been ranting about it, and you're not off when you talk about the lack of chaos that this team has provided as opposed to what they did in 2023. Yeah, it shows up on Corbin Carroll's stat sheet more, but has Corbin Carroll been given a green light to go whenever he wants?
You would think he should be.
I don't know.
Well, it's also other
If they're
managers.
talking about
No, you're right. I don't know either.
Protecting players. Things
that's
can
a good
happen
point.
when we were stealing bases.
He's having a very good year, and maybe it's just unrealistic expectations for me that the year I thought he was going to have, especially because I wanted to say that last year was a complete fluke and that he was going to have an overall great year, and he's been up and down. All baseball players over a long season are up and down. I just thought that his overall numbers would be better this year.
For me, I take into account that most people in the MLB think Pete Crow Armstrong is an MVP candidate this year. He's been struggling.
He's been struggling too.
But you compare the two. Corbin's on-base percentage, slugging, OPS, and OPS plus, all better than PCA. And if he's played 13 less games than PCA, and his numbers, 1 less home run, granted 16 less RBIs, and the batting average is virtually the same. So I think you also have to look into the team's success. If the Diamondbacks were playing really good baseball and had a similar record that the Cubs did, we'd be talking about Corbin Carroll's season, I think, a little differently.
He had he not got hit on the hand, he would have been I think he would have been on pace to get 40 home runs and 20 triples, which is unheard of.
You don't see that. And
no.
the 40-20-20, if he were to get to 20 stolen bases, I think Jeff Passan wrote about it a while ago at the All-Star break, is that hasn't been seen in quite some time. Players don't do that, what Corbin Carroll does.
Right. He's not going to do that, though.
I think Corbin Carroll, if he gets out of the season in this lane he's in now, back to hitting the ball with authority and hitting home runs, I think we're going to look back on this and say that was an excellent year. Not MVP caliber yet, but certainly trending in that direction. So I'm to answer the question, I'm perfectly fine with what Corbin Carroll has done this year. The stolen base thing, I do think there's a lot that is being left on the table with him.
I do, and some of it goes on the players. I think some of it goes on strategy as well. And that's been the biggest drop off. To Jarrett's point, 54 steals in 23, down to 34 last year, down to 14 this year.
Yeah, it's a big drop.
He hasn't lost any speed.
No.
He's, as you said, going first to third, or the reason why he leads the major leagues in triples is because he turns doubles into triples.
Yeah, his agility on the base, not just his speed, the way he cuts bases. Yeah, it's very, very clean lines around the bases for him. So, yeah, I would think that Corbin Carroll will be, again, a dark horse MVP candidate next year.
All right, Pete Crow Armstrong, Corbin Carroll, Julio Rodriguez.
Ooh.
Who are you taking? Start, sit, cut.
I've had this exact conversation with my father.
Had this exact conversation?
Yes.
With these three guys?
PCA, Julio, and Corbin. And I think it's Corbin by a smidge over PCA and then Julio Rodriguez.
What made you think of those three players?
Well, because they're just
similar skill types.
All young outfielders.
I look at the way you're looking at Corbin Carroll, Jarrett, and I don't watch Seattle play every day, but Julio Rodriguez, I'm like, oh, he's a superstar. And then you look at his numbers, and I was like, hey, he's not putting up superstar numbers. They're okay. But I can't think that way about J-Rod and not think that way about Corbin
No, but
Carroll.
I think he's a perfect example. Julio Rodriguez is another guy who is just as good as he was when he started. Hasn't really gotten much better each year. Now, that's asking a lot for somebody to go from really good to elite.
Yeah.
But it's just funny when guys are really good right away that you expect them to.
I think Corbin Carroll's been great this year, and I know the batting average was hovering around 244 for a while, and it's up into the 250s. I'd like to see that higher, but I think he's been fantastic this year.
I think the bigger question is why do neither of my boys have those conversations with me? Why don't I ever get it? Hey, Dad, start, sit, cut.
You should. Basketball season was the best, where we'll sit on the couch for 4 hours and watch League Pass, and we'll go, hey, Cade Cunningham, Paolo Banchero, next 5 years, and it'll just all night.
You could adopt Sammy. You could talk golf.
There's a lot of people who've adopted Sammy.
If your boys were going to sit you down and say, hey, Dad, start, sit, cut, what would be the subject matter?
My son, it would be something very brilliant and academic based, and my youngest, it would be Fortnite or Minecraft. Yeah.
Well, your older son likes music, right?
Oh yeah. But he's also now not in a rock and roll lane anymore.
No.
So no. He's
not pursuing.
He's more into jazz and other kind of stuff. So the days of Cameron Bickley and Whiskey's Quicker probably have come and gone.
Yeah, we all got to witness that one epic show.
It was magical.
Is he still playing bass?
Oh yeah.
Just not rock.
Exactly.
Wow. He's a real musician.
But you laugh, but I think that's exactly his mindset. Like, Dad, you're playing stupid bar chords all the time.
Coming up next, we will talk NFL quarterbacks with a bent on Kyler Murray. Mike Sando from The Athletic joins us next here on Bickley and Murata. Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Sports fans know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons you contact the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their knowledge, their experience, and their passion to give those injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and all that trial experience gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. So Sweet James has the ability to deliver some of the top settlements in the state. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to not only win, but win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Wolf. What can the Arizona Cardinals gain from their joint practice against the Denver Broncos? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports. Yesterday on this show and pretty much everywhere else in the football world, everybody reacting to the annual Mike Sando athletic piece, putting quarterbacks into tears. The 2025 piece obviously garners a lot of reaction, and here to talk about it with us, the man who put together the piece for The Athletic, Mike Sando, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Mike, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you. How's it going?
Good. When this finally gets published, you just take a deep breath and go, what's next?
I do. Well, yeah, but I get a week-long sort of victory lap. It's fun. I do a lot of these types of conversations that really sharpen my thinking. You get... you got to be on your toes. You're not really, even though I'm really familiar with the subject matter, you don't always know what people are going to react to. And so that's always kind of a fun thing to see okay, I've been immersed in this for a long time. I'm talking to all these people. It seems pretty, easy to explain for me. But then you present it to the public and you get people going, what about this? What about that? And I like that.
Well, it's unfiltered truth is what it is, and it's always a great read. Now, when it comes to Kyler Murray, a lot of interesting reactions. He ends up in the third tier, which is where I probably believe he belongs. But I noted that a couple of defensive coaches pointed out his inefficiencies in 2-minute drills. What do you think of that criticism? Because it is so specific.
It is specific, and it speaks to maybe there's been a number of games that have been there for the taking that they haven't won. Now, I balance it out because I think that he needs some more help from his defense, and he got a little more help last year, but he needs a lot more. And you could see they agree because they spent their whole offseason either spending money on defense or drafting defense. So I think that's going to be the number one thing that helps him from this stage, because I feel like we've just kind of been stuck in this holding pattern with Kyler Murray. He's been about the same last few years, not great, not terrible, hoping for more, hoping he can finish a season better. But I do think at a certain point, you kind of know what a guy is a little bit. And I think we're there. He can probably be somewhat better than he is, but you gotta help him more than they have on the defensive side of the ball in order to win.
Mike Sando, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've been having the discussions, Mike, on Kyler Murray, obviously his whole career, but Going into year 7 as a starting quarterback now with the same franchise, it's really hard to come up with historical examples of guys that have made the jump to elite level quarterback or playoff winning caliber quarterback in year 7. The most recent one that I came up with, and again, the parameters are different. Sam Darnold took a huge leap in year 7 last year with Minnesota, but he had bounced around the league. Can you think of any historic examples that Kyler Murray might be able to follow on that path?
I love it. Not off the top of my head, no. I mean, I don't have all the year 7s memorized, but this is a perfect type of thing I love to look into. That's a good one. He's had, you're right, with the same franchise. He has had a major injury. He's had, run different offenses and stuff. But I think he's also a little bit of a unique player, too, just at his stature and his talent. He certainly has good talent and his ability to run and make some throws on the run, but he also has some limitations as well. So that's a good one. Yeah, after 7 years, that's why I kind of said I think we sort of know what he is.
Yeah,
I think we know what he can be at his best too. Like it doesn't mean that he can't be consistently better than he has been, but after 7 years, you probably have a pretty good idea, right? And now, if you think you can win with that, then you've got to be better in other areas. And as I pointed out, no quarterback in the last 3 years who has at least 25 starts over that period has gotten worse, kind of defensive support from his team than Kyler. And their offensive production over that period, which goes beyond Kyler, is pretty good. It's in the top half. I think he's 13th out of the 32 quarterbacks. So, while, yes, we would love him to become tier 1 and a superstar, that's probably not going to happen. But you can still win with a good quarterback who's not a great quarterback. You just can't be as bad as they've been in the areas he can't control.
Yeah.
If you're a Rams fan, how concerned are you about Matthew Stafford's back?
I'm pretty concerned when they get up to be that age. And he's also been to the mountaintop. He's won the Super Bowl, too. So every year it feels like there's been speculation. What's he going to do? They let him look for a trade. So, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about it the longer that he's out. I still think that if anyone's going to play through stuff, it's him. I think he's super tough. So I understand at this time of year, you're going to be cautious. He's got tons of reps. He's been with this coach and this team a long time. But yeah, I think the longer you start seeing specialists and those sorts of things, I get a little concerned.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, our guest, his annual quarterback tiers piece out yesterday. And finally, Lamar Jackson wins 2 MVPs, arguably should have won a third last year, but did all that before he got into tier 1 in your annual piece. Are you surprised it took Lamar that long, based on the ideas of others, to elevate to that status?
A little bit. I do think, though, that you can see Josh Allen and Lamar still didn't even get unanimous tier 1. I think there's still a belief in the league that the greater degree that you rely on your legs to play, that stuff dries up when you really need it, in the playoffs and that sort of a thing. I think for Lamar, the gap between his regular season production and his playoff production was historic until it wasn't. And I think the last 2 years he's been, better in the postseason. He hasn't been the reason they came up short, I wouldn't say. Whereas before he was like, where this MVP disappears the minute you go into the postseason, and it was bad. I think that was really holding him back as much as anything. But this year, obviously, Mark Andrews dropped the pass. Lamar did fine. And so he didn't just sneak into tier 1. I mean, he doubled his number of votes in tier 1. I think it is time. I don't control what the results are, but I have to deal with the fallout. And I'm relieved a little bit. I get tired of the Lamar Jackson conversation and trying to explain, why he's not getting his due. I think he earned his due. And so this is where he belongs, and good for him.
Yeah.
Some of the rookie quarterbacks looked pretty good in their first preseason game. Now, again, it's the first preseason game. It's nothing like the speed of live-action football. But who do you like of the new crop of quarterbacks entering the NFL?
Oh, of the rookie class this year?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's funny because the quarterback tiers don't include any of the rookies. And I'll be honest, I've been bouncing around training camps. I haven't watched the preseason. Who's had the hottest? Who's looked the best?
I guess Shedeur Sanders was very impressive.
Jackson Dart got a lot of love.
Yeah, Cam Ward was pretty impressive.
A lot of them look really good.
I mean, I think it's easy to look good in the preseason. I'm more alarmed when you don't look good than I am encouraged when you do look good in the preseason. I think Jackson Dart's a ways away. I think it's a brutal market to be in. I think he is going to get his chance this year because Russell Wilson's near the end, but I don't think it's going to go amazingly well. I just don't. Now, they have a good defense, so that could help them. It could help Russell Wilson stay in the lineup. They've got a great front. Shedeur Sanders, do we really believe he's going to be the guy to start the season? Probably not. So I don't know where that's going to go, with him. And I think Cam Ward was, probably the safest, most solid pick of those guys, but I don't think it's a good situation there. And that coach is under some pressure now. How many times do you see the quarterback go number one or early, and then after 1 year, there's a new coach. So I think there's reasons those guys were picked as early as they are, and none of them seem like slam dunks to me at all.
Yeah, Mike Sando's annual quarterback tiers piece is published, went live yesterday on The Athletic, and he was kind enough to join us today here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Mike, always a pleasure. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike Sando, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Coming up next, Sammy Sabalka is going to take us through some social studies here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mark Williams brings a new pedigree to the Suns' center position. The Diamondbacks clobbered Nathan Eovaldi but still suffer a walk-off loss to the Rangers. And an Iowa State transfer gets first-team center reps as ASU looks for the best 5 on the offensive line. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a simple question courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would. And that is why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first phone call should be to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they're going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and that is why you're going to wake up one day down the road and that house payment is going to be gone. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off that home, which gives you decades to build personal wealth. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which is really cool. You get the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You have to have a really good credit score. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have Low T. Solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, gain muscle, burn fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It felt and looked like the Diamondbacks were on their way to their fourth straight win after tagging Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs and led the Rangers 6-1. However, Ryan Nelson would give up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and even then, the Snakes had a chance to win it in the ninth. However, Andrew Hoffman gave up a solo shot to Rowdy Tellez to tie the game at 6. And then the Diamondbacks were walked off in the 10th and dropped the first of 3 to the Rangers 7-6. And here was manager Torey Lovello after the tough loss.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. They continued to execute and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th of the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just, that's what makes it so difficult right now.
Game 2 in Texas is tonight at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The college football AP Top 25 poll was released yesterday, and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the country. It's the highest ranking since 1998, and it's safe to say Coach Dillingham and his team will be dealing with some serious expectations this year. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies. Here's Sammy to take us through it. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. We are on X at Bickley_Murata, where we will pose our questions daily. We are on Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, at Bickley and Murata. And shout out to the 128 people watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And so our first question, we've talked a lot about Kyler Murray today. He's been the topic of our conversation for the good and or the bad. And we wanted to ask Cardinal fans, fill in the blank. It's most frustrating if your NFL team has a bad blank. Is it a bad offense, a bad defense, or a bad special teams?
Ooh, I think
What's most frustrating?
Yes.
I understood the question.
So wait, we're looking at what's most frustrating?
Frustrating.
Right. To me, it's if you've got a bad offense, if you've got a bad defense, your offense can compensate. If you've got a bad offense, it's going to injure your defense because it's going to gas them. It's going to wear them out. So to me, it's more frustrating to have a bad offense.
And the reason for this question was how bad the special teams was in that first preseason game.
and how that sort of put them behind the 8 ball a couple times.
Yeah, and I will say that was one of the things that was talked about after that game. Generally speaking, Cardinals special teams under Jeff Rodgers have been really good, so I'm not all that worried. I think that was more first game stuff. I think it's more frustrating if you have a bad offense because it makes for a really boring watch.
Yeah, that too.
That too. Some of the responses. Daryl Lee says, follow me for a minute. At first, I thought the answer was defense, but a great offense can outscore opponents. So then I thought the answer was offense, because if you can't score, you can't win. And then I thought about missed 30-yard field goals, and then I threw my phone.
So Daryl's going special teams.
Right. And listen, we saw it a little bit in the preseason. Having a brutal special teams will lose you football games. It will. It's so frustrating. And then Tom Foss says the offense. This team needs Kyler Murray, Marvin, McBride, James Conner, and everyone else to score points. He says let's average 24 points a game this year. The defense should be able to keep opponents around under 21 points a game. So
Did you say Marvin McBride?
no, I said Marvin, McBride.
I thought it was similar to
Mike Dortch.
Mike Dortch.
Mike Dortch.
or his cousin.
Mike Trey.
Mike Trey. So we'll switch gears. We'll talk about the Diamondbacks. They had another one of those gut-punching losses last night. So we asked Diamondback fans, fill in the blank. This team has had several losses this year that have felt like blank.
That have felt like watching Caddyshack 2.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a Caddyshack 2?
No, it was brutal.
Don't ever watch it.
Don't ever watch it.
Now, if you really, really like Jackie Mason, which I think you do, Sammy, if I know anything about you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Jackie who? I can't beat that answer. It just, I'll use another movie, but for a different reason. Groundhog Day. Here we go again.
There you go.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah, so some of the responses, Justin Prestigard said it. The losses have felt like when you come back from a long, exhausting, and super delayed flight only to get in your car and it has a flat tire. And then Daylight Film said a good one. It feels like you've had a great night out on the town, but you wake up and you can't find your wallet or cell phone. That's a tough one.
That's
and then,
a bad one.
Tony Height says it's felt like the Diamondbacks are much, much further than we think they are from getting back to the World Series. Hey, man, it's baseball. You never know. So our last question was prompted by Dan Bickley mentioning that it looked like Jarrett maybe was on the verge of falling asleep in yesterday's show.
Very close.
I'm fascinated by this question, and I'll explain.
First
but
of all,
go ahead, Sammy.
Let's clarify. I was catching myself from dozing off. I wasn't like sitting here asleep.
No. I wasn't trying to sell it like that. But we've done this show for 13 years. It was the only time when this happened with you. And then you caught yourself and you were fine. But there was a minute.
I was so deep in thought.
There was a minute when I was like, uh-oh, his head's going to fall on the board and all hell's going to break loose.
To be fair, it really smelled bad in this room yesterday.
Yeah,
I got you.
I think it was making me dizzy.
Bad smells lead to fatigue.
Wait, Vinny, why were you confused? What confused about the question?
I'm going to let you ask the question first, and then I'll give my thoughts.
Jarrett wrote, what is the weirdest / most awkward / craziest place you've ever fallen asleep?
My story is more where I woke up than where I fell.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
But
Okay. Love it.
They're tied together. I went to a bachelor party. My buddy had a bachelor party in Vegas.
Yeah, classic.
The first night there, it was the typical shenanigans. So that was Friday night, late Friday night. Saturday morning, I woke up in my hotel room, sleeping face first on my suitcase, which was on my bed.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Just put the
So
suitcase.
I fell
that's
asleep on top of the
fantastic.
suitcase and never moved the whole night. I had zipper marks on my face.
Oh, that's
Sleeping
great.
in your shoes? Absolutely.
At least you got back to the room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly. I had a really dumb idea just out of high school. Me and a bunch of friends said, I lived in Chicago at the time. Let's drive down to Daytona Beach. You can drive on the beach in Daytona Beach. Let's go. So I was dating a girl at the time. We take off, and you go through Indiana, and you go through Kentucky, and then now I need a break. So I let the girl I'm dating drive, and we're going through Tennessee, and I woke up, and I looked out the window, and we were in a mountain range on those roads that I hate with no guardrails. Oh, brutal. By the time we got to Atlanta, I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done.
Oh, man.
Those drives that just never end.
And you can't sleep through it? Like
Yeah,
you
it's
can't get to the. Jared, do you have one? You think?
In the studio yesterday.
That's what inspired it. I don't sleep well, so I don't have anything like that. I've had things where, like, I remember in college on Cinco de Mayo, I was doing karaoke, and then next thing I know, I woke up on the couch in my friend's house.
Wow. That'll happen.
I was doing karaoke in a bar, and then next thing I know, I was in someone's.
This happened a while.
I was later told that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was later told that I would not leave the karaoke stage. And then with each new person that went up there, I would try to grab the mic and sing with them, and eventually we were asked to leave the bar.
This happened a long time ago for me, but I fell asleep at the gate of my flight, and I woke up, and my flight had moved to a different gate.
Oh, no.
And it had already taken off.
Oh, man.
You only make that mistake once in your life. A quick couple of them. Jim said he's fallen asleep at the DMV. That sounds like a nightmare. Arthur said he's fallen asleep at a NASCAR race. I don't know how that's possible.
Wow.
And then
I know how that's possible.
Well, I can actually see that though, because it's like it's almost like a white noise. It's a loud, constant noise doesn't necessarily wake you up.
And then the last one from our buddy King, he said, I was in a one-on-one meeting with my boss back in 2011. I accidentally took 2 Tylenol PMs instead of the regular Tylenol. Although still embarrassing to the day, my boss was very gracious when she learned why I dozed off. Falling asleep in a one-on-one meeting with your boss sounds like an absolute nightmare. But keep those coming in. Those are fun.
And to give Jared credit, you're the only guy in the history of morning radio who does it without caffeine.
I can't believe it.
I know, me neither.
Have you tried little caffeine gum? I have some caffeine gum.
No caffeine. I can't even drink like a Coca-Cola.
Really?
It makes me so jittery. I hate it.
Wow.
Your body's not used to it.
I live off that stuff.
I used to drink a 6-pack of Mountain Dew before 10 a.m. every day when I was younger.
Wow.
Before I started drinking morning coffee. I used to be a nighttime coffee drinker.
Wow.
Stupid. Anyway, that's social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next is Kyler Murray under the most pressure of any quarterback in the NFL this season. We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and a reminder, Parker & Sons, along with Goodman, they're giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior citizen in need. So if you know somebody on a fixed income who could use it, maybe a grandparent, maybe a neighbor, make sure to go to Parker & Sons website, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. Deadline's August 15th. The winner will be announced on National Senior Citizens Day. Great way to give back if you're Parker & Sons. And for a half century, Parker & Sons been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest, expert service in heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They show up on time. They fix it right at a fair price. They treat your home like it's their own. They've got your back year-round. And remember, every job handled by a trust-certified technician, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They pass drug tests. They've passed background checks. They're the company you can trust in your home. And if your air conditioner happens to be struggling, call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, I'm Don Barano, Division President for Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. Donations go toward research, clinical programs, state-of-the-art equipment, and family-friendly services that ensure world-class care. Your support will continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Call 602-933-4567.
You can also text GIVE to 620-620.
The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop Prints That Pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Kyler is the one statistically that you could get more excited about, but I'm sorry, I have a Sunday ticket and I watch football, and he is who he is. Like, he's 9 games under 500 for his career, and I don't know. I do not see somebody that elevates the team.
I feel like I know how every Kyler Murray season's going to go. You know, there's going to be some flashes in September. In October, someone's going to make the case that he's playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL. There's going to be some fun highlights, and then you're going to get to the end of the season, and they're going to be like 9-8, and their offense has never been in the top 10.
9-8, that would be a miracle.
Yeah, that would be a good one. So yes, there are flashes there, but like Herbert in a way. Like, you need to see a little bit more at this point where has the guy put it all together. So I don't have an issue with where you have him.
That's the LaMelo Ball guy out of the quarterbacks this year, where it's like you catch the right highlight package. He looks amazing. There's going to be a moment earlier in the season where like, LaMelo Ball, whoa, here we go. And then you look at the record at the end of the year.
That's Bill Simmons and Sheil Kapadia on the Bill
9-8,
Simmons podcast.
that would be a miracle. Oh, LaMelo Ball.
Just not
annoying.
as close.
Is that your Bill Simmons impression?
Not so great, Andy. Well, he does those like annoying voices sometimes.
Take a nap, Jared.
Oh, LaMelo Ball.
That was part of the discussion. I think part of that is fair. I think part of that is unfair. We've seen Kyler Murray win more than 9 games in a season. And going back to our discussion that we had, and this was really illustrated by Mike Sando in the quarterback tiers piece, the article, and our conversation, that he believes, and if you look at the statistic that he lays out there, the EPA statistics, the defense has traditionally let Kyler Murray down.
Okay.
I am okay with people saying Kyler Murray is what he is. We've got 6 years of solid proof. If you look at the statistics, they're very consistent throughout. There has been a drop-off since Jonathan Gannon became the head coach, but also the offense changed. They went to a run-first offense with Jonathan Gannon as opposed to Cliff Kingsbury. So the numbers, the production overall is down a bit, but he's been a very consistent quarterback.
Yeah.
He is what he is.
Yeah.
So if they're going to make that push this year and get into the playoffs, I think Sando's right. I think it's up to the other units.
Well, let's extrapolate on that, because some people might wonder, what does the defense have to do with Kyler Murray's issues? What would a better defense do for Kyler Murray's career? Well, you'd get more opportunities with the ball. You'd probably get more opportunities to win. You wouldn't be tagged as a losing quarterback. I think all of that gets thrown into the mix, but I don't think just having a great defense automatically elevates a quarterback.
You wouldn't be behind in games a lot and having to change your style of play, maybe come from behind, that kind of thing.
I think we've seen when Kyler's more on script and you're able to run the ball with James Conner and go play action and get Kyler like out of the pocket on the move, we've seen him really good. And to Dan's point of the 2-minute thing, that's the thing when he gets erratic, when he doesn't know what's next. Like, and you need him to come from behind. We've seen him do it in spurts, but he's a better quarterback, just like every quarterback is better when things are clicking and going right and the defense is looking good and you have good field position. Like, that's just any quarterback.
Yeah, and maybe there's something. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's the structure of limiting all that stuff that gets off script, and maybe just picking your spots with that kind of thing. Either way, though, I think Kyler Murray early on, it's going to be interesting to me to see, given the pressure on the team to win, can Kyler Murray again start fast? Because a lot of these fast starts have come when there hasn't been that element of pressure. And you're coming into the season and you've got 2 games right out of the gate that you're probably going to be favored in, and you really need to win. You need to beat the Saints in New Orleans. You need to beat the Panthers at home. You're facing quarterbacks that you better be better than if you're Kyler Murray. Whether it's Tyler Schuff or Spencer Rattler or Bryce Young, you've got to be better than those guys. And so I think there's a different level of pressure for him to open this season than maybe in years past. I don't think anybody expected the Cardinals to beat the Bills last year. So I think a lot of people are like, oh, okay, cool. Wow, 34-28. That doesn't look bad.
I would agree with that. But it was also, as the game unfolded, you're like, wow, this is a game here for the taking, and they didn't take it. And look, maybe there's no stat for that. Maybe it's just something as simple as Kyler Murray making the plays to take the games that are takeable. And last year we saw the exact opposite. When in close games, I'll admit I was concerned over the care of the football that Kyler Murray put out there in the first part of the season, as opposed to the last part of the season, where the games were magnified, where they did come out of the bye, they were in the driver's seat in the NFC West. Not pinning it all on Kyler, but I was a little bit concerned about that. But I am very much confident in that you can win with Kyler Murray at quarterback, but the other parts of your team have to be better.
Okay.
So they've beefed up the defense. We'll see what that means.
Yeah.
The other question we had all offseason was, did they give Kyler enough support weapon-wise offensively? Well, they didn't do it this year. Is it going to be enough? The jumps that they're counting on from returning players on the offensive skill positions, is that going to be enough to help Kyler Murray elevate this team?
Well, listen, and that's why I'm more swayed with the quality of the offensive line, because that's what gets Kyler Murray over the top, in my opinion. But we're going to see how this plays out. We're going to see if this offensive line truly is going to be special. We're going to see if this defense is really going to be the best that this team has had in quite some time. And if both of those elements click into place, then, yeah, I'll take my chances with Kyler Murray.
And if you look at his splits, and I know wins and losses is not a quarterback stat. Well, they do pin it to the quarterback's records. What the Cardinals really need is October Kyler. 15-8 as a starter in his career in October. 7-9-1 in September. And then when November hits, it's a different story. 14-28 as a starter after November.
See, that's where the proving ground is. Yeah. That's almost hard to reconcile.
It really is. But going back to the original question that got us into this conversation, is he under the most pressure of any quarterback? No, I don't think he's close to the top of that list.
Really?
There's pressure in the NFL? No, not even close.
Well, because they don't expect him to win the Super Bowl this year, but he is a quarterback that we think could lose his job if it doesn't have a good year.
Yeah, but aren't the quarterbacks under the most pressure the ones that are expected to compete for the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I think there's a ton of pressure on Lamar Jackson this year. I think there's a ton of pressure on Josh Allen.
I understand. I mean, there's different ways to look at it.
I think there's a ton of pressure on Jared Goff this year.
I would agree with that, too. I'd put all three of those guys well above Kyler on that list. Now, in terms of self-preservation and career longevity, that's a different kind of pressure that Kyler Murray's facing. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. It is time to play.
I can't get my motor going, Jared. Help me out here.
Mustache. I love how Vinny laughs in such an old school vaudeville way where he actually grabs his head. It's the best. Mustache, not a mustache.
Yeah, that's coming up
next.
Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LaMelo Ball, whoa!
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Borger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kenny Dillingham and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the AP Top 25 poll yesterday. That is the highest ranked team in the Big 12 and their highest preseason ranking since 1998. The Texas Longhorns found themselves atop the poll for the first time in their school's history. The D-backs lost another heartbreaker in Texas last night, 7-6 in extra innings after being up 6-1 on their way to their fourth straight win. The wheels fell off. Ryan Nelson gave up 4 in the bottom of the 6th, and the D-back bats went silent into the Texas night, but they'll get a chance to bounce back tonight. First pitch will be at 5:05, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports poll question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. I don't know if this was done before last night's Diamondback game, but it's a tough one to answer right now. Which Diamondbacks rookie reliever has the most intrigue? Is it Kyle Backus, Andrew Hoffman, Juan Burgos, Andrew Saalfrank, or Juan Murillo?
Despite what we saw last night from Hoffman, I have been generally encouraged by him.
Yeah. Him or Kyle Backus, I think, is where I'd vote.
Yeah, Backus. I mean, you make an argument for all of them. I haven't seen
Saalfrank's
enough of Burgos yet.
Saalfrank's good.
Saalfrank's been good, and Murillo throws harder than anybody they have in the organization right now that can actually throw a baseball.
Yeah.
So, but I'll go with Backus.
Okay, interesting. So Andrew Hoffman 37%, Andrew Saalfrank 31%, Backus 13%, Murillo 11%, and Juan Burgos 8%. So, hey, you just hope that out of those 5 guys, you can just hit on 3 of those for the foreseeable future.
I'll take what we can get.
Yep.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can answer it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Jane, what can you tell me about this man you saw last night?
He's Caucasian, with a mustache, about 6'3".
An awfully big mustache.
Yes, it is time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or a song to Bickley and Murata. They will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points wins. End.
Jerry, you remembered your glasses.
Wow. I did. I didn't want to squint through this entire segment, so I brought my glasses. I'm wearing them. They look fantastic on me if you're watching on YouTube Live right now.
That was your defense, by the way. When Bick called you out for sleep, I was squinting. I couldn't see.
Yes, I would. They weren't closed. They were just squint shut. But today's topic, because the Diamondbacks lost in a walk-off win, these are all clues.
Lost in a walk-off win? It's hard to do.
They lost in walk-off fashion.
In walk-off fashion. They lost in extra innings on a walk-off to a walk-off. All things having to do with walking.
Oh.
Nancy Sinatra, not a mustache.
Yes, well, you haven't seen her before the wax job. Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Dan Bickley will go first. Dan Bickley will get this question first.
That is Steven Tyler, not a mustache.
That is correct. Steven Tyler of Aerosmith fame.
He does have one that's
just
creepy.
Woo!
Yeah.
You ever see what an old broom looks like with a mustache? That's kind of what he looks like. Okay. Vince Murata.
Yes.
But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walked 1,000 miles before that should do.
Galanda. Galanda. That is the Proclaimers. I don't know their names.
That's okay.
Fine lads. Not a mustache.
That is correct. Did they ever have another song?
Not that I heard.
Not that I heard either. All right, Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
Are you ready for your next clue?
Please.
We all are.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Christopher Walken, not a mustache.
That's right. Christopher Walken.
I see what you did
So I see what you did there.
Walken. I panicked for a second because I knew what clip that was, and I was like, he doesn't say Walken. Oh, yeah, that's why I picked it, because of his name.
That's
All right.
exactly what I thought when I heard that.
Right. But how about this one? Vince Murata.
Hey, I'm walking here. I'm walking here. Get out of here. Don't worry about that. Actually, that ain't a bad way to pick up insurance, you know.
That's Dustin Hoffman from Midnight Cowboy.
That's correct.
Oh, wow.
Not a mustache.
That's right. John Voight, Dustin Hoffman, Midnight Cowboy, a classic.
You know what? That wasn't in the script.
Yes, I know. They were just filming on the streets of New York City.
That famous line from Dustin Hoffman was ad-libbed in the moment.
Is that
He
right?
almost actually got hit by a car.
Wow.
Yeah.
New Yorkers were just like roped off the area. New Yorkers were like, screw this, get out of my way.
That's funny.
All right.
4-4.
Dan Bickley.
Yes.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
That is Phil Anselmo, lead singer of Pantera, not a mustache.
That is correct. A very badass band, hardcore rock.
I've never heard that before.
It's just funny when
First time that's ever been played on this radio station.
when like a lead singer of grungy death metal, and his first name is Phil.
Yeah.
All right, Vince Murata.
You talking to me? So don't delay, act now, supplies are running out. Allow if you're still alive, 6 to 8 years to arrive. And if you follow them, be out tomorrow. But if the offers shine, you might as well be walking on the sun.
You went from the badass sounds of Pantera to that. Smash Mouth, Steve something or other.
Did that guy just die? The Smash Mouth singer?
I think so.
This was done in memoriam.
I
for
don't
him.
think he had a mustache.
He did not have a
He had
mustache. He had various chin pupkas and all kinds of
various
late 90s, that weird, gross goatee-styled facial hairs that they had. But no, okay. Perfect scores so far from both of you.
We're both on our games today.
Dan Bickley and a walk
Jerry
themed edition.
Carlin.
Here we go.
Those must be comfortable shoes. I bet you could walk all day in shoes like that and not feel a thing. I wish I had shoes like that.
I saw a great clip with Tom Hanks explaining how he got that dialect for Forrest Gump. It was really, really interesting. Tom Hanks, Forrest Gump, not a mustache.
That is correct. It's funny, when you hear anybody else doing a similar dialect in a movie where they play somebody from the South, you're like, whoa, he's just doing a goofy Forrest Gump accent.
Right.
But
Yeah,
I guess
kind
there
of.
is some accuracy to it, but it's just so associated with that character.
True.
All right, Vince Murata.
Those look like comfortable shoes.
And then did you say, my feet hurt? All right, here we go, Vince.
All right, let's try walking. Let me give you an image. John Wayne. You're a big fan. He's got a very distinctive walk. Very easy to imitate. And if anyone was a man. All right, now try it. Just get off your horse and head into the saloon.
That is Robin Williams, I believe, from Birdcage. Mustache.
That is correct. One of my favorite movies. Very rewatchable. All right, last two clues here. Dan Bickley.
Let's do it.
A hustle here and a hustle there. New York City is the place where they said, hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, Joe, take a walk on the wild side.
That would be Lou Reed, and I think that's not a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow, the perfect 10.
All right.
Wow.
Vince Murata.
Just call me Komanichi.
Vince Murata. I think you can get this. Here we go.
I felt a little tight, so I watched Miami Vice. I want the dinosaur. I want the dinosaur. On the floor, everybody wants the dinosaur.
It was too bad that the camera was not focused on Jarrett Carlin's dancing during that.
Yeah, how could you not dance to that?
Unfortunate
that hit?
musical interlude.
All right, what do you got?
That is a band called Was Not Was.
Wow.
After super producer Don Was.
Is that right?
Yes. I don't think he was the singer, though. I think the singer had a mustache.
That is correct.
Whoa!
Whoa, baby, you know your mustaches. You know your dinosaurs.
All right, you don't have to do this
No,
bit.
I don't have to do this bit?
whole bit.
All right, well,
we know it's coming
up. We'll be walking to break right now because we will get the tiebreaker after this commercial break and
All right.
and finish off.
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache.
Musical clues from Smash Mouth and Was Not Was.
Wow, that was pretty good.
You couldn't work the Baja Men in there? Final thoughts coming up on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Only got a mustache.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mhm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that, then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
All right, the unmistakable stylings of Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page, Heartbreaker, in honor of the Diamondbacks.
I think Led Zeppelin is the band. I don't have a deep encyclopedic knowledge of their catalog, but I recognize audibly all their songs. I just can't put a title to them.
Okay.
So when you said, you suggested this for Song of the Day earlier in the show, I'm like, I don't think I know that song. And then I hear it. I'm like,
of course I know this song. Yeah.
I don't know it by name.
Good tune. Yeah, great guitar riff.
They
They did pretty well for themselves.
They did okay for themselves
Yeah.
in the guitar riff thing. Mm-hmm. There you go. Heartbreaker. Will we be talking about another one tomorrow?
Oh, boy.
Goodness. Led Zeppelin, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we got to determine the winner of this hotly contested battle of
Yep. Back-to-back tiebreakers on mustache, not a mustache. So
it's free mustache is what they call it in the business.
yeah, right. So all right, the question is, we're talking about walk-offs. We could do walk-off hits, but Jim Thome holds the MLB record for most walk-off home runs. How many walk-off home runs does Jim Thome have in his MLB career?
I'll send my guess through the messenger. It has been sent.
It has been.
I will guess. I have no clue. I covered Jim Thome for a bit when I covered the White Sox, and they'd go to Cleveland. He was a super cool dude. I remember that. I'll just guess 11. Random guess.
Oh no.
Is that what Vinny guessed?
No, you guys are split the same amount. All right, so Vinny guessed 15. You guessed 11.
The answer is 13.
The correct answer is 13.
Lucky number 13.
I have a backup.
Okay.
All right, so
double overtime.
Double
overtime.
Never before happened in mustache history.
So Frank Robinson has the most career walk-off hits. How many hits are that? Or how many walk-off hits does Frank
Robinson have?
Right. If we tie again, my answer is in.
27.
Oh.
That's exactly what I guessed.
What?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, it's a tie. Congratulations.
All right, we'll take a tie.
Well done, both of you.
Just like week one of the
Elite.
football preseason.
Yes.
Ties are allowed.
Oh my God.
An elite performance
Never
by
before
both of you.
seen.
What was the answer?
It was 26.
Wow.
One off.
Golly gee, we're hot today.
This was an impressive performance by
I'll give you-
both of you today.
Do you? Oh man, nah, it's
That's all right. We're good.
question. Okay.
Triple overtime. I didn't fight this hard not to get a win.
Garfield Hearn for the win.
Can either of you name the player with the second most career walk-off hits?
Well, that's not going to break the tie, Sammy.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I didn't know. That was the third.
Right.
If you knew who it was, I'd give it to you. Oh man, it was Dusty Baker. In case you
Was it really? Wow.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
21.
We'll split it. It's good. It's all right, Vinny.
I just have to rant on something real quick. You know how I rant on PR emails all the time?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to call out the company or anything. This is a PR email I got today from pitching an interview. From Dungeons and Dragons to decanting geekery and wine. The first case... I'm getting all choked up.
Oh, boy.
Uncorks a rich tapestry of stories. Would you like to set up an interview? A, no. B, they send it. Look at that font size.
Oh, my goodness.
That's like what Jarrett reading a screen without his glasses
would look like.
It is like, is there a 3-point font? That's what this is. Get the hell out of my email.
Can I rant about something?
Yes.
2 days ago, Sunday, met our kids for our weekend. You know, we get together every weekend. So we're sitting in a booth, and there's a family in a booth behind us and a family in a booth in front of us, and suddenly we're like, ooh, what smells? Then it happens a second time. One of those families, either in front or back, were passing gas. And I go, Skylar, is that your shoes? Because I didn't know what it was. She's like, why would you think it's my shoes? I thought it was Cole. And then Cole's like, why would you think it's me? We literally had to go over and talk to a manager and say, because it happened 3 times.
Oh, God.
How disgusting. You're trying to eat. Three times.
It smelled so bad, Jarrett fell asleep.
I bet you were losing consciousness there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was terrible.
Oh, that's
sure it wasn't the
People
food.
are disgusting. No, I'm absolutely positive.
I have so many questions I'm going to ask you when we get off the air. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Tim Healy and Mike Sando for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep, available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. With so many ads and gimmicks on the radio today, how do you really know which AC company to pick? Well, how about trusting the #1 ranked AC company in the state for over a decade? We just don't need gimmicks. When you call my company, you're going to get a fair price and quality work done by true experts. Remember, when it comes to getting it done right, it's all about precision. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It felt and looked like the D-backs were on their way to their 4th straight win after tagging Nathan Eovaldi for 5 runs and led the Rangers 6-1. However, Ryan Nelson gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and even then, the Snakes had a chance to win it in the 9th. However, Andrew Hoffman gave up a solo shot to Rowdy Tellez to tie the game at 6, and then the Diamondbacks were walked off in the 10th and dropped the first of 3 against the Rangers 7-6, and here was manager Torey Lovello after the game.
It's disappointing. There's no doubt about it. This type of loss hurts. They continued to execute, and we didn't. That's really the bottom line. You go into the lead, going to the bottom of the 9th with the lead, you want to hang on and win it. It's just that's what makes it so difficult right now.
Game 2 in Texas is tonight. First pitch will be at 5:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The AP Top 25 college football poll was released yesterday, and the ASU Sun Devils came in at number 11 in the country. It is its highest ranking since 1998, so it is safe to say Coach Dillingham and his team will be dealing with some serious expectations this season. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Happy Tuesday here live from the Arizona Sports Studios. It is the Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke today. Never fear, the Wolf is here ready to howl through another 4-hour radio program. How we doing, Wolf?
I'm doing good, Mitch. Thank you so much. Oh, a little howl through it right there. You know what? Let's go with a little bark at the moon, shall we? How about that?
A little tribute to Ozzy.
No, you had that written. Basically means I had no idea that Rick was going to be on top of it. I had no idea we were actually going to play Bark at the Moon, and he had no idea. And boom, there it is. You know what, Rick? This is good, man. This is the most productive day of the week, Tuesday. We all know that. Let's go. Let's ball.
You ready to go?
Okay, let me.
I'm just making sure.
Let me calm down a little.
I'm going to pass this along just before we get things rolling because this is a week where we're going to learn some information about the Phoenix Suns in particular. I know you're like, what? Why are you starting with the NBA? But I'm only bringing this up because the Phoenix Suns just announced officially Jordan Ott's complete coaching staff. So I'm just going to read names, and we can do base reactions if we want, or we can just move off of it. Jordan Ott has hired the following. Jesse Mermis, that was one that was reported a while ago. Damari Carroll, he was coaching the Summer League team, so we knew who he was going to be around. Brian Randall, Chasen Allen, John Little, who was the Valley Suns head coach last year, if I recall correctly, Sean Dwyer, and a recent player, as a matter of fact, Mike Muscala. So there you go. The 7 men that will be behind Jordan Ott at the bench this season.
Okay, there you go, right there. Mike Muscala.
That's a fun name. It's a really fun name to say. Just passing that along before we get going here. I don't think there's any returners in that group. I was trying to find some clever segue talking about returns, guys coming back, because Wolf,
yes,
we knew last week that Will Hernandez is going to be back in the fold for the Cardinals, and yesterday we got a chance to hear from the offensive guard about coming back.
No, I mean, it was always, an intention to come back. What we built here over the last couple of years isn't just something that you just get up and leave. Part of the decision wasn't just like, oh yeah, I want to be back just because I'm comfortable there. No, it was because I actually believe in everything that we've been building, what we have going on this year, and I know the potential of where the Cardinals were going to go.
Mijo is back, Wolf.
Boy, this really is a great thing, Mason. I mean, this just gets me all jacked up. Players are what culture is all about, and Will Hernandez is the perfect culture player for JG and for the Arizona Cardinals and the kind of culture that they want to build and have been building over the last 2 years. He is the perfect model to walk around. Now, Okay, maybe perfect is a little too strong because he actually has the unmitigated temerity to brawl in a practice. Okay, isn't that right, J.J. Watt? Just saying. Isn't that right, J.J. Watt?
I don't remember any camp fights this year, and I think Will Hernandez not being there is a big reason why.
You got into it with J.J. Putz, as a matter of fact. J.J. Putz, it was a one-time thing. I made a mistake, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think it's going to be a one-time thing.
I admit my mistakes. I don't try to hide from it, ever. I never do.
Yeah, you don't want me to play it anymore.
I know. Stop
Still,
it,
my
Rick.
favorite one is base-by-base cases. That's my
J.J.
absolute
Putz
all-timer.
once.
Go ahead. Whatever else you
Okay,
had
so
to say.
anyways, I want to hear from Mijo once again.
All right.
Because this guy, you have to listen to what he says specifically.
What do you want to hear about in particular? Do you want to hear about the injury or the fact that he's back in the phrasing of anything can happen sort of thing?
Let's start with the injury and then go to that.
Let's
okay?
ask him about the knee. Here's him yesterday.
Feels really well. It feels really, really good. I've actually surprised myself along with a lot of other trainers and people and, talking about timelines and all that and what happened specifically in there. But, Dr. Eltraj did a great job. Started with that, and then, obviously we attacked the rehab. And, I took it as, my rehab is my new Sundays, except for it was Sunday every day. So, thankfully all that work has been paying off, and it feels great.
I'll be honest, I'm so used to hearing the name Ella Trosh based on how many times the Diamondbacks have had to go visit one of the top orthopedic surgeons in the country that I'm just kind of used to the idea that Ella Trosh, that's the guy that works on all the ligaments. But it sounds like he's in a much better place. I remember that last week, one of the big indicators as to why he was in the building at all was because he was cleared to resume football activities.
He's healthy, Mitch.
That's base step number one of getting back to full-on 11-on-11.
Once again, all offseason, Rick, have we not been talking about this all offseason? When you stop and think about it, Will Hernandez, when are they going to sign Will Hernandez? Are they going to sign Will Hernandez? Well, we're finding out one of the reasons why, I'm sure. The Arizona Cardinals wanted to wait to see Will Hernandez when he would clear a physical. When he was 100% cleared. He was ready to go, ready to play. And because of that, there's no way in the world they would have signed him to a contract-based earnings if he were 90%, if he was, 85. No, it's not going to happen. When you get healthy, when you get well, we'll sign you to this contract. That, I think, is something that really encourages me because he has cleared that part of it. The other part is, are you in shape? And that is the part that I think he's going to have to tackle. That's what's in front of him right now.
How close is he to being back?
I think, like I said, we need to get back out there, throw the pads on, but I feel extremely, extremely confident. I've not only just been doing your typical step-ups and deep squats and all that, but I've been in the wrestling room. It's something that I did last offseason, which is the reason why I got into the shape that I did, and I was able to do the things I did last year before week 6. And I did the same thing this year. So I think that's the closest you can get to live contact, and I've been doing extremely well in the wrestling room, and I feel very confident about my knee. It's just a matter of time.
Okay. Did he say the wrestling room again?
That's also what I took away from just he says it in passing, and then part of me, it clicks in my mind, oh, well, that's why he's always getting into fights, is because he's wrestling with dudes in the offseason.
It's what he does. This guy is right here. It's his mentality. It's one of the things he's ready to go right now. It's one of the things I love about Will Hernandez. Yeah, he's got that. This is how he's getting into shape. And if he's confident right now that knee is good, that is great. That is a great thing. And I want to see him get back in shape. I don't know. If I could see Will, I'd love to see him right now. Just love to put eyes on him. Just to see, because I know in
you
my
want
own...
to ask him how much he weighs.
That's
what
exactly
you
what it is, Mitch. I want to know, how much do you weigh? Because I wouldn't have to know anything else. How much do you weigh? I mean, if he tells me, he's 340 and he looks 360, I feel like I know Will well enough where I go, Will, come on, man. You're not 340. All right? You're
a burger away from 360.
Very generous.
But to me, he's got to get in shape. He's got to get around that 340 mark. He gets around that 340 mark. He's the best guard on the team, in my opinion. You go back and you watch the tape. Go back and watch the tape. Last year, the first 5 games of the season, who was the best offensive lineman, in my opinion, on that team? It was Will Hernandez.
I don't think there's any debate about that. I do also give Evan Brown some credit for he was graded. I don't know where you stand as far as PFF grades go, but he was graded really, really well for his run blocking ability. That offensive line as a whole was a really good run blocking unit, but I give a lot of credit to Evan Brown for what he was able to do, creating up those middle gaps for James Conner, for Trey Benson, for Amari DiMercato. But to your point about Will being the best guard, I mean, that goes without question. He was seen as a highly touted prospect when the Giants drafted him several years ago, comes to Arizona with the immediate opportunity to start, and he kind of ran with it for the most part. He didn't really have, outside of the injury, he didn't give the Cardinals any reason to pull him from that position. He held onto that while he was still on the field.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. Once again, this is only if he's healthy, which he is, and in shape. That's the other thing. He's got to be in shape, and that's what he's doing. He's getting in shape right now, wrestling, which I love.
It's a good way to get in shape.
Oh my goodness, it was one of these things. My older brother Craig Basinonians, who has since passed. My older brother Craig, he was a guy that would get in shape every year. Ultimate Fighting, that's what he did, and he would train others as well. Train other Pittsburgh Steelers in Ultimate Fighting to get ready for the season. Isn't that interesting that Will Hernandez would point to that and say the wrestling is what gets him ready, and it makes sense.
Was Craig also wearing the Jordache jeans when he was doing his off-season wrestling program?
No, he was not wearing the Jordache jeans at that point in time.
Just making sure.
It was when he was younger.
All right.
The neon cone.
Coming up next, was last night's Diamondbacks game a quote-unquote magnum opus for Torey Lovello detractors? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled through the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, baby? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com, Basinonians. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. You got a couple of days, Basinonians. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. Don't be tardy on this one. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Betting. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress that we bought from Brooklyn Betting for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at brooklynbetting.com. Go to one of their 12 Basin locations or go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting here with Jake Byrne, president of America Roofing. Jake, it's great to see you.
Thanks, Gatos. It's great to be here.
Tell everybody why America Roofing is getting involved with Phoenix Children's this year.
To be part of it makes us feel very proud. PCH is a big part of the community here. Growing up in Phoenix, it's a great honor to be part of it and help them. In my own life, I've seen many families take their children to PCH for help, and PCH has done a great job taking care of them and helped them get back on their feet. America Roofing is very proud to be part of the PCH Give-a-thon. It's an honor to be here and glad we can help.
Thanks, Jake. You know, I trusted America Roofing with my roof, and you should too. You know, for every roof replacement or repair, America Roofing will donate a portion of the proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. America Roofing, longtime members of the community, they always want to give back, they always want to help, and now they're helping the kids at PCH, and they're even the proud sponsor of the Raise the Roof tote board. America Roofing, in more ways than one, they've got you covered.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mark Williams brings a new pedigree to the Suns' center position. The Diamondbacks clobbered Nathan Eovaldi but still suffer a walk-off loss to the Rangers. And an Iowa State transfer gets first-team center reps as ASU looks for the best 5 on the offensive line. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Another one, too. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
Blech. Chris Garagiola on the final call yesterday, as heard here on Arizona Sports. Welcome back to Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ravel is in for Luke today. Wolf by my side here in the Arizona Sports Studios. That was how the final call sounded in a game where I'm just going to set it up this way. I'm going to frame it this way, and then we can take it however you want. In a game where the Diamondbacks led 5-0 and also led 6-1.
Yeah.
They lost 7-6 in extra innings.
Brutal.
Awful.
Absolutely brutal.
Where do you
think
begin?
about it right now? Yeah.
Where do you
this
begin?
This is where I begin right now. Just the fact that they had a 6-1 lead and blew that. And, of course, they had a 6-5 lead going into the bottom of the 9th. Have you heard of this situation before, Minch?
Quite a few
times. Have you heard of closing before in the Arizona Diamondbacks, and the fact that they have lost a lot of games in the ninth inning, in the eighth inning, late in games, of course, closing it out, trying to close it out. It was on display for all to see. This has been the Achilles heel for the Arizona Diamondbacks all season long, and it was on display once again. This is what happens when you lose not one, not two, not three. Okay, three of your closers. I just wanted to say that.
Well,
not one, not two, not three.
You could even make it 4 if you want to give a little leeway to Kevin Ginkel, just because they've had enough trust in him over the last few years. But
I wouldn't do that because I didn't think he was established.
That's fair.
Shelby Miller is not established as a closer, yet at the same time,
he was
doing
games.
it. He was doing it for the Diamondbacks and doing it well.
So I don't know if you were listening to Bickley's blast today at the top of the 8 a.m. hour, but
I was not.
He blasted about the Diamondbacks. He had mentioned the bullpen collapse, and then he took a route that I didn't necessarily. It's not that I didn't agree with Bickley, because more often than not I agree with Bickley's blast, but he made it in a frame up. I'm framing up in like heavy quotation marks.
Yes.
That this is all Jordan Montgomery's fault. Let me explain. So the reason that Shelby Miller was traded was, quote unquote, for salary relief of Jordan Montgomery's contract. And Bick's argument was, if this team still had Shelby Miller, like if they hedged the idea that this team could still compete despite having to trade off a lot of their key expiring contracts, then you would have Shelby last night in a situation where you need to face 3 batters, get the final out, and end the game, a situation that Shelby has seen several times before. And so his joke, his satire to it, was this is Jordan Montgomery's fault for once again being a problem for the Diamondbacks that they could not solve last night. Here's where I stand with it. I thought there was a lot of pitching mismanagement yesterday. Ryan Nelson gave up a bulk of the runs, and a lot of it was the decisions that he made against Wyatt Langford, who has been one of Texas's better hitters this year, is a top prospect in their organization, expected to be a keystone guy for their team for years to come.
Yes.
And the pitch selection in particular was mentioned a lot by Lovello post-game.
He's too good of a hitter. He's too good of a fastball hitter. And those are the things that, they've got to kind of self-coach and self-edit in that moment. We can't go out there and make it happen for them. They have to realize that this is 6 of 8 or 7 of 9 pitches that were fastballs. So we just got to be a little bit more careful, and I think we'll grow and learn from that experience for sure.
So it seems like he's pointing out the fact that a lot of fastballs were thrown to a good fastball hitter, and Wyatt Langford made Ryan Nelson pay, which, fair, but I also am in the boat of, if Ryan is starting to slow down, because he was taxed once he got into that 6th inning.
Yeah.
If he's starting to slow down, make the decision, make the change then and now. Don't wait it out, because, yes, I'm obviously talking in hindsight, but it's going to bite you later on, and it's really going to screw up the rest of your bullpen plan going forward. And we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, what's so interesting about this, Mason O'Neils, is the fact that Ryan Nelson, you want to talk about a Rhino? This is my new nickname for him, Rhino. But Ryan Nelson is a guy that is going to plow through everything. I love how he competes. Seriously, he looks you dead in the eye, and he says, this is who I am. This is what I'm all about. What are you going to do about it? I love that. I love his mentality. I love the fact he will challenge you with a 4-seam fastball over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, Basin Onions, last night, he set his career mark for 4-seam fastballs. The most he's ever thrown in a start. 81 4-seam fastballs is what he threw. He's just challenging over and over and over again, pounding the strike zone through the first 5 innings of the game, challenging the Texas Rangers hitters, challenging them, and throwing the ball over and over and over again. And then you could just see him in the 6th inning. He was doing the same thing. He was doing the same thing, but you could tell it wasn't as effective.
The Rangers figured it out.
He wasn't locating it as well, and it was the 3rd time through the lineup as well. And that was where you thought, okay, Torrey's going to have a quick hook for him here. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. Now I realize a 3-run shot is that's shocking to anybody, yet at the same time, I think Torrey was trying, and this is the one thing you've always got to remember, that as a coach, as a manager, you've got to show trust in your guy. If you don't show trust, If you don't, that can get in the way of the relationship, the player-coach relationship.
But you're also playing to win the game, and I think at the point that Ryan had allowed
this is the reason why, as a human being, sometimes you're going to make the right decision, and
Yes.
sometimes you're not.
Okay, do you agree with leaving Andrew Hoffman in there for the 9th inning because it was a lefty-righty?
Boy, I was shocked on that.
I think if
he did the 8th inning, it was great. Maybe it was because he was so effective in the 8th inning.
But
those were decisions that are made, and guess what? Sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't.
I'm just looking
We don't talk about the times they work.
No, we never do. We just talk about the hindsight
That's right.
decisions that we should have made. But I will point out, I said a lefty-righty matchup, so maybe he didn't want to go to Andrew Saalfrank to face two right-handers in the bottom of the 9th inning. But the most dangerous guy that you would have had to have faced would have been Rowdy Tellez, and I only say that because Adolis Garcia is hitting 184 against left-handers this year. Josh Young, not that much better, 235 against left-handers this year. So I don't think sacrificing a matchup for the sake of putting Andrew Saalfrank, who, for better or worse, has been now the best of the bullpen arms, ERA just a tick above 1, I'd rather go with the fresher arm in the bottom of the 9th than trusting that a guy who has seen some high leverage since joining the team but hasn't been perfect, throwing him out there and hoping he can get 3 more outs.
So much of the time, once again, for a manager, you've got to make a decision. You've got to make a decision that you believe this guy and you want to show him. You want this guy to actually get better. He's got to be given the opportunity sometimes to be stretched, to be put in tough situations. You've got to do that. And sometimes it's going to blow up in your face. And that's what it did last night for Torrey. It blew up in his face.
Did you know that you can take the Wolf and Luke Show wherever you go? If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast. It's brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Where does Kyler Murray need to improve the most in order for the Cardinals to have more success this season? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know what the market's going to be like for Zach in the offseason. I don't know how robust it's going to be. There's a scenario. I could see it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I can see a scenario where he decides to come back to Arizona on a one-year deal to try to rehabilitate his value a little bit.
I'll take it.
You know? I mean, given the state of the rotation next year, right?
I would rather have that. I'd rather have Gallen come back next year.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Maybe you're looking to build that dream pool. Maybe you're dreaming about building that dream pool. You got to go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned our business. We are the Wu Fang Clan all the way back some 7 years ago, and I recommend them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound, Basinonians. Presidential Pools and the D-backs are doing a pool giveaway where one lucky winner is going to receive $40,000 credit towards a new pool and a backyard makeover, man. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine that right there? All the time you're going to have to hang around the pool with the family, how awesome that's going to be. Go to dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash. Or always, you can go to presidentialpools.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After another heartbreaking loss last night, the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And the Phoenix Suns have officially announced the assistant coaches for Jordan Ott's staff. It will be Jesse Mermis, Damari Carroll, Brian Randall, Chason Allen, John Little, Mike Muscala, and Sean Dwyer. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone for real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T, start for free. This month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
It's preseason week number 2 for the Arizona Cardinals, and really the whole NFL, but for our purposes, we're obviously just focused on the Cardinals. Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Varelda's in for Luke today. Wolf is obviously here, as you've heard already. Yesterday, we kind of touched on it a little bit. There were a couple of national publications, The Ringer and The Athletic in particular, that produced their versions of either tiering quarterbacks or labeling quarterbacks in a sort of list. You know, it's your favorite conversation, list broadcasting, as you jokingly like to say. Okay. We're going to take those two entities, semi-combine them, and take the conversation in a different direction, which, you know, us smart people, we like to do.
I like that.
Really smart. So the way that I teased it out and the way that it's written on the show sheet here.
Yeah, I see it.
Where does Kyler Murray need to improve to help this team win? So let's just do a fun little thought exercise. What about Kyler Murray do you think needs to take the next step this year for them to get where they want to go as a team?
Oh, there's so many things I want to say right now, yet I think the most effective thing that I could say is the truth. And the truth is he needs to become a better decision maker from the pocket. That's what he needs to do. He needs to become a better decision maker from the pocket. That, to me, again, throwing the ball from the pocket is the next step that Kyler Murray has got to make and do it well. Because he can throw the ball outside of the pocket. He does that just well, which is why the interception that he threw against the Kansas City Chiefs was so disappointing.
Right.
Because it was play action, a half little roll. He had a clear look. He was outside. I think he Jedi mind tricked himself and tried to look off where he was actually going to throw the ball and didn't see Hicks.
These aren't the
flat
receivers
defender.
you're looking for.
Exactly right. I didn't see Hicks slough off into the route, and he underthrew the ball as well. And that combination is why it got picked. Anyways, he's got to make better decisions from the pocket, Basinonians. And part of making better decisions from the pocket is knowing when to pull the ball down and run and knowing when to not to. It's a tough situation.
It is.
You've got to feel this stuff. You got to have an innate feel for it. And yet at the same time, that is it. You tell me Kyler Murray makes better decisions from the pocket, and I will tell you the Arizona Cardinals offense is going to be better, way better.
You've been one of the louder voices when it comes to Kyler Murray playing a little more under center, because we saw in Cliff's era here in the Valley, there was a lot of out of shotgun, there was a lot of out of pistol. There was basically what it was trying to do was it was trying to create that separation initially so that Kyler can see the field a little bit better. Because, look, as a fellow diminutive American, I side with my fellow diminutives. Sure. But at the same time, he's at a position where he needs to be able to adjust and read things on the fly. If you're under center, you're staring right out over the horizon, you turn your back, you fake to the running back on play action.
Yep.
You then have to be able to figure out, all right, option 1, okay, no. Option 2, no. Option 3, no. Because he hasn't had a ton of experience in that area with the Cardinals, that impacts the pocket presence quite a bit, right? Like, am I correct in that assumption? Because you've had a better view of that than I've had in my lifetime.
Yes, it does. And one of the reasons why Kyler has been effective is because he can play under center. Now, this is something that had to happen to him. And if you watch them, listen, the Arizona Cardinals run the ball with James Conner in rundown situation, 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. They run the ball very, very well, Basin audience. So because of that, you got a bunch of front 7 defenders who are on point to stop James Conner on 1st down because they know it. It's one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals, a huge part of what they do. They run the ball. There's no doubt about that. But you know what? Here it comes. Oh, it's the tackle zone. Tackle zone. Run to the mesh point, Kyler. Run to the mesh point. All of a sudden, he doesn't give the ball to James Conner. And you got this front 7 that is sucking up to stop James Conner. And then he bootlegs out of it. Here comes the boot. Okay, this is where Kyler Murray under center is so important, Minch, because the boot comes off of that.
Right.
Sometimes you hand the ball off, sometimes you do not. And the boot comes off of that. And most of the time, men, when you come off of that on the bootleg, the decision for you is really simple. You're either pressed and you got to get rid of the ball. There's a guy in the flat. Throw him the ball. Or you're not pressed and you can actually run the ball maybe, or you can look downfield and see if you've got a receiver typically coming over the top like Marvin Harrison was against the Chiefs when he threw that really bad pick that he threw. But it all starts with Kyler being under center. And under center means you better make good decisions from the pocket.
It's also really hard to just execute boots and play action when you're already 3 to 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage because you semi have the head start, but at the same time, the defense, they're going to anticipate a lot better as opposed to if Kyler Murray's not looking in the direction of the defense, then turns around and then starts to boot.
Oh, yeah.
Like it does wonders in terms of trying to throw off defenses. And that's why I'm so interested by some of the stuff that was written yesterday. Mike Sandoz in particular, he talks to GMs, executives, coaches, assistant coaches of past and present.
Love Mike.
A lot of the quotes in here, they say a lot about the yes and the no's of Kyler Murray, and that makes sense as to why he's right in the middle of most of these tiers. Here's one quote. I've played him too much, and I still think he's a 3 as far as a tier goes, a defensive coach says. I don't think he wins it for you in the 2-minute drill. If you want to be in the top half of this league, you have to win in the 2-minute drill and control it. He does not do that, close quote. I think of the Vikings game last year. That wasn't all his fault as to why they lost.
No, it wasn't.
But they had about a minute and a half to go, just under 2 minutes to go, that exact situation this defensive coach is describing, and he threw an interception with plenty of time to get the ball downfield for an offense that was moving most of that day.
Yes.
It's situations like that this is one example where if you set the tone early, say you're under center and you do a lot of play action, you do a lot of running the ball. We expect them like what, 70-30, 60-40 running to pass. You set that tone early, it'll help you improve and keep defenses on their toes when the game gets a lot later.
You know what's so fascinating about this, Minch, is I saw this the other day. There's a guy by the name of Warren Sharp. Have you ever seen Warren Sharp? At Sharp
He's got
Football,
a good mustache.
As a matter of fact, I don't know about his mustache or anything else, but he actually had this stat. It was really, really cool. There was only one quarterback that had a winning percentage when they went into the fourth quarter down. There was only one quarterback in the NFL.
I think I know who it is. I haven't looked at this. Patrick Mahomes.
It's Patrick Mahomes. He's the only guy that had a plus winning percentage when he was down going into the fourth quarter. You know what's fascinating about that, Basin Indians? Guess who was number 13? Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was number 13. In front of some names, and by the way, if you bring it up, I'll look for it in the not so beautiful part of the program, but you'd be surprised some of the names that were actually on that list. Kyler Murray was number 13 win percentage in terms of going into the fourth quarter down. It was interesting to me.
Interesting indeed. Do you know a high school student with great character? Well, we want to hear about them and how they make an impact in our community. So just text character to 620-620. Share their story. What's in it for them? A $10,000 scholarship courtesy of us here at Arizona Sports and Parker & Sons. Text character to 620-620. Is the offensive line of Arizona State the biggest concern for them? We'll dive into that next. Wolf and Luke. Mitch Varell is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Giveathon week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Giveathon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Dave Burns here, and I'm joined by Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, celebrating 25 years of great haircuts, hot lather shaves, and old-fashioned vibes. I know for you how important it was to recapture the nostalgia of your youth. And that sense of nostalgia is just baked into every single location you've got, isn't it?
You're right. I did enjoy going to the barbershop with my dad. It was something that he and I could go do together. It was really kind of lost on me until I had my own boy. And as I got deeper into the thought process of building V's, a lot of things got brought up again, a lot of memories, a lot of feelings, a lot of nostalgia. And that was the opportunity I saw back in 99. But it was all centered around those feelings, and it was all centered around nostalgia, and it was all centered around my son. How do I find a place? How do I build a place? How do I develop something that he and I can enjoy? If that's in me, I figured it was in you too.
Experience everything V's has to offer. Book your perfect haircut today at vbarbershop.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Is ASU football already getting overlooked at the national level? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Mitch Vareldis in for Luke Lipinski today on the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, we're going to switch football teams here, talk about ASU. This is more so something that was brewing on Saturday, has now trickled into the start of this week as well. And the season starts on August 30th. We are, 2.5, 3 weeks away from the start of ASU football season?
Whatever you say, Mitch.
Well, be careful.
2.5, 3 weeks away. Okay,
what I will say here is, it's interesting because I would have thought that, and look, maybe this is what camp is for. I'm going to cop out my statement here before I even say it, but I would have thought that they would have had everything for the most part figured out with a couple of weeks to go. And it looks like they don't. And I don't know how concerned I should be that the offensive line has not been fully set yet.
Yeah.
Because the news out of camp yesterday, or practice yesterday, was that Ben Coleman, who was expected to be moved from left guard to center, he's back at left guard as of yesterday.
Yes.
Wade Helton, a transfer from Iowa State, got all of the center reps with the ones yesterday.
Yeah.
So they have 2 weeks or so to go, and they have a new center. And I don't know how concerned or not concerned I should be, Wolf.
Yeah. Let me just address your first thought right there, where most of the time going into fall camp, you pretty much had your starters set.
Okay.
You pretty much knew where you were going, right, Minch? I mean, this is
I
what
would think so, yeah.
This is what you're asking about right now. It's changed. It really has. Back when I was playing, of course, spring ball really determined who was going to be the starter going into fall camp. Now, if you showed up in fall camp and you were all out of shape and you were sloppy, you know what? You told the coaches you really didn't work out over the summer. And because of that, somebody else might get the opportunity to beat you out. You could always have that type of upheaval on the depth chart. You could always have that. But for the most part, back when I played, you came out of spring ball, you knew who your starters were. You had that depth chart set as you were going into the fall. It's so different now because you still have this transfer portal. You still have this transfer nightmare that is going on right now. Think about this. Wade Helton showed up in the summer, transferred from Iowa State. So now all of a sudden you don't have spring ball with him. And now you got to throw him out there. And if he showed up and suddenly is doing okay, and you got Ben Coleman who is struggling, this move seems to make an awful lot of sense.
We should emphasize that it's not because Ben Coleman is a bad offensive lineman. They moved him back to his natural position of left guard. It's that, and Jesse, you can help back me up on this. It was because of some snapping issues with him at center, particularly on Saturday, that led to them making this adjustment that they made yesterday.
Yes, and I've got some further information from our own Damon Allred that's out there at practice.
Shout out, Damon.
It's been Wade Helton at first-team center all day today.
Wow.
So Ben Coleman has been doing some drills at center, but it's been Wade Helton all day with the first team.
Interesting.
You know what, honestly, it makes so much sense when you think about it right now. What will derail a good offense?
Bad snaps.
Thank you for that.
I mean,
Rick?
You can go back to the Broncos versus Seahawks Super Bowl. And
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Come on. What are you doing?
And the bad snap at the beginning of the game I felt like derailed that entire game.
I do want to point out, too, to emphasize that Ben Coleman is a good left guard. He was ASU's best pass blocker and nearly the best run blocker on the team. Also, just nationwide, he's one of the better offensive linemen. But here's Kenny yesterday talking about Helton getting those center reps that he was also getting today.
Well, Ben's been doing a really good job. We're just trying to find our best five. We told Ben when he came back, we need to make sure he can snap for his own personal help when he gets to Sundays. He's going to be able to start a tackle. He's going to be able to start a guard. He's going to be able to snap. So we've gotten him so many snapping reps, knowing that there's a chance we could move this thing at any point based off of what gets the best five in the field. And he's just being a team player and moving with us, and we're just trying to mix and match the best five. He may be the best five, may be him at center. The best five may be him at guard. I know the best five has him involved in it. I think he was one of the best offensive linemen in our league last year. And he's a veteran, so he's just being a good teammate and letting us move him around a little bit to try to find the best five.
I wonder which version of continuity is going to be best for this team, because we've emphasized it a ton. They haven't lost a ton of their frontline starters from last year to this year. But one of the significant changes outside of the running back room was going to be replacing Leif Fautanu at center. I wonder how much of an impact it is. Is it more of a benefit that Ben is no longer at center and he's at his more natural position right now?
Yeah.
Or is it a detraction from him at a center position and it takes away an opportunity from someone else at the left guard spot? I don't know which version is going to be better for this team.
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is, because going into camp, you had Ben Coleman at center. And this is what they wanted to do going up to Camp T.
Yeah.
They wanted Ben Coleman to be their center. They thought it was going to be good for him. Kenny just said it right there in terms of his development, of course, and Sunday. Being in the NFL, what gives him a better shot? Being an interior offensive lineman, I think, for Ben Coleman, specifically, being an interior offensive lineman, guard or center, being able to play that is going to help him the most. And that's one of the reasons why they did it. But if you tell me they've moved him mid-camp, they've moved him, and now Wade Helton is the guy that is out there getting starter snaps and reps with this offensive line, I don't think that's going to go away soon. I think they made the move realizing that Ben is having a hard time with the snap. And if you're having a hard time with the snap, man, everything else falls apart. You can't have coaches concerned about a shotgun snap. I mean, it's so fundamental, rudimental. That's what I like to call it. Not fundamental, rudimental.
Rudimentary.
That's right.
Could you also argue that's why you added a transfer center in the summer as opposed to in the spring, when you would normally add some of your transfer players? Do you think that do you think they had an inkling that Ben wasn't really grasping onto the center position as they'd hoped, and they then convinced a gentleman from Iowa State to come in and fill this void? Were they preparing for this well before fall camp? It's an important point.
Minch.
No, but it's an important point that you made, the fact that he's coming in not having any spring practice and he's immediately thrown into a fire at a position. But maybe at the same time, ASU and company already knew that this plan that they had devised wasn't working out the way that they had hoped, and they needed to pivot as soon as possible. Really quickly, let's hear from Wade Helton, the man at center, on the reps that he got with the ones yesterday.
Focus on making the right calls, playing my hardest, and really appreciative to Ben and Kyle and all the other guys that helped me out throughout the process, learning the plays, learning the calls, all that type of stuff.
And shout out to Damon, because he got an exclusive little one-on-one there with Wade. Also, I'm sure he's going to be fired up for when they play Iowa State in November.
I would imagine.
Later this year.
Yes. A little jacked up. I wonder what I'd love to talk to Wade Helton about that. Why did you transfer from Iowa State?
Well, I mean, he saw what ASU did to them last year, right?
Well, yeah.
So surely that's a big reason.
Still, you want to go somewhere you're going to play. Why did you come here, Wade? Because maybe you thought you had a chance to play.
All right, coming up next, hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show. What can the Cardinals get out of their joint practice with the Broncos? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this In For Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here.
We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After another heartbreaking loss last night, the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And the Phoenix Suns have officially announced head coach Jordan Ott's assistant coaches. It will be Jesse Mermis, Damari Carroll, Brian Randall, Chason Allen, John Little, Mike Muscala, and Sean Dwyer. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate season with Bud Light.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldes is in for Luke Lipinski today. This is week 2 of the preseason for the NFL, and for the Arizona Cardinals in particular, this is their one and only road preseason game. But why that matters, not so much that they're playing on the road, but why that matters is because at some point this week, a joint practice will take place between the Arizona Cardinals and the Denver Broncos in Dove Valley. Now,
what do you think about these joint practices, Minch?
So I like them based on how teams have handled preseason games in the last couple of years. I also think in my mind we are going to see a slight adjustment with how teams are handling preseason games. And we got a little taste of it during week 1. We're starting to see some of the starters play a little bit more in the preseason. My theory for that doesn't mean it's correct. I want to emphasize that. But my theory for that is that teams are tired of starting out of the gates 0-2 or even 0-1. And they want to get the kinks out of the way early. So why not play them in these games that matter but don't matter, so that you're not making the critical errors that you don't want to be making in week 1 or week 2. The joint practices, they almost serve as a pseudo preseason game with much lower stakes, much less, not intensity, but intensity at the quarterback position, I should say. I think they benefit both sides, if I'm being honest.
Here's what's really, really interesting about the joint practice situation, Mason Reeds. First of all, I think it's going to be the future of the NFL. We'll get into that momentarily. But for me right now, when I look at the joint practice, I think specifically of group periods, not just team periods, group periods, and individual periods. When you practice against another team, you can go ahead and have an individual period, and you can do blitz pickup. You can have running backs versus linebackers, and you can watch running backs go out there and take on blitzing linebackers in a one-on-one situation against a team where they don't know these guys. So because they don't know these guys and they're playing another team and they're practicing against another team and it's not under the lights, it's not 1 of 11 out on the field, it's one-on-one. Do you have any idea how much a coach can actually read a player and understand a player's mentality when he can watch him one-on-one on the football field? You want to be able to evaluate a dude? Okay, it's not just the game and being able to watch the game. That's great because you need that as well. When the silks go on and the lights are bright, you need to go out and be able to perform. But man, one-on-one, linebacker pickup, one-on-one, offensive line, defensive line, whatever it may be, wide receiver, corner, you can really start to see the competitiveness of a player and an individual. And you can get to know him on a personal level and look him in the eye. Walk up on him, be 3 feet away from him, look your player in the eye as a coach, knowing he just kicked the dog out of another man on the field. What are you getting back? Or knowing he got the dog kicked out of him from another man on the field. And you can walk up and look at him and look into his eyes. Where are you? Where are you? Where's your thoughts right now? Where's your brain right now? Where's your head? You can really get to know a guy and his competitiveness when you have a joint practice as a coach. This is the future of the NFL. Forget about the preseason games. They're going to have one preseason game, and the rest will be joint practices.
Well, head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked yesterday, to your theory of how joint practices are going to be the newer version of preseason. And you've talked about how you anticipate the future of the NFL schedule to adjust as well, to be longer,
like
including
how?
Well, because you mentioned yesterday 2 weeks of bye,
That's right.
an international game for all teams.
There you go.
And a 19 total week season, or 20 total weeks, 18 games played.
18 games played, 2 bye weeks.
And joint practices semi-replacing the preseason.
Correct.
Because you would only have one preseason week.
One preseason game.
So the head coach was asked yesterday, how close are these joint practices to real games?
Pretty close, besides that it's live, obviously the quarterbacks will be off limits. We don't tackle. And we'll protect Denver, and they'll protect us too. So it's not how Sean runs it and how we run it. It's not much different with kind of the rules of engagement, I would call it. But you're going against different schemes, different people. It's a new stress to your central nervous system. It'll be at altitude. It'll be hot. So I'm looking forward to it.
I've never. He's amped. You're amped. I've never been one to hide my quote-unquote Denver roots, so I think I have a fairly decent grasp on what this year's version of the Broncos is. I'm very curious how the offense is going to look against the defense of Denver. One that has been nationally talked about as maybe the best or at worst a top 5 defense in the NFL this year. In particular, the matchup I'm curious about the most is the offensive line versus that defensive front. Old friend Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, who came on huge as one of their edge rushers this past season, John Franklin Myers, and then Jonathan Cooper off the other edge. It is one of the nastier defensive fronts in football.
Yes.
And Vance Joseph, who we're also very familiar with here locally, he loves to send extra rushers at the quarterback.
Yes.
Loves to do that.
Yes, but once again, you know what, Minch, you're right in everything you said, but I am focused on what JG is talking about. These joint practices, again, where you go individual period, then you go group period. Group isn't 11 on 11. It's like 9 on 7, also known as the blood sport drill. also known as the meat grinder. 9-on-7. That's inside run, where the defense knows you have to run it inside the tackles, and the offense knows we have to run it inside the tackles. Can you imagine how brutal that is? And the intensity level goes through the roof. And you know why it goes through the roof? Because it's group period. And all of a sudden you have linebackers and defensive linemen. They're standing behind their front seven. Literally standing behind their front seven. Because guess what? You can't throw the ball. It's inside run. We all know you're going to run it. And then you sit there and you send 7 dudes into the box, and the offense breaks the huddle and comes out. They got 9 because of the quarterback. Don't get me started on this. It's 9-on-7. Doesn't matter. Comes out, and all of a sudden you run a play inside those tackles. Can you imagine the savage nature of this drill, the blood sport that it is? That's a group period, individual period. Everything is physical. The intensity level is through the roof. And it's through the roof because everybody is watching your drill. They're standing 10 yards away from you. It's not like in a game, Minch, where suddenly it's all the lights are out there and there's 70,000 people in the stands and you're out on the field and we'll watch the tape later. No. They're literally 5 yards away from you, standing there watching you try to pick this blitzing linebacker up one-on-one. Do you know what that's like? As a running back group, we're going to send you out there to block their best. You come walking in, it's like the old days. It's David and Goliath. It literally is. We're going to send our champion out. You're going to send your champion out, and we're going to find out who's going to win. The intensity level is through the roof. You can't even understand it unless you do it. That's why joint practices are so valuable, and a coach gets to witness that up front and close.
I was going to play the 52-second cut of Jonathan Gannon talking about Tip Ryman's role in the offense, but look, you were amped up enough because of the joint practice conversation. We'll have some room for Tip. Don't worry.
You know, how about we just tease it and come back with it?
Well,
how about we just go ahead and tease it?
Okay, I'll let you decide then. We were going to talk about what's going on in the NFL, including a couple of divisional foes.
That seems to fit like a glove.
All right, so let's do that then. We'll come back and we'll talk about what's going on, particularly in the NFC West, because guess who did not practice again today? Wolf and Luke Show, Mitch Varell, this in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's Forgive-A-Thon beginning August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for kids and families. The Give-A-Thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Phoenix Children's Hospital holds a very special place in my heart. They truly helped my own kids, and we feel compelled to give back. That's why, now through August 22nd, when you choose Presidential Pools for your new backyard, you'll directly support PCH. We're donating a portion of every pool sold to their incredible mission. If a new pool or backyard upgrade is on your mind, there's no better time to build your dream and be a part of the solution for Arizona's children. Learn more and make an impact at presidentialpools.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Who do we want to see play more for the Cardinals in preseason game number 2? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Vareldas in for Luke today as we're going league-wide, as you can hear with the NFL Films music.
Yeah.
By the way, my first introduction to NFL Films music was actually through SpongeBob, the television show.
SpongeBob.
Just to point out how large the age gap is between Wolf and I. Really quickly, because I teased you with it, and now I'm going to pay off the tease that I did to you versus the tease to the listeners. Jonathan Gannon spoke for 52 seconds about Tip Ryman yesterday.
This is NFL football, based on names.
Here's him talking about how pivotal he is to their offense.
He's a huge piece of this offense. What we ask him to do is not an easy job a lot of times. You know, way back when I learned you want to know how good your run game is look at the tight ends, see if they can block the D ends and overhang players, you know. And our guy can do that. And so, and I like the ball that he caught on the check down. You know, got some yardage. He can run and catch too. We got some other guys that can do that a little bit better. But I know Drew and Kyler and Ben Still, like they feel comfortable with him in the passing game. But he's a weapon in the run game and how we deploy him, what we ask him to do. He doesn't just always line up in the same spot, and he can get on multiple people from multiple positions and win. So his point of attack, he's winning at a high clip right now.
Oh, my goodness, that is so cool. Do you hear the passion, the even cadence of JG as he's talking about Tip Ryman? When he wants to explode, he doesn't do it. This is one of the best developments. Year 2 for Tip Ryman. How much better can you be, Tip? How much better, my brother, can you be? Oh.
That is one positive development league-wide. At least locally, we appreciate it very much. What has become a much more negative development, particularly in the division, Matthew Stafford, once again, not with the quarterbacks during practice today. So we can assume he did not practice again today. We have Sean McVay talking yesterday after practice, saying that they're just going to be as cautious as they can with Matthew Stafford.
When he was out here working out, it was great. And then, it's like anything else, let's communicate. We all know there's nobody that's tougher than this guy. And so we are going to still be safe. But I think more than anything, it's like, he wants to be out there more than anybody. His teammates can't wait for him to be out there. But I'm going to defer to, Reggie and Dr. Watkins, and then listening to Matthew's feedback, because we just felt like, it wasn't in alignment with how he was feeling to progress accordingly.
Just going to go out on a proverbial limb here and assume that the back is a pretty important aspect of being a quarterback or a football player in general.
Yes, especially Basinonians, because, and this is the game of football right now, if you know your opponent is hurting in a certain area, there are some guys that will go out there and play physically. And if I happen to put my shoulder pad into the small back of Matthew Stafford because he's got back issues, that's the game of football. Now, once again, I'm not talking about being a dirty player, Basinonians. I'm not talking about being a cheap shot player. Yet at the same time, you've got a tackle, by way of example. You got a tackle that is struggling with his right pec because it's sore. You're going to shoot that arm under and run that hoop and make sure that pec remains a little sore, if you know what I mean. So you can do this from time to time. A quarterback that's got a bad thumb. Watch how many times you get a defensive end who tries to strip. Now, that typically is what they're going to do anyways, but they'll try to strip with the idea of stripping the ball where I happen to hit your thumb.
Well,
because you shouldn't be out here if you're hurt, Lily boy.
It's interesting you bring up the thumb specifically to a quarterback, because there's another quarterback who's dealing with a thumb injury. Look at you setting things up.
Didn't even know.
Packers quarterback Jordan Love tore a ligament in his left thumb and had a procedure to repair it. That's what general manager Brian Gutekunst announced, calling it a, quote, little procedure. He shouldn't miss any regular season time, quote, after banging it on a helmet from taking a sack. So I can't imagine we're going to see much of Jordan Love rest of the preseason, but a minor injury that might not be as minor if, to your point, defenders are paying attention.
But I like this because it's his left thumb.
The one you grip the ball with and then cock back and throw.
Well, no, he's right-handed, yes.
The one that just supports the glove.
His left hand, Mitch.
What hand do you throw with?
His left hand.
He's not Michael Penix.
Is not. If you're going to bang your thumb up, you're a right-handed quarterback, make sure it's your left thumb that you're banging up.
Apologies to all right-handers.
Yeah, that's not going to hurt you.
And left-handers. So that's quarterback news. How about staying in the division? Let's talk about the 49ers for a second, because we got a little bit of an update from head coach Kyle Shanahan about a potential return for one of their wide receivers.
I don't know what I've said in the past, but I kind of view all those guys around the same time, whether it's Mustafa, whether it's Rourke, or whether it's Brandon. They're all at different stages, but where they're at, I always see them around week 6, which Means that could be week 10, means it could be week 5, but that's the area where I start thinking about it, which is a long ways away. I know it's not week 1 or anything like that, and so it's something I'm not really thinking about too much.
The Brandon mentioned in that bite being Ayuk, who suffered a season-ending, I believe it was ACL tear last year. Looking around week 6, but then as Kyle Shanahan typically does, he's like, oh, but it could also be week 10, or it could be week 11. So
yeah,
definitely a few weeks without their top receiver, definitely their highest paid wide receiver, the Niners.
Yeah, basically, it was an ACL and an MCL.
Oh.
And, so this was a serious and is a serious injury for Brandon Ayuk. I like Shanahan's approach. It's right. It's the right approach. Hey, when he's ready to go, he's ready to go. I don't know when that's going to be. I know it's not going to be week 1. So because of that, I've got to focus and prepare on getting everyone else ready.
And we've heard a ton about contract disputes throughout this offseason. Notable ones, Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson. There was even a small period of time that TJ Watt was fighting for a little more money. He got it. Somebody else on the Steelers is fighting for a little more money. This is Cam Hayward yesterday.
It's hard for me to, having after the year I've had, to really justify playing at the number I'm playing at. I understand I signed a contract last year to be completely honest with you, when I signed that, I told them, when I have an all-pro year, expect me to come back. And you can look at the contract and see what it was, but I think everybody kind of giggled a little bit, but in my heads, I used it as motivation to go out there and prove it.
Cam Hayward, by
the
way.
This is amazing, man. I know for a fact the Pittsburgh Steelers, they will do this. They will go ahead. They used to. I don't know if they're still doing it today, basically. But they used to go ahead and film a guy and made sure you sign this contract. Don't come back to us in a year and tell us you're underpaid. You're signing this contract, and because you're signing this contract, we're going to give you more money up front because you're signing this contract. And now, here's Cam Hayward doing exactly what Antonio Brown did, exactly what Lev Bell did as well. How did that work?
They didn't last much longer. In
That
Pittsburgh.
did not go very well.
Or in the NFL, as a matter of fact.
Or in the NFL.
But Cam Hayward, I find this different because Lev Bell and Antonio Brown at those times were looking for bigger extensions before they had turned 30, if I'm remembering this correctly. Cam Hayward has spent his entire career in Pittsburgh, and he's almost 36, I think it is, and still playing at a level that is, as he mentioned, all-pro. This is not one I want to give up on if I'm the Steelers, but that's just my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, I'm just saying right now, it's still a situation where a guy is coming back saying, man, I'm underpaid. I'm not going to play for what I signed a contract to. Yeah. That doesn't fly very well with the Rooney family. At least it hasn't.
That's a look around the NFL, things going on across the league. Be sure that you download the Wolf and Luke Show podcast when you get the next chance. Maybe you're listening to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast right now. And if you are, hi. You can find the Wolf and Luke Show podcast on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. What are the Diamondbacks playing for the rest of this season? And how does the bullpen look after a bunch of changes have happened this year? We're going to talk to one of the bullpen arms. Andrew Saalfrank of the Diamondbacks joins us next here on the Wolf and Luke Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, the Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. As a former football player, man, I know what it takes to build something great on the field. You got to be able to trust your teammate. You have to trust that the guy who's going to line up next to you is going to come through. This is the reason why I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform our backyard. From artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these guys are the experts you're going to be able to trust. They're family-owned, man. They're all from Wisconsin. It's super, super cool. Family-owned and operated in the basin for 25 years, and they've been voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions, they use a premium American-made turf. It's backed by the best warranties in the business. Your kids and pets are absolutely going to love this. We've got a dog basin needs. It's very important that you get the right kind of turf. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Burke Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BurkeSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And speaking of the D-backs, relief pitcher Andrew Saalfrank hops on with Wolf and Luke next. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
It's the Wolf and Luke show on a Tuesday here in the Arizona Sports Studios. Mitch Vareldas in for Luke today. Wolf by my side. Diamondbacks currently deep in the heart of Texas, a World Series rematch, if you will, against the Texas Rangers in Arlington. And now, kind enough to take some time to join us today is one of the bullpen arms, one of the key bullpen arms for the Diamondbacks down the stretch here. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Andrew, Mitch, and Wolf here with you. Thanks so much for the time today. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing well, buddy. Okay, really quickly, before we get into the nitty-gritty, I have to ask, because I remember you came on Burns and Gambo, I think a couple of years ago, and you introduced to the world your bullpen routine, particularly involving, if I'm not mistaken, a Red Bull and a Rice Krispie treat. Can I ask if that routine is still in play, Andrew?
So last night I didn't have a Rice Krispie.
Oh, no.
And last night I DoorDashed Rice Krispies, if that tells you anything.
Andrew, you got to be kidding. Last night you didn't?
So we got a full box for the rest of the trip.
Okay, good, because we can't have you off a routine,
Yeah,
Andrew.
no.
You're pitching too darn well
We
for
can't
it
have
to be
last night
thrown off.
happen again.
Definitely not. Okay, so I want to ask you, I don't want to delve too deep
that's
into
awesome.
the return back, but I want to talk about how well you've pitched since returning to the Diamondbacks. How settled in are you now that you're back with the big league club, do you think?
Yeah, things are good. The first couple, a little nervous getting back. Long time off, maybe a little bit of self-doubt there to start with. But once the first couple, got out of the way, things have been starting to slow down a little bit and try and stabilize a little bit more too.
Andrew, when you have those moments of doubt, how do you handle it? I played 10 years in the NFL a long, long time ago. But it was always a situation where you would doubt yourself in certain moments, in certain situations or scenarios. And I would deal with it through my faith. How do you deal with your doubt?
Yeah, I think just it's super cliche, right? But kind of what you do in the off season, and then for me, what I did the last year is really all you have to rely on, right? So it's one of those things where just when you're out there, you just tell yourself, hey, I'm the best guy for the job. I'm the right guy for the job. And there's a difference between actually believing that and just kind of saying it.
Right.
So I think there's a certain level of you have to get to that point where you actually truly believe it day in and day out.
So where is your confidence level right now on that note, Andrew?
No, things are good. I mean, yesterday happened. It was what it was. Short memory in the bullpen is kind of a key that you need to have, both with the good and the bad outings, just because, the good outings, that was yesterday, the bad outing, that was yesterday. And that's not going to dictate, how things go today. So, yeah, I think just short memory, obviously you want to try and learn from both the good and the bad outings. So I think that's just kind of where I'm at mentally, where it's just like every day you turn the page, the sun comes up and it's a new day.
Diamondbacks left-hander Andrew Saalfrank joining us here live from Arlington, Texas. I want to ask you about the state of the bullpen as it is now, because from at least my view, and maybe you differ with me, but from my view, you've been now thrown into this closer committee, so to speak, given the losses of A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez, the trade of Shelby Miller, and the loss of Kevin Ginkel. How have you handled this quasi role of pitching in high leverage and pitching at an hour of need for a team that's seen a lot of bullpen change this season?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of like a next guy up mentality. I think there's a handful of guys, if not everybody, down there that could, throw in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. So I think that's just kind of where you want to approach it mentally. It's just, obviously the leverage situation or the pressure per se could be a little bit higher, but at the end of the day, our job doesn't really change. It's still just going out there and executing pitches. Super fun bullpen to be a part of right now. Bunch of great guys. Obviously, we're really young. So it's just kind of fun to see everyone going out there and giving it what they got.
Yeah, Andrew, when I played, I would be my harshest critic. I was really, really hard on myself because I had to be. If I wanted to stay in the league, I had to beat myself up to motivate myself to get out there and do better. What about you in terms of self-evaluation? Are you super critical and hard on yourself or not?
I'd say yeah. I think everyone should be their own critic. Just because how you operate on a day to day, how thinking in a certain way is going to affect you, And so I think to rely on other people to kind of tell you, what went well and what went wrong is going to be tough because they don't necessarily know what was going through your head in that moment. Mm-hmm. Like for me last night, right? You give up the hit at the end and, what you see as a result is going to differ than what was going on in my head, before that pitch, before the at bat. anything like that. So I'm just a big fan of, like you are your best coach. I think you hear that a lot in sports.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're willing and wanting to listen to outside help and everything like that. But at the end of the day, it's only you on the mound out there. So if you're out here kind of relying on everyone else when you're not on the mound, it's like, who are you going to turn to when you're on the mound? So I think that's just kind of how I approach it mentally. But yeah, definitely my own harshest critic. I think everyone should and will agree that that's probably the most common thing that you get here.
Diamondbacks left-hander Andrew Saalfrank joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. So you had mentioned about the new faces in the bullpen. I want to ask you about those new faces and just the youth look. How has it been? How have you been connecting with your fellow Andrew, with Juan? And I don't know if you got a chance to cross paths with Brandon Garcia, but what are some of the new faces been like, and how has it been meeting them?
Yeah, no, I've met all the guys you just listed, and everyone's awesome, man. Like, I sat next to Hoff for pretty much the whole game yesterday, and we were just talking about how there's not a single bad person really in the whole organization, let alone on the team, right? So it's super lucky to be in an org that has such good people from top to bottom. And like, even obviously the younger guys coming up, myself still included as a younger guy, right? Like, I think everyone's meshing pretty well. I know there's a lot being thrown at everybody, a lot of maybe spots that you didn't expect to be in when you first come up here, anything like that. But I think everyone's taking it in stride and going out there and giving it everything they've got. And that's all you can really ask for, out of the guys from a day-to-day kind of basis is, just go out there. And obviously everyone's trying to get outs, right? Like, you're not trying to give up a home run, or you're not trying to give up the game-winning run.
Of course.
But yeah, great group, bunch of great people. And I think it's just a matter of time before everyone really gets things, kind of clicking.
So, Andrew, if you evaluate yourself, where do you think you need to get better? What do you need to improve on?
Yeah. I guess like kind of talking about last night's outing, I've been a really big advocate of kind of getting ahead early and getting in the strike zone. Historically in my career, that's where a lot of the failures come. And then last night I kind of ran into the issue of not being able to get back out of the zone with the two strikes on a couple guys. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's going to be a day-by-day thing. One day you're going to be struggling to get in the zone. The next day you're going to struggle to get out of the zone. For me, obviously, my velo's down a little bit right now, so just trying to pitch a little bit more versus just, grip it and rip it kind of thing. So, yeah, it's been awesome. We've had a great group of people, obviously getting to work with the new pitching staff this year for pretty much the first time. Obviously, the first time has been a really good experience, and then the rotation of catchers that we've kind of had, having Hosey in the past. I've thrown to Dell a lot, and then obviously adding on McCann has been really good for me personally, just to, kind of understand the mindset behind why we're throwing certain pitches and stuff like that.
Andrew, thank you so much for the time. Hopefully the Rice Krispies power you through the rest of this road trip, okay?
Yeah, we'll be good. Yep.
Thanks so much for the time, and safe travels to Colorado.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that's Andrew Saalfrank, Diamondbacks left-hander, joining us here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Also want to tell you about Grammy Award-winning artist, one of Wolf's favorites, I think, Chance the Rapper. Just kidding. He's coming to Arizona Financial Theater for his And We Back tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you can head to the contest page right now on arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets. How well are the Cardinals positioned for the future? ESPN took a stab at it, and we'll tell you whether or not we agree. Next, Mitch Varelda's In for Luke, Wolf and Luke Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Brother.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They say that moving is the third most stressful thing you'll ever do in your life. I laugh every time I say that, brothers, because I don't know if that really is the case. But I do know this. Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from your plate. That's right. Remove the stress from your life. And moving is difficult if you've tried to move yourself. Well, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. What I love about Moving Team 6, they're a family-owned and operated, a family-run business. I love the fact also they have a military-like approach. They use a military-like approach to all of their moves. They're professional, efficient. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable for you. It's one of the reasons why they hire veterans. I love that. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
On Saturday, August 23rd, arrive early to the D-backs versus Reds matchup and pick up a Serpientes replica jersey. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, the new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Calvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape, especially right now. Summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Mitch Ferraldis in for Luke today on this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show, a Tuesday edition, preseason week number 2 edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. It's perfectly setting up the fact that we're going to talk about Cardinals here. We're going to do a lot of Cardinals talk basically from now until like February, whatever the big game is. There'll be a lot of Cardinals conversations on this particular show on the station. But today, how do I set this up?
Yeah, how do you set this
We're going to do a rip job session.
Okay.
How's that sound? You want to do some rip jobbing here on the Wolf and Luke show?
Okay, yeah, rip it up.
So there was an article that was published on ESPN yesterday. The future power rankings for every NFL team.
I see.
So I'm going to break down really quickly. They had 4 analysts. They all graded the team's quarterback situation, the remaining roster makeup, the front office, and coaching staff using a scale, like an A to F scale, basically.
Okay.
So they hand out scores. The scores are weighted based off of the quarterback, based off the rest of the roster, the front office, and then the coaching staff. And then it all gets compiled into one composite score, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, it's looking at predicting how good these teams are going to be in the future.
Okay.
My first reaction is we haven't even made it to week 1 of this season, and we've already got articles talking about how good they're going to be 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Why?
No, it's so hard.
Why?
Especially because the NFL now is a year-to-year proposition. We all know that. It is. It's a year-to-year proposition, man. We haven't seen a lot of dynasties. Now, listen, I know you can look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and rightfully so. When you talk, one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of the NFL is the Kansas City Chiefs going to 7 consecutive conference championship games. Think about that for a minute.
Every year that Patrick Mahomes has started for the Kansas City Chiefs, it has at minimum ended in the AFC Championship game.
Think about
minimum.
That is mind-numbing to me right now, and it really does speak to the importance of not only having that coach, Basin Orleans, but also having that quarterback and knowing that he is our guy. This is his strengths. This is what he does. Pat Mahomes doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. We're going to be able to build around this guy forever. It's one of the huge advantages that a general manager has when he knows this is the guy for the next 17 years. We don't need a quarterback like everyone else in the NFL is typically looking for. We've got our guy. It's dominance. You can build a team, and it becomes so much easier to do that when you have that guy. Pat Mahomes, the best, maybe. When it's all said and done, might be the best ever.
Maybe. I mean, he's definitely off
That's
to
a different debate, though.
Yeah, we're not here to debate that. We're here to keep rip-jobbing ESPN articles. So, anyway, the way that the Cardinals... What? I thought that's what...
Rip-jobbing... Just think about this for a minute. A year-to-year proposition league like the NFL truly is. And we've got people out there trying to predict how these guys are going to develop, how young players are going to develop and grow 3 years from now, 2 years from now. I look specifically at the Arizona Cardinals. Go look at it, Minch. The Arizona Cardinals have 14 guys that are under year 3 or under that are still developing. These last 3 draft classes, the 2023 draft class, the 2024, and the 2025, those 3, go look at them. How many of these guys are starting, or how many of these guys are in the rotation and get heavy reps on Sunday? It's a lot.
Which should imply that if it is draft success that you have gotten so far from Monty Ossenfort, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they should be one of the better teams in, at minimum, the NFC. Okay. But the question is are we going to get there? Because a lot of it is weighted by how good your quarterback is. And as part of this future power ranking system, the Cardinals ended up 17th, so like middle of the pack.
Okay.
Their quarterback ranked 15th across the league. 18th for the rest of the roster, removing the quarterback position. The part I don't agree with, coaching 23rd. Wow. And front office 17th. It's just composite scoring, but still 23rd for JG and company. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
The part that is gathering a lot of the attention is the bold prediction section of each team, which is written by Seth Walder of ESPN.
Okay.
Are you ready for this one?
No.
Well, too bad.
I don't even know what you're going to say, but no.
The Cardinals will trade quarterback Kyler Murray before the 2027 season. After 2 seasons in which they are competitive but not threatening true contention, they will decide to deal Murray, who will have 2 non-guaranteed years left on his deal at this point, rather than extend him again. Arizona will recoup real draft cap. Why does he emphasize real draft capital in the deal from a team that will instantly upgrade at the most important? Okay, so I already have gripes with, first of all, real draft capital. What does that mean if it's a team giving up on a quarterback that they don't want to pay a 3rd contract? That's gripe number 1.
I don't know.
And then gripe number 2, he's already emphasizing that the team that gets Murray is going to instantly upgrade at their quarterback position.
Yeah.
From what exactly?
Yeah.
He's not going to go and, to your point, replace Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. He's not replacing Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. There's my biggest gripe.
Yes.
This makes no sense to me.
Okay.
Part of it is because this year is going to determine whether or not they trade Kyler Murray or not, in my opinion.
Bingo. Bingo. I mean, I'm with you on that one right there. Listen, this is the way that it goes. This is the way that it goes. Kyler Murray is going to have to go out there, and Kyler knows this, Basinonians. This is not news to Kyler Murray. This isn't. He's going to hear this, and he's not going to be shocked in any way, shape, or form, because this is the way the NFL goes. This is it for Kyler Murray right now, this season. This is it for the rebuild that is going on right now. Think about it. Year 1, 4 wins. Year 2, 8 wins. Year 3, here we go. It's time to pay it off. We've drafted well. We've signed the guys. We've established our culture. We know exactly who we are. I think the Arizona Cardinals, based on earnings, this is me. I think the Arizona Cardinals are a playoff team. Go prove it. And if you don't, all things being equal, if Kyler Murray plays all 17 games, 16 games, whatever it may be, there's not a lot of injuries that are out there. If, in fact, Kyler Murray goes out and does not produce a playoff berth and maybe even a playoff win with this team going forward, it's a rebuild. The rebuild is on, and that means you're getting rid of Kyler Murray, in my opinion. That's me, but that's not a surprise to Kyler.
My only contention point to the idea of if you're trading away Kyler Murray, you're starting a rebuild, I contend that you're just looking for somebody else to lead what has already been rebuilt. I don't think that there's any reason for them to, quote-unquote, start over. I get it, it's the most important position, but the rest of the foundation, we all agree, is in a really good spot going forward. I don't think moving on from Kyler Murray is the triggering of another rebuild. I think it's more so we're going to look for the actual guy that's going to lead us over the top, if it's not Kyler.
It depends at that point in time who you're going to bring in. And it depends what happens. Let's face it, we all got to see it. In order to talk about this and do it intelligently, you've got to see what is actually going to happen. Because you'll know it when you see it.
It's what we're all waiting to see, that's for sure. All right, coming up next, it's time to go through the top stories of the day. We'll bring in Rick for Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You've known us as the Valley's leading AC company for over 25 years. But did you know that we're also a full-service plumbing company? From garbage disposals, sinks, toilets, clogged drains, water heaters, sewer pipe relining, we do it all. So for your next plumbing decision, make the precision decision and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
I'll wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05. And you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And the Phoenix Suns coaching staff has officially been announced. For who rounds out head coach Jordan Ott's staff, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
I'll be honest, I don't know what a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee gets you, but that does sound very good, right? Very tasty.
Really good.
Was it a burger,
That was a
right?
double cheeseburger right there.
Yeah, that does sound
Imagine
really
having
good.
a cheeseburger and with coffee. That's such an interesting combination.
It's a weird
to me.
combo, but because we know Wolf, we just know that coffee has to be included in every meal, in between meals, before bedtime, when he went, you know.
That was back when I was doing the morning show.
I think you've got an IV of coffee at home, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but no coffee, of course, after noon. No coffee.
Well, I got bad news because it is 12:03 on the dot, which means it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
Work doesn't count.
Okay. Rick, what do you got?
The Arizona Cardinals head to Denver tomorrow for joint practices, or a joint practice with the Broncos. Here is head coach Jonathan Gannon on how close a joint practice is to a real game.
Pretty close. Besides that, it's live. Obviously the quarterbacks will be off limits. We don't tackle. And we'll protect Denver, and they'll protect us too. So it's not how Sean runs it and how we run it. It's not much different with kind of the rules of engagement, I would call it. But you're going against different schemes, different people. It's a new stress to your central nervous system. It'll be at altitude. It'll be hot. So I'm looking forward to it.
What can the Cards get out of their joint practice?
They get to go a little bit faster because they're going against a different team. But obviously with the goal in mind that they're not going to hurt anybody because it's not real game. It's not regular season. But it will be good to see them go up against a team that is not their own. And maybe we can get a better gauge of how good or bad this offense/defense/special teams will be this year.
This is what is really, really cool about this, brothers. The fact that you have individual period and you work individually. Running backs, by way of example, against linebackers. You work one-on-one individually. That never happens in a preseason game. Never. You do it collectively, of course. 11 guys on the field. Do you one-on-one a guy from point to point? Of course. Yet at the same time, you're not doing it in a live drill, one-on-one. You'll do it on a group level, 9-on-7 instead of 11-on-11. And then you'll go team as well. This is all in practice. So you'll go individual, you'll go group, and you'll go team live against another professional football team. It is an incredible experience, and it's where a coach can learn more about the player, more about the person that is the player than any preseason game ever will.
The Cardinals will play the Broncos Saturday in their second preseason game. Here's JG on when he will decide if starters will play against Denver.
Wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out, make a decision.
Who should play on Saturday?
All the starters except Calais. I don't need to see much more of Calais. I know what he's going to offer. But I would like to see... Throw in a third series. Not too much extra, but just throw in a third series. Let's see what else they can do with a little more reps.
Yeah, for the most part, I've got the number 10 stuck in my head. I want 10 reps. That's what, give me 10 reps.
Oh, I thought you meant 10 for Josh Sweat.
Kyler, give me 10 reps. Josh Sweat, give me 10. Yeah, you know what? I want to run guys out there. Calais, I don't care. Give me 10 reps. If we're going to have Calais do it, what's your excuse? I want every guy that is going to be out there, every guy that the Arizona Cardinals want to play for them this year, give me 10 reps. And then I might not play you in preseason game number 3.
The Arizona Diamondbacks season has shifted to focusing on the young players and who may or may not be here for the 2026 season. So this takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, which Diamondbacks rookie reliever has the most intrigue? Kyle Backus, Andrew Hoffman, Juan Burgos, Andrew Saalfrank, or Juan Murillo?
First of all, I didn't know that Saalfrank still qualifies as a rookie. I know he didn't have a ton of time at the major league level, so maybe that's why, but I'm most intrigued by Andrew Hoffman only because of the situations that they've immediately thrown him into. Against San Diego, had a couple of high leverage spots, another high leverage spot against Texas yesterday. He's the one that I'm most intrigued by moving forward because they're using him in high leverage very quickly. I wouldn't have expected that if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you know what? I really like what I see from Juan Burgos. There's no doubt. I like what I see from him, but I'd have to agree with you. It's Andrew Hoffman. The fact that Torrey ran him out there in the 8th inning and he went 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. And he's ran him back out there in the 9th inning and said, "Here we go." You know, I agree with you. They put him in high leverage situations, and he has handled it up until last night. He's handled it pretty well since he's been here. It's not like it's a large sample size, that's for sure, but I'd have to say Andrew Hoffman.
All right, I'll vote Andrew Hoffman and see how this shakes out. All right, Andrew Hoffman, 35%. The fellow Andrew, who we just had on the show, go check out that interview on the podcast page at ArizonaSports.com.
Ding!
Andrew Salfrank, he's second, 29%. Third, Kyle Backus, 15%. Juan Murillo, 11%. And Juan Burgos, 10%. Over to the Phoenix Suns. We haven't talked about them in a little bit.
For good reason.
The NBA schedule is starting to trickle in, and the Christmas Day games were announced. Not included in this year's Christmas Day schedule are the Phoenix Suns. Are you guys going to miss watching the Suns on Christmas?
Nope. Absolutely not. I'm sorry.
Is this just because you don't have to work now on Christmas?
That does sound nice to me. In general, there were a few times where additionally the Cardinals would also play on Christmas.
Yes.
And that, from a work perspective, we do the job because we anticipate situations like this.
Yeah.
But man, from like a fan perspective, it just really wears you out. Like having to invest equal amounts of time into the basketball team and the football. I know these are champagne problems, as Larry Fitzgerald would say, but I am relieved to not have to watch this team on Christmas this year.
Okay, that's great. But you really want to talk Phoenix Suns. You know you want to talk Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, we'll get there.
You want to talk. You started the show talking about Phoenix Suns.
They plopped the news right in front of me.
I'm sitting here right now looking at the show sheet. It says Cardinals at 10 o'clock. And all of a sudden, Minch comes right out. Hey! By the way, they announced the coaching staff.
Have you ever heard of a cold open?
Yeah, I didn't approve of that one, by the way. He just comes out with it. I didn't know he was going to do that.
Look, that's why I'm not going to be here the whole week. I already know.
I was you went for it, man. Well done, Minch.
Yes, I'm relieved that they don't have to play on Christmas.
You got to drop them.
Are you happy to not have to watch them on Christmas this year, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
That was the question. That was it.
It's a special day, is it not, my brothers?
Special day.
Thank goodness for DVR.
In other Phoenix Suns news, their coaching staff has been officially announced for the 2025-26 season. Joining head coach Jordan Ott are Jesse Mermis, Damari Carroll, Brian Randall, Chason Allen, John Little, Mike Muscala, and Sean Dwyer. Are you guys glad they didn't bring back any assistants from last season like they did last year?
I hate to correct you slightly, but Brian Randall and Chason Allen are carryovers from last year. That was something that I had missed earlier on. I'm curious, John Little being elevated from Valley Suns head coach to the staff, Mike Muscala's first shot at coaching, and then if I'm not mistaken, I think people have pointed out Sean Dwyer's collegiate connection, if I'm not mistaken, which, where else would it be from? But
yeah. You know what's amazing about this, too? So much of the time, it is the player making a connection with coaches. This is really, really important. We sit here and we joke, and I kind of make fun of Minch for actually leading the entire program off with the coaching staff being filled out. And yet it's so important to the development, especially when you're talking about young guys, Minch. Do the Phoenix Suns have young guys on their roster that they're going to count on to get better? Yes. So much of the time, it's the coaching staff that will develop it.
It's going to be a big make or break point for them is this era that they are now a developing basketball team. Do we actually see the development? And these are the coaches that are going to be held responsible just for that. Thank you, Rick. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. A look at the top stories in sports today. When we come back, could Will Hernandez start at right guard as soon as week 1? That's next. Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Varel is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another one, too. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Maybe you'd like to smile for that family gathering. Look like you actually like being with your family, of course, Basinonians. Well, you know what the All-On-4 dental implant treatment is for you. I have had the All-On-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer, man. The All-On-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. That's right. Dr. Joe, of course, he's been here in the Basin for over 20 years. He's been doing dental implant treatments for over 20 years. He trains and he lectures all over the world, and he just happens to live right here. All about dental implants. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
All right, we are into hour number 3 of the Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Varela in for Luke today. And the big news regarding the Cardinals last week was the re-signing of offensive lineman Will Hernandez. And now, we were excited when we saw the news, quickly tagged with that news with the fact that he's going to start on the physically unable to perform list.
Yes.
Not a surprise. This is nothing out of the ordinary. He's recovering from the knee injury that he just got cleared for last week, which is
the active pup.
Exactly.
List, not the reserved pup.
He's not like done for the year. It's just whenever he's ready to come back, he'll come back.
Boom.
But it's not necessarily his job as soon as he comes back. At least that was my perception of the signing. This whole camp, we have seen Isaiah Adams, from everything I've read, from everything I've heard, really shut the door on that right guard position. Like,
really,
it is
really
his.
Good.
Is it his? That's the question I ask you, because on the surface, it's like, yes, it's great to have Will Hernandez back, but then you go a little bit deeper, and I'm wondering, wait a minute, this was the guy that started for them last year.
Yeah.
Is it going to be the case again this year?
This is the guy that through the first 5 games of the season last year for the Arizona Cardinals was playing at the highest level on the offensive line. Ron Wolfley reporting. Okay?
My sources.
No, they weren't sources. That, to me, he was the best offensive lineman across the board through the first 5 weeks of the season. The most consistent at that point in time. Will Hernandez is a baller at right guard. He is a brawler at right guard. He is a dog who barks at the moon. And because of that,
Bark at the moon.
yes, Oz. Yes, Ozzy. Bark at the moon. Because I'm telling you, Will Hernandez is that guy. He is the perfect model for the kind of culture JG and Monty Ossenford have built, Basin audience. It's one of the reasons why, did you hear JG? He said he got a standing ovation when he was introduced again to the team.
Awesome.
The announcement.
Yeah, awesome. He's got a smile on his face. He's working hard. He's been a great teammate so far. I mean, when he came back in the building when we signed him, I think he got a standing ovation. And partly because not the guy and the teammate and the player that he is, the guys know what he went through, and that's a hard deal. So he's working hard, but it's good to have him in the building.
Yeah, you're not going to give a standing ovation regardless of what the guy had been through if he's a jerk. Can I just tell you that?
Wait, the guy that fights with everybody in training camp is not a jerk?
And that's the thing. Everyone thinks, he must be a jerk. He must be a bad guy. No, he's not a bad guy. He just plays the game really, really hard. He plays the game on the edge. And sometimes you're going to take exception to a guy who plays the game on the edge. You're going to. Minch, you got me fired up right there. I've got to calm down. What did you just say?
So I don't want to.
Did you want to make a point right now? Because I'm going to say something else if you don't.
It wasn't that I was trying to make a point. It's more so the conversation that I'm curious about that's not only being had between us, but behind closed doors at the training facility. Is it worthwhile to just start him as soon as he's ready? Or is it more a benefit to the team to stick with the plan that you've been working with all the way through? Here's Will Hernandez yesterday. He met with the media. Why did he come back, even at the chance that he might not start?
I mean, at the end of the day, everything is really, the way I see it, is up to me, you know? I also understand that nothing in this league is just given. You have to earn it. I mean, I did it myself when I became a starter, right? I had to earn that too. It wasn't just given. So, I mean, the way things are now can be completely different than where they are later on. So, me knowing that that's really up to me, it's not up to anyone else, is what keeps me calm. And and at the end of the day, you never know what's going to happen later on. And I love to think that, the situation is in my hands.
Okay.
He's out of the chair,
folks. I got this. That's what Will just said. I got this. Not because he's disrespecting anyone else, not because he doesn't think Isaiah Adams is worthy, not because he thinks Evan Brown is. No, it's not about those guys. It's about him. He's focused on himself. This is the way that you want to be as a professional athlete. Focus on yourself. You are responsible for how you play in every way, shape, and form. You are. It's the thing that is beautiful. It's the only thing, my young crunk brothers, you can control is yourself. You can't control anybody else around you. You can't control things that might happen to you. The only thing you can control is yourself. And this is what this brawler, this bark at the moon dog, understands. He's in control. This is one of the reasons why there is no doubt in my mind that if he gets in shape by week 1, Will Hernandez is going to be one of your starting guards. That's my belief. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Just to clarify, that's not source material you're expounding?
What do you mean source? No, I have no
That's
sources.
not Ron Wolfley reporting?
No.
That's just
my
belief.
sources.
No, that's me knowing that Will Hernandez, go back and watch the tape. First 5 games last year, Will Hernandez was the best guy on the offensive line. I've said this all show. I'll continue to say it. Dog, brothers. Let's go.
And then even the cats will start barking.
If you get enough of them, you get enough of those dogs.
It seems like just between Will Hernandez and Tip Ryman, it seems like you've got enough dogs.
You need more dogs now. You need more dogs than just those 2. You've got to have dogs all over the locker room.
Really quickly, here's Will Hernandez talking about the growth he's seen from Isaiah Adams year 1 to year 2.
Yeah, obviously they say almost every player from year 1 to year 2 is their biggest improvement. So I definitely seen improvement. I know that, they drafted him for a reason. That he has a lot of potential and a lot of, attributes that make him a great player. And, I'm glad to see, not just him, but everybody on the offensive line getting better too.
Yeah, everybody getting better, of course. It's going to be really, really interesting. Unfortunately, can I just say this for Evan Brown quickly? It actually works against Evan Brown to be a starter at guard because of how good he is at center as well. He can play guard or center. And the fact that he has played over 50 games at center in the National Football League, Evan Brown can do both. Do you know how valuable that is as a backup? When you only dress 8 offensive linemen for the most part to go out, do you know how important that is to have a guy that can play center or guard? It almost works against him, which is one of the reasons why I also think Will Hernandez at right guard, and then they'll move Isaiah Adams to left. We'll see.
You're just leaving crumbs all over the plate right now. That's so rude.
Make me hungry.
All right, all right, so I'll defer the topic then. Coming up next, have you looked at the pitching probables for tomorrow in Arlington, Texas? Yeah, it's kind of weird. We'll talk about it next. Wolf and Luke Show, Mitch Verrell is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here for the ride.
It's either this or
Gambo keeps teasing me. I just got to keep coming
it's
back.
either this or changing diapers
fun,
at
right?
home. It's kind of fun to see the way
It's like one of those murder mystery dinners, and Gambo's got the envelope, but he can't tell us the answer. We just have to keep waiting to find out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
It's Gatos, and you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community, and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the Evo ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
I'm going to wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05. and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And the Phoenix Suns coaching staff has officially been announced. For who rounds out head coach Jordan Knott's staff, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on now. Get deals so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We're one day closer to the showdown between Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. We'll discuss the Diamondbacks. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Shout out Bick, who's apparently become a shrink in his off time because he knew exactly what we were going to talk about here.
What's up, Bick?
Mitch Varell, this in for Luke today on this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. The discussion that we're going to have is about the very curious pitching matchup, curious in a good way, between Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly tomorrow. And I'm sure a lot of you, maybe if you turned away from the Diamondbacks ahead of the trade deadline, you're like, wait a minute, why are they going against each other? Well, in case you were under a rock, Merrill Kelly now pitches for the Texas Rangers. The Diamondbacks are playing the Rangers. And it just so happens that Zach Gallen is going to be going against Merrill Kelly on Wednesday.
Yeah.
We're not going to have a ton of time to be able to even talk about it tomorrow. We literally have an hour show. So we figured, let's talk about this matchup today, because just on the surface, this is really weird. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I know. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be so weird for us to look at Merrill Kelly in a Texas Rangers uniform taking the ball. What are you doing? Trying to get our guys out.
You're in the wrong dugout. Come on.
What are you doing, Merrill? And, you know, for Merrill Kelly, I know he doesn't directly compete against Zach Gallen, but let's face it, starting pitchers, they will compete, and he is competing against Zach Gallen. How do you do, Zach? Because I'm going to go out and do as well as I can, says Merrill. You know, it's got to be weird, but at the same time, I remember mercenary. This is a mercenary league. Baseball is a mercenary league, one of the biggest mercenary leagues on the face of the planet, literally, with a big game of baseball spreading all over the world the way that it is. I think ultimately, when you take the ball and you go out and compete, you remember that, and you go do the best you possibly can, and he's not going to be thinking about competing against Zach Gallen. It's all the lead up to and probably the post game after that will really be a bothersome thing. Anything else, you're just doing your job.
Here's Torey Lovello talking about that impending matchup on Wednesday.
I was joking with Zach as we were walking off the field. I was trying to find out who was going to Texas from his family, so I was asking him some personal questions, and I said, there's going to be a showdown on Wednesday. You guys ready to rock? Have you talked to Merrill? And he's like, no, nothing. I'm ready to go. So I think he's pretty excited about it. It's going to be a big moment for me to watch. You know, those two guys going toe to toe at each other. So it'll be fun for me to watch. Hopefully we come out on top.
So Torey's just such a he's a positive guy. He really is, and you know that what he's saying, he cares for Merrill Kelly. He does. Do you think Torey Lavelle, as he should, but especially Torey, who's got this fatherly way with all of these guys. Do you think he wants to see Merrill Kelly come back and be an Arizona Diamondback? Do you think he wants to come back and manage this team next year? Yes. Yes, he does. He wants to see that. It's just fascinating to me. It reminds me of when I played against my older brother, Craig. We played a game. The Steelers came down here, Base Orleans, to play the Phoenix Cardinals at the time at Sun Devil Stadium. They came down, and it was a 120-degree game. The field was 120 degrees. Ugh. Okay, now, you know, a lot of cement around that Sun Devil Stadium. 120 degrees on the field. And he came down, and we played each other. I'll never forget that. I'm so relieved I never had to run into Craig because, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could. Yet this friendship between Merrill Kelly and Zach Allen is legit. It's got to be a weird thing to take the ball and go out and say, I'm going to try to beat your team. And I know it's not a direct competition, but it's indirect between the two starting pitchers of any baseball game.
That's the other point I was going to bring up, is unlike a situation where your example with you and your brother back in your playing days, it's like that's a head-to-head on, because Craig was an offensive lineman.
Yes.
You're not doing head-on against
That's
him
right.
as a fullback. But at the same time, this is it's Merrill Kelly going against his former club, and Zach Gallen also happens to be pitching on the same day. What he does semi-indirectly affects what Merrill Kelly is going to do, because he controls what the offense is going to do behind Merrill, and then vice versa.
I told that story because of the relationship that I have with my older brother, Craig Basinonians. Can you imagine? He's standing on the sideline. This guy has been my hero, basically, my whole life, and he's standing on the sideline. How did that impact me when I was out in that football field? Let me tell you right now. There's desperation, and there's desperation. And I was full tilt desperate to do my brother right and to go out there and ball where he would be proud of me. Okay, now that same relationship isn't probably going on between Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. And at the same time, do you think the intensity level, do you think their competitiveness is going to rise?
I want to outdo him, right?
It's going to rise? Yes, I think it is. Even though they don't directly compete. It's just like me and Craig. We weren't directly competing yet. Man, did it impact me.
Merrill Kelly got a chance to sit with the assembled media yesterday, which thanks to Jody Jackson for providing this audio you're about to hear. There was one moment where he was slightly weirded out in the Rangers clubhouse.
Right outside our clubhouse, inside, if you go out and you take a left, there's an enormous picture of Seager hitting that home run. And that's something that I didn't really think about before I got here. And the first time when I was taking my tour, when I first got here, I turned and looked at that picture and it kind of smacked me right in the face. So the reminder of losing the World Series is definitely very prevalent here.
In case you couldn't hear what Kelly was saying, he had mentioned you walk in and then boom, here's this giant image, which lasts negatively in our minds here in Arizona, of Corey Seager hitting that game-tying home run in Game 1 of the World Series.
Who did you say? Corey Seager.
Corey Seager?
Yes. Corey Seager, dagger to the Diamondbacks.
MVP of that World Series.
Yes.
Here's something else that I'm curious about. Is it more of an advantage for the guy that was previously with the team? So Merrill Kelly, who's previously with the Diamondbacks, and probably understands the tendencies of the lineup he's going to see. Or is it an advantage for the hitters on the Rangers who probably go to Merrill and ask for the scouting report of Zach Gallen? Who's got the better advantage? Is it Merrill on the mound or is it the Rangers hitters against Zach Gallen?
Can I wait and see? And then I'll tell
you.
Because
then you'll know the answer.
I love that, Mitch. That is beautiful, though. That is a great question. I didn't even think about that.
Well, I was thinking about it yesterday.
What do you think?
I think it's a better advantage for Merrill because Merrill can only do so much to, provide little insights about tendencies of Zach Gallen, and maybe the hitters catch on, maybe they don't. But Merrill probably has a good idea of what everybody in the Diamondbacks lineup has against the pitchers.
You're right.
If I had to think about it that way.
You're right. Minch is right, Basinonians.
I love some baseball, man. What can I tell you? Can I mention one more thing before we hit a timeout?
No.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway. The lineup for today. Geraldo Perdomo hitting first. So he's not hitting third today.
Okay.
Ketel Marte second.
Yeah.
Corbin Carroll hitting third.
I see.
And then Lourdes fourth. Adrian Del Castillo fifth. Tyler Locklear, Alec Thomas, Blaze Alexander, Jose Herrera. People quick to point out, I think this is only the second time in a year-long span that Corbin has hit out of the 3 spot.
Yeah. Can you announce the Suns coaching staff once again?
Oh, shut up. I'm going to hit the T's instead. Stop making fun of me. All right, coming up next, we're going to switch back to football. We're going to focus on ASU and their offense. How important is it that Jordan Tyson remains healthy for the success of ASU football in 2025? Stop laughing. That's next. Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell, this in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Cam Scadaboo was he was the Sportsman of the Year in Arizona last year. Sam Levitt can be that kind of guy too. Sam Levitt, all that charisma, all that alpha. I could see a lot of young sports fans vibing on that kid. ASU has had 2 players drafted in the NFL in the last 3 years. One of them was in the 7th round. So they have not had high-end talent, and they're starting to get it now. And when high-end talent starts showing up here and they start thrilling people the way Cam Scadaboo did, the way Sam Levitt has and will, it makes a big difference.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home, you just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. You don't have time for that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find your new home that you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of that. No living your life on everyone else's schedule. That's not going to work. You got stuff going on. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, which is huge. Sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Summer plays on with Toyota's national sales event with best-selling cars, trucks, and SUVs like the popular Camry and RAV4 or the rugged and dependable Tacoma or Tundra. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. Is ASU football already getting overlooked at the national level? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. It starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke today. We're in that part of the year where we can start talking about football, but there's not a ton of games to react to, so we're just kind of building up said hype train as we're getting ready for the Cardinals and ASU respectively. And maybe not myself personally, but maybe some U of A for those of you out there, NAU even. But the focus right now is on the team that is currently ranked 11th in the AP poll, the preseason poll that just dropped yesterday.
Yeah.
And more so, who's going to be key to the offense? And I think, look, let's set Sam Leavitt to the side because the quarterback.
We'd all agree.
The quarterback is the most important position on the offense. They run the offense. They run the show. Well, the other 10 guys are just as important. Cam Scadaboo no longer here. He's with the Giants now. And so a lot of attention has turned to wide receiver Jordan Tyson, who really broke out onto the scene last year, but he unfortunately couldn't finish the season because of an injury that happened against U of A. Now he's back, kind of. Didn't practice in the scrimmage on Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's practiced at all in the previous couple of days of practice or not. I'll have to ask Damon about that. But either way, there's a lot of expectation that Tyson is going to be a big part of this offense this year. I'm wondering if the injuries are starting to become a little bit of a big concern with the season only a couple weeks away.
Yeah, I wasn't really concerned about it until Rick, before in our prehab meeting, started talking about it as well, saying that, Rick, what exactly is your issue with Jordan Tyson in
What's your
terms
deal?
of his injury situation?
So in 2023, when he transferred to ASU,
Yeah.
he missed the vast majority of that season. Last year, he comes back. He's amazing. And then he gets hurt at the end of the season. And then in the spring, he gets hurt. Now he tweaks something again in fall camp. It's just a lot of injuries seeming to pile up for him. And I'm just a little bit, I don't know if I'm hesitant. I'm just a little bit concerned that, what if he can't make it through the entire season? He is probably their best offensive player, including Sam Leavitt. Like, he's ranked higher on draft boards in a lot of places. So, I don't know. I think that it could become a problem if he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And it was why they didn't beat Texas, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, they should have beat Texas, okay, even without.
Yeah, there's reasons subtracting Tyson.
There was the targeting, but the targeting wouldn't have mattered if Tyson had been there, in my opinion.
Fair enough.
In your opinion, okay.
They would have had a little more experience in the receiver position, et cetera, et cetera. But either way.
Yeah.
He's projected to be like the first receiver off the board in the next draft. That's how highly he's seen right now.
Yes. We're not just talking about some wide receiver who is talented, brothers. We're talking about what many NFL scouts, believe will be the first wide receiver taken off the board in the 2026 NFL draft. That's what we're talking about here. That kind of talent. And when you have that kind of talent out on the field, you could see it last year, what it meant to Sam Leavitt, what it meant to the ASU Sun Devils in their prospects of winning games. It didn't start that way. It started a little slow, as a matter of fact. You go back and look at it. He did have one big game, but through the first 4 weeks, I believe, if memory serves, I don't have it in front of me right now.
It was
through
mostly the Scadaboo show.
4 weeks of the season, he had one touchdown. He had one. Through the next 8 games of the season, he had 9. So you understand how important that is. He got better and grew as a wide receiver. And anytime you've got a wide receiver one, a true wide receiver one, and a very smart quarterback like the Sun Devils have and Sam Levitt, it really, really clears things up offensively. Because right now, think about it. You got Jordan Tyson. Where's he going to go? Do you think the defense, every time you break the huddle, is looking, where's Jordan Tyson? Yes. Yes. They've been working and preparing all week to take Jordan Tyson away from Sam Levitt. The one thing we're going to do is we're going to make everyone else beat us. We're not going to let Jordan Tyson beat us. That's what a defensive coordinator, for the most part, is going to say. So they'll come out and they'll get in whatever scheme it is that they're going to do. For the most part, they have to tip their hand. And you've got a quarterback like Sam Levitt who's really, really smart and can anticipate what kind of coverage you're probably going to play based on how you align. Is it press man? Is it man off? Whatever it might be. Is it a four-deep look? Sam Levitt is really, really bright. It's one of the things nobody talks enough about. And because of that, listen, because of having a Jordan Tyson out on the field, it clears things up for Sam Levitt as well. Not all the time, but most of the time, they're going to have to tip their hand as to what they're going to do. And you can anticipate it. Kurt Warner, talking to Kurt Warner about this, you take the pre-snap read and the post-snap read. You take those two things and put them together, and you can tell what kind of coverage they're going to play the vast majority of the time. And Kurt was a master at doing that. And I think Sam Levitt's really good as well.
To confirm, one touchdown between Texas State, Mississippi State, and Wyoming. It was the Texas State game where he really came to prominence. 6 for 120.
Yes.
And a touchdown.
Yes.
And then the rest of the way were the other 9 touchdowns, highlighted by their win over Kansas State, where he was 12 for 176 with 2 scores.
So it really picked up for him in the second half of the season.
And now he's seen as maybe their most important offensive weapon. Here's Kenny Dillingham today talking about how Tyson has grown and matured.
He's the same Jordan, but he's just a different level of Jordan. You know, it's like he elevated up. You know, in like a video game, when you hit like another tier and the like guy gets bigger, right? That's JT. He's just matured. He's grown up. He understands what it takes to be successful, the work it takes to be successful on and off the field. He's really bought into what Coach Ward has preached in terms of what it's going to take for him to sustain success and do it at a high level for a long time. And he's really taken that and bought in.
Now, if I remember, it was something that Kenny said, I think it was early last week, because he was asked about how the receivers did. And it wasn't a throwaway line, in my opinion. It was more so, Jordan Tyson had a good day, but it's just like clip that and repeat it every single week because he's probably going to have a ton of those good days. I think they're incredibly confident in Jordan, even if the injuries perhaps linger into the NAU week. If they're not concerned, then maybe I shouldn't be concerned either, I guess is my main point. The fact that he got injured the way that he did against U of A, at the time that it was in that game, at the score that it was in that game, it sucked. And it could have helped for them to have him in the Peach Bowl. It obviously didn't matter in the Big 12 championship game, but to have him in the Peach Bowl, especially the way Cam Scadaboo struggled in the first half, it definitely would have helped to have him out there. Now you get a full season of this where he might be far and away the guy on the offense, to your point. I would like to see him in week 1 and not have to be hampered down by even minor injuries, as it were.
Yep.
But we'll see if we get there.
I think that was well said by you, Minch.
I think that's why I get to keep this seat for
Let it go to your head.
At least one more time. It's already there, unfortunately. Speaking of letting things get to people's head, do you know who's on deck? Do you know who's going to join us next?
No.
Paul Calvisi.
Oh, figures.
I
didn't know.
Paul and I will compare mustaches, I believe, is what we're going to be doing. Just kidding. We'll talk with the Cardinals sideline reporter about preseason game 1 and what he expects in week 2 against Denver. That's next. Wolf and Luke Show, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's all about taking care of the kids at Phoenix Children's. Listen during Give-a-thon to hear stories of hope presented by Madame E. Homes.
I owe everything to Phoenix Children's. I owe them my literal life. My outlook would have been worlds different if I didn't go to the hospital that day.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Refi.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. This isn't just any old Ford dealership, Basinonians. This is Tim Hovick's Ford dealership. That's right, Santan Ford. I can tell you right now, Timmy's a huge sports fan. Absolutely love this guy. I've known him for over 20 years, and right now they're reimagining affordability for you. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. The Mustang is one of the coolest cars ever, is it not, my brothers? The Ford Escape, of course, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment that you can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford is in Gilbert, and it's the summer sale, and the summer sale is going on now. Some restrictions apply. There's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
What if your next AC could help a child and bring happiness to your home? At Rias, we're proud to support Phoenix Children's Hospital through our Cool for PCH campaign. Make a qualifying donation and receive a free AC maintenance from Rias. Or donate $10,000 and receive a high-efficiency Trane HVAC system. The unit is donated by Trane, and installation and service are donated by Rias. Sponsor limited. Visit cool4pch.com to give back and get started.
Rias, you'll be happy to see us.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns. And John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
Wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch for that one is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is giving back now through August 22nd. A portion of every pool sold supports the Phoenix Children's Hospital's Give-a-thon. Get the backyard of your dreams and help the kids at PCH. Presidential Pools voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
First week of the preseason is in the books for the Cardinals. Now they're on to week 2 of the preseason. Mitch Varell is in for Luke today, alongside Wolf on the Wolf and Luke show. As we start this hour number 4, we're going to bring in a guy that Wolf has spent a lot of time with in his Cardinals radio history. That's Paul Calvisi, who's joining us live here on the Arizona Sports Line. Paul, I got to start. I'm admittedly slightly upset because I was hoping to compare facial hair with you, but unfortunately I've heard that I don't get to see you today. So,
well, after the appearance on YouTube yesterday with Bickley and Murata, they conveniently have had technical difficulties, and don't think it's not related to this heinous stat.
Okay.
It's tough because, the moment Will Hernandez got into camp, I realized I knew it was bad, but it can always get worse, and when Will showed up, it did.
Paulie, let's start right there, man. How big is this that Will Hernandez is an Arizona Cardinal once again?
He was playing some of the best ball of his career when he went down.
Yep.
And just ask him, he'll tell you. It was interesting in the session with the media yesterday. He was both respectful of Isaiah Adams and Evan Brown, the starting guards.
Agreed.
And they are still the starting guards, according to Jonathan Gannon. But at the same time, he said a couple of different times that, the film doesn't lie. It's up to me, meaning if I play my best ball, I think I will be playing. And guys, there's a lot of takeaways from that preseason opener, but one that sticks with me is the second possession, 3rd and 1, and the Cardinals did not convert. And Wolf, remember the game we called together week 17 at the Rams a year ago? It was a late first quarter. Cardinals got into the red zone. It was 4th and 1, and they decided, we're going forward. We're here to win. Give it to James Conner. He got stuffed. Turnover on downs. So for everything this Cardinals run game has done the last 2 years, and they've done a lot. Number 2, both years in yards per carry. There's still that, all right, which offensive lineman are we running behind when it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, when you got to have it? Who are you running behind? And the Will Hernandez we saw the first 5 games of last year, he's that dude.
Yep.
So I want to ask you then, because this is something that Wolf and I were talking about earlier today. Do you anticipate at any point in time during this season that we will see Will Hernandez back starting on the offensive line?
I would, if you made me bet one way or the other, I would say yes. I really would. I think he is going to push those 2 guys ahead of him. I mean, we'll see how this plays out. I have no idea how quickly he could be back. He was pretty bullish on where he is with the knee. He said he has defied everyone's expectations, including his own, including the trainers. He said one big test for him to see if he's football ready to get on the wrestling mat. He said he has passed those tests so far, but football shape is a long way from training shape. So we'll see, but once he's healthy, I do think he's one of your best 5 offensive linemen.
No, I'm with you on that one, Paulie. Talk a little bit about the game Saturday night, and who stood out to you, Paulie?
Well, the Amari DiMercato, I just laughed.
Yeah.
It's because I love the guy. Wolf, we had him on the Big Red Rage. Here's a guy at the end of his college football career. He didn't think he had a shot at the NFL until they had a coaching change at TCU and he was given a second chance, and then he balled out his final year in college, including that unbelievable semifinal game, and then he got an invite as an undrafted rookie. I mean, this time a year ago, you're like, oh, yeah, he's the odd man out. He's not going to beat out Michael Carter. Wrong. And then every time he touches the ball, he had a big touchdown against the Bears, against the 49ers. He just has this deceptive speed. Guys totally misjudge him. So that was really good to see. He made this roster. I mean, beyond that, there's a lot of other guys, you can name out there. I would say the pass rush, I think, was problematic. I love the rotation, and I love the different – we talk a lot about the D-line, but Josh Sweat didn't even play. Xavier Thomas is playing for a spot in this roster. Jordan Birch, Zaven Collins. Jonathan Gann is talking about he expects Zaven Collins to have his best season ever. And so you take some of those guys, and if Mack Wilson Sr. is still an option off the edge, and, man, he was a problem on some of those blitzes. Nick Rawls was dialing a few things up. We talked about this on the Red Sea Report with Rob Fredrickson. What do offensive tackles hate more than anything else? When you give them a variety of pass rushers off the edge. And so if the Cardinals have that, and then they have that fortified, interior defensive line, there's a reason Buddha last week, or it was a week before at camp, said, in the high practices, I haven't seen a defensive front like this in my career. And this secondary is salivating at how many more opportunities they're going to get at takeaways, and the fact the Cardinals had 2 takeaways against KC. I do think that's a bit of a harbinger to come, because I think there's going to be a lot more quarterbacks under duress, and there's going to be a lot more tip passes going into the secondary.
We're talking with Cardinals sideline reporter Paul Calvisi. You can hear him on every Cardinals radio broadcast coming this season. Paul, I want to ask you then about that secondary, because we got our first taste of this very young cornerback group. I think the three of us collectively, we all have faith in Garrett Williams holding down the slot corner spot. But what did you take away from the limited snaps we got to see of Will Johnson and Max Melton on the outside?
It was limited, but you know what? They're aggressive, and they're confident. And I just think when you look at this defense, Mitch, and I know this is a big parallel to draw, but if you're going to have a defensive front that is loaded and is going to have a lot of different guys, like, for example, look at the Eagles a year ago. Josh Sweat was the sack leader with 8, but they had like 10 guys who had 4 or 5 apiece. And then you got away with 2 rookies in that secondary a year ago for the Eagles all the way to the Super Bowl title. Well, what do the Cardinals have at corner? Really young guys, rookies, second-year guys, but really talented. You can get away with that and let them learn on the job if you have that defensive front. Plus, you have the best safety room in the league from top to bottom with those 3 safeties. So if you're talking about the corners, I think there's going to be some growing pains. They will be challenged. There's no doubt about that. I think they're going to keep their eyes this week on Patrick Surtain II, one of the great young corners in this league, who, oh, by the way, was the NFL Defensive Player of the Year. But if you look at a Will Johnson in particular and his measurables and his skill set, and, Patrick Surtain II was a 9th pick overall, 4 years ago? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Will Johnson could be a dude that caliber.
So, Paulie, you worked with A.Q. Shipley, of course, the new Arizona Cardinals radio analyst. You were doing the play-by-play. He was doing the color. How'd that go, Paulie? Because I heard a lot of really good things about that.
In some ways, the fact he wasn't even nervous at all was a little uncalled for. I mean, at least be nervous a little bit, AQ. You know what I mean? But no, he killed the press conference. He's never even called a game before, Wolf. You know how daunting that can be. I mean, believe me. Pash does more games in a single week than I do all year, okay? So I get up there, I'm like a rookie quarterback. My eyes are everywhere. Things are going really fast.
You're doing great, Paulie.
And I mean, I'm riding his coattails already. And by the way, Ship doesn't just get to work with Pash. He's got to go through me and Grialou, okay? You got to earn the right. You got to make your way out of camp and the backups before you get to play with the starter, the franchise quarterback, Dave Pash. Awesome. Okay, that's the way that works. But no, Wolf, honestly, he was a lot like you. He knows the game cold, played the game, but he has fun. He can explain the game and, make it entertaining. It's that infotainment that separates the really good analysts and his energy. I mean, even at the end of the game, it's a preseason game. We had a long postseason. He's still fired up. So I understand. Somebody put on one of the tweets, the Cardinals have a type for a radio analyst.
You know what, Paulie? Yeah, the only thing is, I think AQ, he's going to get 21. Right? I had 20. Well, he's going to get 21. Yeah.
Well, I joked about this, Mitch. I said, at least with Passion Wolf, when I'm in there, I know I'm the smartest guy in the booth.
Now we're not so sure anymore.
Now they hire AQ and then Sam Acho. All right, the big brain on Sam Acho.
Sammy.
Well, I mean, now it's a tough deal for the rest of us.
It's just brutal. Hey, you'll be on the call again on Saturday in Denver, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Yes, we'll be in Denver.
You can hear Paul this Saturday in Denver when they take on the Broncos. Paul, thanks as always for the time. Appreciate it. Safe travels, okay?
I'm already sizing up the Denver media. Vic Lombardi, I'm coming for you.
That's Paul Calvisi joining us here on the Arizona Sports. I like Vic, somebody who...
oh, my goodness. Paulie and Vic used to do a show together, man.
Oh, my God. I can't wait for stories. All right, when we come back... first, I want to tell you actually about this awesome program that we've done annually. You're very familiar with it as well. Character Counts. Do you know about a high school student with great character? Because we want to hear about them and how they make an impact in our community. Just text character to 620-620 and share their story. What's in it for them? A $10,000 scholarship courtesy of Parker & Sons and us here at Arizona Sports. Again, text character to 620-620. Which Diamondbacks players are auditioning for 2026? We'll discuss that next here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Verrell is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
This is almost exactly what we talked about, the goal being for the Diamondbacks, to acquire players to keep the window kind of open, right? And what they've done is they've acquired starters, they've acquired relievers. Now, are all of them going to work out? Of course not. Not all of them are going to work out. But of these 6 players who are close to Major League ready, if 3 of them work out, right? If 4 of them work out, if one of the long-term guys works out, then you've done well.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. My brothers and sisters, gather around the transistor. Do you have some back issues? Maybe you've got some spine, some back issues, whatever it may be, man. Desert Institute for Spine Care, this is for you right now. As a former professional football player, DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation right now. If you're battling spine or back issues, DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. They are known as the leaders on a global scale in minimally invasive spine surgery, Basinonians. It's time for you to enjoy life again and get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape, especially right now. Summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll find out how the Diamondbacks bounce back from their latest gut punch loss in Texas. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, game 2 of that series coming up at 5:05. Coverage will start at 4:30 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And a lot of us are hoping to see some strong performances down the stretch of the way. It depends on what mindset you're in, Wolf, as we're here talking Diamondbacks on the Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Vareldas in for Luke. It depends on what mindset you want to have the rest of the way for the Diamondbacks. There's like a, I don't know how large or small the contingent is, but there's enough of a contingent that's still standings watching, right? Like they've seen how the Diamondbacks played against the A's. They saw how they played against the Rockies. They're bummed about how things went against the Padres. And they're still looking at the standings, peeking around, watching the Giants really struggle, watching the Cardinals struggle, the Marlins struggle. And they're thinking, okay, maybe the Diamondbacks have some sort of an outside shot at this. Or there's the group that I am presently in, which is, let's just get through the year. Let's move on to next year. I want to see some guys flash that have an opportunity to be on next year's Diamondbacks team.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here to talk about is, and I'll just defer to you, go anywhere you want with this. Who is the guy that you're watching the most that is auditioning for next year's Diamondbacks roster?
Wow. Who is auditioning? Man, there are some guys right now that come to mind. Tyler Locklear you have to start with, don't you?
I think so.
You know, I mean, here's the guy that is the shiny piece of the trade deadline. The guy that most people believe will compete to be the first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks going forward in 2026.
Mm-hmm.
I think how this season is going to end for Tyler Locklear has got an awful lot to do with who they might bring in to actually challenge Tyler Locklear for the first base
Josh
position.
Naylor will be a free agent for what it's worth.
Exactly right. So to me, I look at it and I think to myself that Tyler Locklear is the guy that clearly right now is auditioning for the 2026 team. Would you agree with that?
I think he definitely is one of the many auditionees. I've got enough of a list in the back of my mind that 3 really pop out, and Tyler Locklear is in that top 3.
Yes.
Only because he right now has a full-on runway of just taking the first base job. A big part of that being Pavin Smith landing on the injured list.
Yeah.
The other significant part being the Josh Naylor trade that occurred before he even got here, because they had Tristan English filling in basically every game while Josh Naylor was out before they acquired Locklear. And once Locklear came in, he was given full runway. Like, it is yours. You can have it. The offensive numbers have not been amazing. He did hit his second home run last night, I think as part of a 2-hit effort, if I'm not mistaken. And that's basically the one aspect of Tyler Locklear that's we're all going to be watching is, does that power surge continue the rest of these 7 weeks, basically, of the season?
Yeah, hit it off of Nathan Eovaldi as well.
Nathan Eovaldi got knocked around
yesterday.
yesterday.
Goodness, he got knocked around. He got beat up by the Arizona Diamondbacks when he has been dominating.
Yeah.
Dominant. What was amazing when Tyler Locklear hit that home run, his second home run, as Minch said, as a Diamondback, that was only the 6th home run that Eovaldi had allowed this season. He's got over 20 starts. That was only number 6 on the season.
And then he allowed 7 and
8
as well.
Yes. It was really, really incredible to watch that. But anyways, Tyler Locklear is one of them. I will also say this, too, from an organizational standpoint. Gabby Moreno. Gabby Moreno is signed. He signed a 1-year contract, of course, in 2025, and they have a pre-arbitration contract, which means, of course, he is still actually paid $1 million, I believe, per year over the next 2 years.
He's under team control.
He's under team control.
They negotiate how much he gets paid.
He's under team control. So it's not like Gabby's going to go, it's more organizationally. Is this the catcher of the future for this organization? Because you've got to be available, base audience. You really do. What's the best ability, Rick?
Availability.
Availability. Right. Availability is the best ability. Gabby has had a hard time staying available, I think. You go back 2 years, and you think
The best
World
availability
Series. All right.
is availability.
From time to time, I have a problem speaking, ladies and gentlemen.
Base-by-base cases.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Don't get set. No, Rick. Don't.
He was going to take it on a base-by-base cases.
Well, he was.
It's okay. Gambo has said some just as hilarious things.
Okay, don't worry
his
about it.
time.
Yes, nobody's my age here at the station either, okay? 62 at Savage base authorities, but nobody's 62 at broadcasting. There, okay? All right, now, why did you distract me, Mitch?
I didn't do nothing. Here's what I will say. Gabriel Moreno, if you were to point out the biggest detraction and then the biggest advantage, we'd all agree, his defense. He's his Gold Glove catcher.
And I would also throw in he's got a clutch gene.
Yeah.
We saw that in the we saw that in the World Series run.
Saw it in the postseason. A couple games down the stretch last year, too. But the biggest detraction, you've already pointed out, he hasn't played a full season since joining the Diamondbacks. There were some minor injuries here or there in the 23 season. We all got nervous when he got kind of knocked around in the Brewers series before they went on and faced the Dodgers, and he became Gabby the Monster. And 24 and 25 have been similar stories where he's not been able to finish the season at all. And it's been a massive detriment to this team when he's not been out of the field.
Yes, and he's actually in he's playing some live action now, correct?
He's starting his rehab today.
There it is. Okay, so at some point in time, he's going to be back with the team. And at some point in time, I want to see Gabby Moreno go out and play 40 games. I'd love to see that. Play 42 games straight without any injuries. And I think organizationally going forward, is he the Yadi Molina of this organization? Is he going to be that guy? Because that's what I thought he was. You go back to that World Series run once again. Go back to that season. Gabby, to me, he was, this is Yadi. This is the Diamondbacks Yadi. That's what I thought.
Can I say a potentially controversial one, and I don't have a lot of time to back it up, unfortunately? Jordan Lawler.
Yes.
He's not on the active roster, of course. He's currently working his way back from a hamstring injury, I believe, in AAA.
You talk about injuries.
And I will point out, Tommy Troy, who doesn't play the exact same position as Jordan Lawler, has had a very short time in AAA, and he's already impressed playing both second base and center field. All I'm pointing out here is sooner or later, a guy just becomes either the major league player that we expect him to be, or he's a 4A guy, meaning he just can't get to that MLB level.
Yep.
So big audition time for Jordan Lawler as well, in my opinion. Did you know that you could take this show wherever you go? If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, and it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Is there a chance that the Cardinals hold on to Kyler Murray past this season, even if there is no leap this year? And who's going to be one of the more important difference makers on his offense? That's next. Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Varel, this in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. That's right, voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating as well with the Better Business Bureau. That's kind of important, brothers. And you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google from people just like you. These shades are commercial grade, industrial strength. Installation is all done by their in-house team. I love this. There's no subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. Extend your outdoor living space with a custom-fit awning. Yeah, a custom-fit awning. Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more. I just took a COVID test. Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
I'm going to wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Anthony DeSclafani gets the start for Arizona, while Jack Leiter gets the start for Texas. And the Phoenix Suns coaching staff has officially been announced for who rounds out head coach Jordan Ott's staff. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke talk Cardinals training camp now.
Got about a half hour left on this edition of the Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Varela is in for Luke alongside Wolf, and I got to be honest, I tried to get Wolf's attention through our prep emails and then through our prehab, as Wolf affectionately dubs it.
Yeah.
That Jonathan Gannon yesterday in his meeting with the media had talked glowingly for like almost a minute about, I think, Wolf's favorite player on this year's Cardinals team, tight end Tip Ryman.
Yeah, I love Tip Ryman.
Do you want to... Okay, we could go about this two ways. I can just play Jonathan Gannon talking about Tip Ryman, or I can turn to you, explain to me why you love Tip Ryman so much in this offense, and then we'll hear from Jonathan Gannon about it.
You know, once again, Basinonians, Tip Ryman, it's not just Tip. He's not my favorite player, okay? I love how Tip Ryman plays. I love the dude that he is. Yet at the same time, there are so many Cardinals that I love. So many guys that play this game the way it should be played. And that is to the wall. That is to the ground with blood under your nails. That's how you play the game. And you get up and you do it again and again and again. Doesn't matter how successful you were. It doesn't matter. Just get up and do it again and again, over and over and over. And because of that, that's how Tip Ryman plays. That's right, Marshawn. It's how Tip Ryman plays. It's how Buda Baker plays. It's how James Conner plays. Over again. That's right. Every time. Guys like this I really, really respect. And watching Tip Ryman, Basinonians, you have to understand the dynamic. And I've briefly talked about this in the past, but 12 personnel is so critical for the Arizona Cardinals in rundown situation going forward, because they can run two tight ends out there and they can blow your face off running the ball. If you go DB, if you match up 1st and 10 and you go DB over Trey McBride because he can run a route like he was a wide receiver, now we're just going to lower the plow and hit the gas, and we're going to outnumber you and maybe run you over because we can outman you. You're going to go with a linebacker? You're going to come in and bone up? Because, that's James Conner back there. That's James Conner, and you've got Tip Ryman and Trey McBride, two guys who can block. You're going to run. Hey, you know what? No, we're going to throw it. We're going to force that linebacker you just brought in to actually play the run to cover Trey McBride. Thank you. So we've got you coming and going. We could go with a check with me based on the personnel that you had on the field. The fact that the Cardinals can run two tight ends out there and still throw the ball just as effectively as if they were in a 3-wide receiver look when they only have 2 wide receivers out there because of Trey McBride, because of Trey being the awesome receiver and route runner that he is, especially the run after the catch guy that he is. It is deadly, and it's all because they have a guy who can be the stud tight end, and his name is Tip Ryman. And you watch him, Basinonians, I challenge you. If you recorded the game, go back and watch the game and look only at 87. 87 was destroying dudes, and he was out there from the very beginning, out there against the ones, destroying dudes, knocking them to the ground, getting flagged because he had the unmitigated temerity to jump on a guy he just knocked to the ground. Tip Ryman was destroying people. And you know what? You can hear it in JG's voice when he talks about him.
He's a huge piece of this offense. What we ask him to do is not an easy job a lot.
Did you just hear? He's a huge piece to this offense. Why would you say that, JG? He's a huge piece to this offense because of what the Cardinals can do and run down situation and how dangerous they are because they can go in a 12 personnel set, as I said, and blow your face off, or they can throw it with the best of them because they got a tight end in Trey McBride who can do it. Go ahead and play JG.
He's a huge piece of this offense. What we ask him to do is not an easy job a lot of times. Way back when, I learned you want to know how good your run game is look at the tight ends, see if they can block the D ends and overhang players, And our guy can do that. And so, I like the ball that he caught on the check down. Got some yardage. He can run and catch too. We got some other guys that can do that a little bit better. But I know Drew and Kyler and Ben Still, they feel comfortable with him in the passing game. But he's a weapon in the run game and how we deploy him, what we ask him to do. He doesn't just always line up in the same spot, and he can get on multiple people from multiple positions and win. So his point of attack, he's winning at a high clip right now.
Get on multiple people in multiple positions and win. He said that with conviction because that's who he is. Our guy can do this. Man, this is one of the low-key picks of Monty Ossenfort, Basinonians, when he drafted Tip Ryman in the 3rd round. This is one of the low-key picks that he has made so far that I guarantee you it is the panacea to what they're going to do.
I feel bad. I think we should have called for a digital download on that.
I think we should have.
Yeah.
You're right, too.
We can work
good.
on that for the next time that Tip blows some dude's face off. Maybe this Saturday.
Who
knows?
Put the nose on him, Tip.
A couple shout-outs to a couple YouTube commenters. Sir McDaddy3. They would like to know why you're wearing a beanie, but that has nothing to do with Tip Ryman. And then C-War loves your personality, for what it's worth.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's genuine.
Yeah. Can I ask why you're wearing a beanie in favor of Sir McDaddy3?
Honestly, I felt from time to time, the beanie reminds me of football. It does. It reminds me that I got a helmet on, and I kind of feel like I want to have a helmet on again. And when I start talking about football, I feel like I have a helmet on again. So see, isn't that weird? I want to have the helmet. I want to feel like I have the helmet, yet I do feel like I have the helmet when I'm talking about football. Isn't that weird?
No, I don't think so.
Boom! Detonate.
Jamal is just staring blankly, wondering what on earth is going on.
It's the game of
there.
football that makes me feel this way. And because of it, I talk that way. Right, Tip?
Tip of the spear of the entire offense.
Bro, bring it on. Every down. Go back and look at it too, brothers. Go back and look at it. How many times he knocks a Chief down. How many times he embarrasses an NFL player. Knocked him to the ground and drove him to the ground. It's incredible.
All right, coming up next, we're going to switch from gridiron to college gridiron. What could Clayton Smith's development do for the Arizona State defense? We'll talk about it next. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Varell, this in for Luke, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. And Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need, brothers. That's why I'm a client today, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path forward, call Trajan Wealth today, 480-990-3300. I used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Then I met with Trajan Wealth. Now I have answers and a real plan. They're just not advisors, they're fiduciaries. They treated me like family. I'm a client today because of that, Basinonians. They earn my trust. Here's what you do. You pick up the phone and call 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We're one day closer to the showdown between Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. We'll discuss the Diamondbacks. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Should be an interesting one for sure. That game is going to be an afternoon game tomorrow.
Yeah.
You and I are only going to be on air for 1 hour, singular. But we're going to start at 10 a.m., don't you worry. Then we'll get you ready for the Diamondbacks broadcast, which will take over shortly after we're done tomorrow. We're all looking forward to that. The other Diamondbacks game will be later today, 5:05 first pitch.
I see.
We've got Cardinals football. They're soon going to be departing for Denver. They're getting ready for another preseason game.
Here we go. Bring the intensity right now. Joint practices.
That will be on Thursday.
That's right.
Will be
or
the
a joint practice, I should say.
Singular. Well, it's because they're playing on the Saturday, so they have to take Friday off.
Yes.
They'll play Saturday. They'll take Sunday off, travel their way back to the Valley. So it's no practice tomorrow. Joint Thursday, no practice Friday.
Yes.
Game Saturday.
Yes.
It's going to happen really, really quickly. Also, things that are happening really, really quickly. The start of the ASU season is very, very, very fast approaching. I don't know if you've looked at the start of the calendar recently, but they play August 30th. Like, it is August 12th. They play August 30th.
Yes.
It's their first game of the season. It's sneaking up on us, the college football season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Here it comes. Labor Day looms, does it not?
Something wicked no, never mind.
No.
So we talked earlier. We talked earlier about the impact that Jordan Tyson could have on the offense this season. We saw flashes of it late into the year. Let's switch sides of the ball here as we're wrapping things up on this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. And I want to get your thoughts on Clayton Smith, who comes over, transfers last season out of Oklahoma. He comes in. The expectation is that usually when a guy transfers in, it's because they're looking for an elevated opportunity. Didn't get a ton of opportunities with Oklahoma, so he comes to ASU. He got a lot of opportunities, but we talked yesterday about, I call them sexy stats, you call them something else in the Wolfley compound. Not a ton of sacks, not a ton of pressures, tackles for losses.
Not a ton of production.
Right, but still an important part of this defense heading into his second year with this club.
Man, there's no doubt about it. When you think of Clayton Smith and you look at him based on earnings, you're talking about an absolute freak. It's one of the things that he has been named, by the way, one of the biggest freaks in the nation.
Bruce Feldman's list, yeah.
That's right. And yet, again, the production isn't quite there right now. You want to see more production from Clayton Smith. This is a guy that is going to be drafted. I believe that. He's going to be drafted and get the opportunity to play in the NFL because he's one of these guys. He's one of these guys that you look at. He's one of these guys that you watch the athleticism, you watch his speed, you watch him run, you watch him jump. Clayton Smith is one of these guys that you're going to say, hey, listen, I think he's in the wrong position, or I think he hasn't been coached properly. Now, again, this is not a slam on ASU. As a matter of fact, I can say for certain that I believe he's going to be coached well here, especially when you consider Kenny Dillingham as the head coach and the way Kenny prepares his players. This is the magic of Kenny Dillingham, is he can reach these players. I say it all the time, Base Earnings, but it's the truth. You've got to reach a kid before you can teach or coach a kid. You have to make that connection one way or the other. Now, teachers will say this all the time. You got to reach them before you can teach them. It's a little bit different in the game of football. A coach has got to be able to make the connection. You can call it reach, you can call it whatever you want, but you've got to make a connection with a player before you can actually get him better. And I think Clayton Smith is going to benefit from having a guy like Kenny Dillingham who can control the way Clayton Smith thinks, and so many other guys inside that locker room, how they think and how they should think about playing the game of football. And because of that, I'm fascinated to listen to Clayton Smith when he speaks.
This is him talking about, he was added to the Pat Tillman Leadership Council this season. This is him talking about his role and how he is as a leader on this crew.
A lot, because you can't just think for you, because you got young guys watching you, and you got not even just young guys, you got other older guys watching you. You know what I'm saying? If you're on the council, you have to hold yourself to a different standard than everybody else. And I think that being on the council, this is my second year, it's really helped me, you know what I'm saying, transform the way I approach life and the game in general. And I think it's really put a lot of responsibility on me to how I carry myself and how I lead my teammates.
I mean, he was a part of this rejuvenated defense under Brian Ward last season. Like we said, he didn't really get the counting stats, but the fact that he's still here, the fact that he's committed to this program, and the fact that he's seen as one of the leaders on this defensive side of the ball, the whole team in general, that speaks a lot to how much he's grown in such a short amount of time. Because a lot of times you'll see guys transfer, because in this new era of college football, I should say, you'll see guys transfer to a new place, and more often than not, it's only for 1 year.
Yes.
But if you consider the team that Kenny has built specifically through the transfer portal, Xavier Alford's still here.
Yeah. Clayton
Smith's still here. Keyshawn Elliott. You've got CJ Fight was a transfer as well, if I'm not mistaken. Even on the offensive side of the ball, Jordan Tyson, came from Colorado. Sam Levitt from Michigan State. You've now got Kanye Udoh, who's in his first season from Army. There's a lot of guys that came here not just for 1 year, and bye-bye, I hope that helps my stock. They're in it to help make ASU better for the long run as well.
Yes. And by the way, who appoints the leadership council, brothers?
I believe it's the players.
Who does that? The players. I would love to know that, because I would assume that it was Kenny Dillingham and his coaches that would appoint the players that are going to be on the leadership council. Who's going to be picked as a team captain? Maybe that's something you leave up to the players.
That was the secondary.
Who's on the leadership council based on the inside? I would be really, really surprised if anybody but Kenny Dillingham and his coaching staff picked that.
He gives a lot of credit to the physical work that he's put in this offseason to strength and conditioning coach Joe Connolly. He talked about Coach Joe. This was from last week.
Coach Joe. Love Coach Joe, man. I mean, look what he did. I got to give him all the credit for this, you know what I'm saying? I love Coach Joe to death. Just the way he challenges our body, our mind, you know what I'm saying? How he really prepares us for anything.
When he did the look at what he did, he basically held out his arms, stepped back, and was like, look at this. Look at this build.
Okay, we know all about you. You're one of these freaky guys, no doubt. But, again, there's the connection. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The connection between a player and a coach, and how a coach can really make that connection with a player. I think you just heard it.
There's something else that I liked from Clayton Smith, and I don't have time to play it, unfortunately, but he referenced the fact that there's not a lot of guys on draft boards when they talked with him last week. That's an expression that Kenny Dillingham used after one of their worst practices, where he emphasized, all right, all of you guys that are planning to go pro, none of you are on draft boards right now. Like, stop feeling high and mighty, because y'all stunk out there. I love the mentality that they're adapting.
Sounds like Kenny.
Yeah, definitely does sound like Kenny. Hey, this was fun. You want to do it one more time tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
But abbreviated and only for an hour. Thanks to Wolf. Thanks to Jesse and Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to our guests today, Andrew Saul, Frank Paul Calvisi. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
I'm going to wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo today, rocking some sort of a football drive. Hi, Kellen. What's going on?
What's going on? Yeah, we got the Fulham kit on, repping Anthony Robinson, otherwise known as Jedi, the outstanding left back for the United States men's national team. I went kind of crazy on soccer kits in the last 12 months in preparation for the World Cup being here.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure to have everyone covered on the team, so I'm halfway there. I'm going to get there.
Will you go? Will you go to any of the games? Can you go to any of the games? Okay, this is me being dope.
You sure?
And not in a cool way. I mean, like being a dope, I suppose I should say. I'm not being dope. I'm being a dope. Where are they? I don't even. Where are they being played in the United? And can you get there if you want?
I think there are a handful in LA. I'm sure a couple of people will tweet us who have similar plans where they're going to try and do some stuff. I know Luke told me a couple weeks ago that he's planning the trip as well. But I'm always envious of his friends and your friends because I know your friends like to plan things ahead as well.
Yes.
We have like a bachelor party to do in 2 months and I still know nothing about it. Like, where is it? Are we going? I work a job where I have to ask for time off. Hello, when are we You all work jobs like this too. I know you do. Like, what are we doing? So planning a year out, let alone a month out.
Yeah.
Good luck. So we'll see how the fellas are feeling in like June and if they just on a whim want to go. That's how it's going to go.
But you could go.
I assume we will for sure.
I gotta admit, you've never have before, right?
I've never seen them play
be
before.
Some bucket list stuff.
Yeah, I'm a huge soccer fan, so I got to do it. I will do it, but I am on their time. I'm on their time. They're listening right now. They know this.
Are they listening right now?
I'm sure some of them are.
Kellen's friends, figure it out. Come
on,
know it. Get together. Let's go. Get
At
organized.
least let's figure out the bachelor party by like the end of like August, please.
It's like
the wedding is in mid-October. Like, let's go.
Somebody be a grown-up. Somebody figure it out. Let's go. Adulthood, enter the chat, please. If only a win for the Arizona Diamondbacks could enter the chat. That is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Another 1-2. And this one pulled through the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
It's just got a very copy-paste feel to it, doesn't it, right now? You know, highlight, copy-paste, where you just... It was on the verge, Kellen, of being, I don't know, maybe extraordinary is a little bit of hyperbole, but it felt like, man, they just torched Nathan Eovaldi. I mean, it got to him. It was on the verge of being a really cool win and a nice little momentum keeper for them. And then it was just copy paste, bullpen copy paste, and here we go, ninth inning. It's just like we've seen this movie 100 times this year.
Just everything that we're totally used to seeing with this team, and what I mean by that is, if we're talking about this team like 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and we're thinking about the games that the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks would end up losing, this is the type of game you think about, where they hit a bunch of homers early in the game, the bats go relatively flat for the rest of the game, and either slowly but surely, or all of a sudden out of nowhere, the pitching collapses. And this was a joint effort. Ryan Nelson got to that fastball a little bit too much. Third time around the order, the Texas guys knew what was coming a little bit. And then the bullpen, of course, was in the situation to blow the game, and they blew it yet again. And these are the types of losses that, for me at least, when I think about like what defines like the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks and why they failed in terms of like a game, happening. They've had what feels like 15 losses like this at this point.
Yeah, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, one came against the San Diego Padres about a week and a half ago, where I think it was the night I got back from Yosemite, and you tuned it in, and it's just, oh yeah, they're going to blow it in the ninth. I mean, it's what it's going to be, it's how it's going to happen, and sure enough, it had, to the point where Gambo and I did late last week have a conversation, and I'm not saying this is appropriate here, although maybe it is. Had a conversation about, you really only saved $2 million by dealing Shelby Miller. Would nights like last night be one of the reasons why you say, hey, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze on that one, right? Like for the money saved on that, and I understand they're in that kind of phase of their evolution right now. But for a game like last night, a game last week against San Diego, you could have used Shelby Miller in the ninth rather than run Andrew Hoffman out there for a 6-out save. I don't know if... Was the money worth it? I don't know. You have to ask yourself that if you're a Diamondbacks fan at this point.
And for the Diamondbacks fans listening that are still looking at this as a lens through the season is not over, the team certainly is. These are the games you have to win.
Oh, yeah.
You just absolutely have to win. Nate Eovaldi, since he came back from injury, 41 2/3 innings. He had allowed 5 earned runs total over those 41 2/3 innings. He gave up 5 last night alone. He had been the best pitcher in baseball for the last month plus, and a lot would argue, and I think the broadcast said it himself, the only reason why his ERA and WHIP aren't leading the league is because he's not qualified yet, because he's been injured.
Yeah.
So he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. You light him up to those standards, at least, and you don't get a win. And you and I'm sure you were in the same thought looking at last night. It's like, okay, they win 7 of 9.
Oh, sure.
The Mets keep on sliding. They're 18 31 their last 49. They're 1 11 in their last 12. Is this going to be a situation where we talk ourselves back into this team being at least in it, and then they lose the game the way we expect them to lose the game, and it brings you back down to reality a little bit? Because the line that I used with Alex Weiner while I was filling in on the Ain't No Fang podcast yesterday was, it takes 2 to tango to make up a deficit like this. The Mets are dancing right now. They are dancing down the standings. They are plummeting down the standings, because that was our narrative about the NL wildcard race a month ago, even 2 months ago, was there are too many good teams now. Last year, there was enough mid for the Diamondbacks to potentially sneak in. This year, it has not been the case at all until the Mets are only, I think, 8 games over 500 now. So if the D-backs kept playing this brand of baseball, for a couple of weeks, and the Mets kept playing theirs, you would have been in it. But we know that takes consistency that this team has never had.
Yeah, I guess it just kind of depends on where you are. I think where you are as a fan and your relationship with this team is directly relatable to how you consumed last night's game. And here's what I mean by that. If you are of the belief that they're not out of it, if you are of the belief that there's still that little push that you're talking about to be made, and I admit it. I was looking at the schedule thinking, man, that'd be 4 straight. You got 4 against the Rockies coming up. You could be looking at a stretch where you go, in a 10-game stretch. Can you go 8-2? Can you go 7-3? What does that look like? Does it put you back into it? If you're of the mindset that the window is still open, last night was devastating. Last night was heartbreaking. It's just another one of those, hey, the bullpen crushed our souls. The offense, as you mentioned, got quiet after the 4th, and they crushed our souls. But on the other side, if you are of the belief that ship has sailed, and there is no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then last night, and this is going to sound kind of crazy, I think could have been a very useful loss for you. And I guess what I mean by that is Ryan Nelson, I think, learned a lesson last night. Hey, 84% usage of your 4-seam fastball, probably not a good idea to big league hitters. They're going to figure it out. Adrian Del Castillo, hey, calling 84% 4-seam fastball, probably not a good idea, right? Let's mix it up a little bit. Torey Lovullo and this young bullpen, you noticed, so did I. It was rookie after rookie after rookie that came out last night of that bullpen. Now, some of them pitched very well, but if we're using last night as a learning experience, we're learning about those guys, and they're learning about themselves, and they're trying to figure out, okay, what should I use here, and how does this work, and what high-leverage situations am I going to be in? If you've already given up on the season and decided they're not going anywhere, there was a lot to learn about yourself last night in that game, and you kind of say, well, it cost us a win. We sacrificed a win to be able to do it, but you were able to kind of see some things last night about these players that you're going to count on in the future.
And just what the bullpen is going to continue to go through now in a different way, where it's sort of hot handy to a certain extent.
Oh,
where
yeah.
Andrew Hoffman, who had pitched multi-inning pitched more than an inning in relief and plenty of times in the minors. So like his arm was up for the task of being out there after a 10-pitch eighth to be in there in the ninth. I know that there's a section of our fan base listening that thought it was idiotic by Lovello to keep Hoffman in there. I guess it doesn't make sense against major league hitters to a certain extent, but who else are we turning to? It's just another rookie, and this rookie just went through a pretty flawless 10-pitch eighth. So I think you're in a situation where you ride the hot hand, but if you don't, you turn to another rookie, and that's the position you're just now in.
And when you're you can criticize him if you want, and certainly people aren't going to be shy about it, but he's learning how to use them, and they're learning about themselves, how to be deployed and how to be used, and trying to figure out that, it just depends on where you are on the season and kind of how you feel about this team. I had thought that if they had won last night's game, the conversation when we're in here today is going to be very much one of how much should we be paying attention to this? How much should we be kind of keeping our eye on this? But instead, same two teams tonight, game 2 of the 3-game series. Before we take a break, Connor, turn on that microphone. Connor, Big Red, our intern all summer. Today is his last day. Wave to the YouTube crowd. Connor, today is your final day before you head to Alaska, and then you're back to NAU. So
yes, sir.
Thank you for all your work this summer.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry that Gambo's not here to see me leave.
Big Red! Big Red! Kellen playing the role. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, Kellen
What do
playing
you
the
even
role.
do in Alaska? You fish? What do you do?
A little bit of hiking, a little bit of exploring.
And the ice, and you put it in the. I've loved Alaska. There's actually, when I've been looking at some of my trips, there's a lot of beautiful places in Alaska to say.
Wow.
How'd I do?
Who needs get? That's pretty good.
That was a good impression. Yeah.
That was not bad. Yeah, not bad. Connor, you've been a great addition to the team. So
Thank you,
we appreciate it. Yep, absolutely. And go Jacks. Right?
Go Jacks.
Yeah, Gambo's not here to call us the lumber joke, so I'm just going to say go Jacks. We got that.
I knew I had something missing.
There it is. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in, the Arizona Cardinals worked hard to build that D-line depth this offseason. How's it holding up? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
I think Kyler knows the deal. I think we all know the deal. He gets a mulligan, but that interception, the visual was jarring. It wasn't just an interception. That was an oh no, this again kind of stuff. And look, it is what it is. And some people are going to go, oh, come on, it's just a preseason game. Give him a break. As polarizing as Kyler Murray has been, the pressure hasn't been on him recently like it's going to be on this year because they've been in a 2-year rebuild. This is a make-or-break year for him.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Trucks at Liberty GMC. They've got the best inventory. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. August and their pre-Labor Day truck event. The deals are there. Amazing truck deals. $12,750 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500. $7,000 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra Heavy Duty. Plenty of inventory. It is definitely the right time to buy. If you're looking at SUVs, you can lease an all-new 2026 Terrain right now for just $299 a month, or purchase, which is $4,000 in savings as well. Whatever it is you're looking for, rest assured, when it comes to the great line of trucks and SUVs that GMC sells, they have them all at Liberty GMC with tons of inventory. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
Kellen is filling in for Gambo today. This is Jonathan Gannon from today. Before their one and only practice in Tempe, then they'll head to Denver for the joint practice, on Friday. On cutting down the roster and how that's going to work.
No, every day we're going through that. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, OTAs, different parts of the year, different reps might be weighted a little bit differently. But I went on this morning as well, and I told the team today, I'm not making decisions off of today's practice and Thursday's practice and Saturday's game, but this is an important week for our guys because roles are starting to get defined and the clock is ticking.
Kellen and I were sitting next to each other in the press box on Saturday at State Farm Stadium for preseason game number 1 against the Chiefs. And if I can share with the audience, without giving away any state secrets here, safe to say I could tell the position that you were thinking about the most, talking about the most, I would say writing about the most, was defensive line. Just kind of watching how things were going that night, who was playing, who wasn't playing, who was playing well that night. I could tell it was very much on your brain. So to that extent, today, defensive lineman Justin Jones still not ready to work. This according to Darren Urban, who relayed this from Jonathan Gannon. Dalvin Tomlinson is a little nicked up right now, so he sat out today's practice as well. That line, who's going to play, who's not, and some big decisions coming up it might be the focal point of the rest of the offseason for the Cardinals potentially.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. This is the biggest strength of the defense, and I hesitate, but I want to say the team. We'll see how the running game goes on the offensive side. I think the way they're able to run the ball this year will probably be their strength, so that goes into everyone involved in the running game, which is just about the entire offense as it is. But I think the biggest strength of this defense, without question, is the defensive line. Maybe 2-3 years ago, you would have said the safeties with how Jalen Thompson was playing a couple of years ago, but he's regressed a bit. Maybe we'll see more of Rabbit. It can be there. The corners just have a lot to prove with how young they are. We know the questions at inside linebacker. It's a deeper talent pool on the outside with the edge. But defensive line is going to be the biggest strength of the defense. But if it is at 80% or 60%, it's both ends of the spectrum where, okay, it's good that you have all these bodies there to help fill in the gaps, but at the same time, you're not going to be as strong of a unit as you are. And you know how these units work when they're the best. It's not because they have 2 to 3 studs. It's because they have 7, 8 completely interchangeable guys that are all playing between 20 to 40% of the snaps. And that was sort of what it looked like the idea was with this group. I think Darius Robinson's going to be out there a whole lot. I think Tomlinson's going to be out there a whole lot. But outside of that, I think everyone's going to be switching sort of in and out, but that changes if a handful of bodies are missing, and that's the case right now.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder the guys that are missing. I mean, 2 of them are big ticket additions from just a year ago, and you don't want to, it's early, but it's starting to get a little late when it comes to decisions like that. Justin Jones' absence is noteworthy. Bilal Nichols' absence is, I'm not going to worry about Dalvin Tomlinson, but those 2 guys, given how big of a deal they were when the Cardinals signed them a year ago, how much depth they've added since then, and then I think the real secret sauce to this conversation, and I know it's just one preseason game, boy, Dante Stills popped, and LJ Collier popped, and we've already, Elijah Simmons has been popping all the month of August, and PJ Mustipher is another guy that they just can't stop talking about and how much they like. And so between what you see and what you hear, you start paying attention to the guys that you're not seeing and you're not hearing, and you're just not hearing that much about Bilal Nichols or Justin Jones. And I got to think that puts them in a very precarious position when it comes to these decisions that Jonathan Gannon and the crew's going to have to make.
Yeah, Jones is the big one. He signed a 3-year, $31 million deal last offseason, and he was the marquee signing in terms of the amount of money that they spent on him. He went on to play by far the most snaps at his position in the first 2 weeks, gets hurt in the 3rd game, misses the rest of the year, and he is the guy that is in that group behind the 3 mainstays up front. That's going to be Darius Robinson, Dalvin Tomlinson, and Calais Campbell, Walter Nolan, depending on how NFL ready that he is, how day one ready, week one ready that he is going to be, not from an injury standpoint, from a playing standpoint.
Right.
We'll see, and that is where Jones's dependability as a guy who has been there, done that, and has been in your system now and has been around the team now for a 2nd year would be helpful. His cap hit is pretty large for this year, but then again, you have spent the money sort of already. You don't really have anywhere else to spend it. It would help to free up some, but at the same time, if you're not going to be playing him that much and you would rather give one of these guys like Mustipher or Simmons a roster spot, if Jones just isn't healthy for the whole preseason, I wonder if he is someone that is under consideration to be let go, even if a lot of his money is quote unquote guaranteed at this point.
I think this was, and I think with this position specifically, this is something we all knew was coming from the minute draft night happened. To be honest with you, I mean, between Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, and drafting Walter Nolan, I mean, we just started looking at the position and going, okay, they're just not going to be able to keep all these bodies. There's
it was
no
your
way.
Initial reaction when Calais got signed. I remember.
Yeah, it was just there's too many guys here. They're going to keep 6 and they've got 8. They're going to keep 6 and they've got 9, depending on how deep you want to go, and they're just not going to be able to get that far. As decisions on starters for Denver, here's what Jonathan Gannon said about that.
Wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
Okay, so we're still a couple days away from that. As far as the other positions, I know, again, it's and you kind of touched on these for a second. Cornerback is a position where it was interesting to see Will Johnson out there a little bit longer after the first team was gone. It was interesting to see Max Melton out there a little bit longer after the first team was gone. We saw Robert Taylor Demerson play very, very well in the secondary in general. That's not the cornerback spot, but there does seem to be a healthy amount, even with the injuries, a healthy amount of bodies and options that they have at that spot when it comes to, again, tough decisions they're going to have to make.
Yeah, and the two biggest plays made in the game by Crawford and Hall, two guys who a week ago, like, I wouldn't have acted like they had a real shot at making the roster, because that's where, like, special teams comes into play, and, like, Joey Blunt has been someone who's been around on that end for quite a long time. We know Rabbit is that third safety already by default, and he's going to spend a lot of time on the field. You pointed out on yesterday's show, Burke really ahead of Elijah Jones, it seems like, in the pecking order. Right now, third round pick for Elijah Jones, spent on him last year, missed the entire year, and then Denzel Burke, a 5th round pick this year. You would have figured that Jones was ahead. The situation in terms of when he got in the game did not suggest that. We'll see if that changes in week 2, and we'll see if it changes in week 3 as well. But they're at a point now where I want to say it's a luxury to have, but at the same time, there are these decisions in front of them that are going to be, like, important. Like, you cannot cut one of these guys that turns out to be a useful player for someone sort of down the line. Like, do you remember, I'm completely blanking on his name, but Rasul Douglas.
Rasul Douglas, yeah.
Rasul Douglas was one of those guys that they just cut, and he's been like a starting level corner in the NFL for a couple of, you cannot afford to have that with this defense and cut the wrong guy.
Yeah, and that's pressure's on. Pressure's on the players to stand out. Pressure's on Monty and Jonathan Gannon to not cut the wrong guy. And it's a two-way street when it comes to that. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch the show live, you can listen to us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast. Listen to us however, wherever, whenever you want. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. He has come into the catching room. He's been a help for this Diamondbacks team. James McCann is going to join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs, whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan. They can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW. And Shane, you're not just my friend, you're a friend in the business for every one of our listeners.
That's right, Bick. I take personal pride in all of the listeners coming in, asking for me, and taking a personal interest in their case so that I can find them the right car at the right price. With payments on a new BMW i4 starting at $399, there is a car for everyone's budget at Chapman BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Fuel up like a champ at Doghouse downtown Phoenix. Whether you're catching the game or hosting the crew, we've got the flavor lineup to win the day. All beef house dogs, juicy burgers, crispy chicken, and craveable sausages. All served on King's Hawaiian rolls. Don't forget the loaded tots and ice-cold craft brews. Open 24/7 at Central and Washington. We've got your flavor fix. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and bring the heat to your next game day.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed when he will make a decision on whether or not starters will play in Saturday's preseason game at the Denver Broncos.
I'm going to wait till Thursday. The players know that. I'll wait till Thursday and see how that kicks out and make a decision.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will try to even their series with the Texas Rangers tonight in Arlington. First pitch is at 5:05, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Our weekly visits with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's the Clubhouse Call-In here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen is filling in for Gambo today and joining us right now from Arlington, Texas, site of tonight's D-backs Rangers game. Catcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks, James McCann, who joins us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. James, I'm Dave. This is Kellen. Welcome to the show and happy Tuesday, man. How we doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How about y'all?
Very well, thank you. We appreciate you coming on. Tell me about a moment like last night, a game like last night. What's the flushability factor for you guys when it comes to a moment like last night and trying to get rid of that one as quick as you can? What kind of personal process do you go through to get rid of a one like that?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Anytime you have a lead like that, up 5-0, then 6-1. Those are the games that they seem to hurt a little more when you lose versus a game where you might maybe fall behind, 5-0, 6-1, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, we play 162 games, and a win is a win and a loss is a loss. And whether a loss is a heartbreaker or it's one where you get boat raced, you got to find a way to show back up the next day and try and get a win. So as tough as last night was, to go through that, it's another day, it's another opportunity, and it's a chance to get back in the win column. So, you can't focus too much on that last night. You got to find a way to get a win tonight.
James, looking past the loss last night, you had entered yesterday winning 6 of your last 8. Certainly not something most people would have predicted to happen for you guys after the trade deadline when you guys got rid of a few key contributors, to say the least. What has the vibe been like in the clubhouse, and just how focused everyone has been on not looking at this as a lost season because of the moves the front office made?
Yeah, I think this team, despite selling at the deadline, is still a very good team. You look at the offense that we're running out there. You look at some of the arms we're getting, especially some of these new guys that we had received in those trades. As much as people want to count the Diamondbacks out, this is still a good ball club, and we're not going to roll over for anybody. And there's guys in this locker room that feel like they have something to prove, whether it's a guy like Corbin Carroll who already has a contract but is continuing to make his case for one of the best players in the league, or it's a guy like Locklear who came over in a trade, is trying to earn his stripes and earn his place in the big leagues. Each and every guy feels like they have something to play for, to earn at this level, and we're going to show up every day with one thing in mind, and that's winning.
James McCann is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, catcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. D-backs and the Rangers coming up tonight, 5:05 first pitch. For you as a catcher, what is the challenge when you kind of have to, midway through the season like that, hit the reset button and all of a sudden you're dealing with just a brand new batch of arms? Last night I was almost overwhelmed by it was another rookie after another rookie after another rookie, and I can't imagine what that'd be like for you, having to learn their tendencies and what they're good at. How much of a challenge is that to kind of hit that reset button on the staff and the bullpen when you go through something like you guys did at the deadline?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. It's a challenge. First off, you got to learn a guy's repertoire. You got to learn what his strengths are, what his weaknesses are, what his go-to pitch is in a big moment. But then you also got to learn them as individuals. You have to learn what makes that guy tick. In a big moment, is he a guy that you take a timeout and you go out there and you make him mad and get him, and that's going to get him in the zone, or is it a guy where you got to go out there and slow him down and pat him on the backside, tell him how good he is? Each guy operates differently, and that's honestly the hardest part for a catcher is learning those guys on the fly. When you have a guy that you've developed a relationship with through spring training and through early parts of the season, it's just kind of things that go unsaid. You know what a guy likes, how he operates, what needs to be said to him, maybe some key words, whatever it may be. But some of these guys that you're catching now, you haven't even caught a bullpen for, and here they are coming in with runners on first and third, 2 outs. And all right, here we go. Let's see what we got. So that's a challenge, but having been around for a while, it's something that I take a lot of pride in, and is figuring those guys out as quickly as possible and earning their trust as quickly as I can.
James, you hit on some of it there, but you were complimented as soon as you got here for your ability to quickly form those bonds and those relationships, and just picking up on what pitchers wanted to know, and your ability to work a game with them. What do you think has allowed you to be successful at that, not only at the spring training level, but in this type of level where you can come in midway through the year?
Yeah, I think the big thing is letting those guys know that I care. There's so much data available. There's so much video that's available. It's not hard to get a hold of that type of information. It's the little conversations. It's the things that make somebody know that I care, and that at the end of the night, their earned run is my earned run, and their win and their loss is my win and my loss. So when they truly believe that, when I'm behind the plate, that I care about their game as much as they care about their game, that's when those relationships really start to form and blossom. And they get that runner on third with 2 outs, and they're on board with what I'm calling and what I think is going to get a guy out. And so for me, it's just earning their trust and letting them know that I care, and then we can kind of go from there.
All right, I don't know if you know yet. Are you catching Zach tomorrow when it's Zach versus Merrill? What have you been told that, or do you know?
I have not been told that.
You have not been told. Okay.
Yeah.
So just then, from an observer standpoint, what's the weirdness factor on that? I mean, what for knowing both of those guys, knowing that you're a teammate with both of those guys, what do you think the weirdness factor is going to be for you and for them when Zach Gallen is pitching against Merrill Kelly tomorrow in Texas?
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's going to be a little bit more different for Merrill, just in the sense that, other than Zach being able to sit in the dugout and watch, former teammate pitch against his team, he, at the end of the day, he's still facing the Rangers, and he's looking to get guys out in the Rangers lineup, whereas Merrill's never faced the Diamondbacks. He's been on the Diamondbacks his whole career up until the trade deadline. So I would say it's going to be that weirdness factor is going to be a little bit more for him. Staying on the mound and looking in the box and facing guys that the only time he's ever faced is on the backfields in spring training.
Yeah, which is going to be strange. But I got to imagine for both of them, being the competitors that they are, there's going to be a little extra oomph in tomorrow's game, I would think, for both.
I would say that there's probably some bragging rights on the line. Definitely.
Yeah, I would imagine. James, we appreciate the time. Best of luck the rest of the season. Thanks for coming on for a few, and we look forward to talking to you in the future, okay?
Absolutely. Anytime. Y'all take care.
You got it. You too. Thanks. James McCann, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, catcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The weirdness factor tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it in a weird, like in a detached sort of a way. Like it's going to be, I saw some of Merrill throw against the Phillies on Friday. That was weird enough, but I imagine it's just going to be strange seeing both of them go against each other tomorrow.
It'll be odd. I think that seeing Gino and Josh Naylor in opposing jerseys wasn't too unusual for me, but seeing Merrill in a Texas jersey looks weird, man.
It does, right? Because there's like the new guys. It's Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor especially wasn't here long enough for us to get weirded out by him in another uniform. Suarez, I think you could pretty much say the same thing. Merrill Kelly's our guy, man. He's just our guy, and so it's going to be even like watching Christian Walker in a Houston Astros uniform has been weird. But I think it's going to add another level to tomorrow's game, and certainly another reason to kind of check it out because it's just so unusual. That game's coming up tomorrow. Tonight we'll preview the game coming up in just a little bit as the D-backs are taking on the Rangers in Game 2. Do you know a high school student who's got great character? We want to hear about them and how they make an impact on our community. Text the word character to 620-620. Share their story. Now, what's in it for them? It's a $10,000 scholarship from Parker & Sons in Arizona Sports. So, again, text character to 620-620. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, Kenny Dillingham, has he established ASU as the class of the Big 12, or does he still have some work to do in that regard? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Back here to tell you about the law firm at Berg Simpson. If you're ever in need, they are the best team. Let the best team represent you by calling 602-777-7000 or visit them at bergsimpson.com. The reason I know they're the best team is because they've got some of the best attorneys in America. 31 different lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. They're consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. There are lots of choices out there. Lots of choices. Go with the one that was founded by one of the 50 best trial lawyers as listed in the country. He's the only lawyer ever to be inducted into the Trial Lawyers Hall of Fame in Temple University in Philadelphia, Michael Berg. It's just a different level of commitment that they offer at Berg Simpson. So if you're ever in need, let them represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Ins 823, select models only.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Hi, Lauren's here. She got our poll question of the day. Here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in. For a second there, I wasn't sure you had it.
The poll question?
Well, no, I wasn't sure it was you because you looked like you were. I couldn't tell whether you were with us or not.
I was questioning the MLB Network's graphic of National League MVPs, which was Shohei, Kyle Schwarber, and Christian Yelich.
Well, I'm questioning Kyle Schwarber because they've taken his face and they've put him on Philly the Fanatic's body, which I'm not sure. Why is Fernando Tatis on the Padre mascot, and why is Schwarber on the Fanatic mascot, but everybody else is just
It really did him dirty, giving him that Fanatic body type on the image. Like, just so rude.
A little bit. Tell you what, if I win my fantasy baseball league, it's going to be because of Kyle Schwarber, that's for sure. He's been fantastic. He's great. He's great. Wonderful.
What's up, number 12? How you doing?
But will Philly re-sign him?
Or will he make a fortune he'll make a fortune either way. It's just going to be Philly, or is he going back to Chicago or something like that?
You see how quickly she breezed by me calling her number 12 for her Illini football program being number 12, which she is very much trying to just ignore at all costs. And it's the most hyped up football season they've ever had ever.
Okay, so let's talk about the poll question today, which is about another hyped up football team.
I was going to say, I read a story today about hyped up football teams, and the correlation they were making between ASU and your Illini it was hard not to see it. It was hard not to notice the parallels they were drawing between the two programs, which I'm sure you just love, Lauren. Just love.
They're the one team in my entire lifetime that, like, Illinois football has not been relevant. Like, they made one Rose Bowl, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
And now it's like, wait a second, we're 12?
or 12? Are we sure about that?
Are we
sure?
And
We
then
sure?
I come into work and it's like, let's do a segment on Isaiah Adams. And I'm like, former Illini Isaiah Adams, are we sure?
Can we get a recount? What is the poll question today?
Well, our poll question today has to do with another college football team, the local one. That's ASU. So we're asking which team is likely to be the biggest obstacle for ASU football in their pursuit of winning the Big 12 this season.
Okay.
Is it Kansas State, Iowa State, Texas Tech, or someone else?
I got someone else. I'm going Baylor. They're bringing back pretty much everyone from their offense from a skill position standpoint, and they were absolutely electric in the second half of the year. They had a very surprising end to the year where it looked like they were going to be relevant. They became extremely relevant towards the end of the year, and like I said, Sawyer Robertson is going to be in the running for like Big 12 Player of the Year, probably their quarterback, and that is the first Big 12 game that ASU has up. That's what I'm very much looking forward to, and I'll be filling in with you that Friday. I believe it is at Baylor, then the Cardinals are at Niners, so like first divisional games for both football teams.
It's a big weekend.
Fun show.
That's a big weekend. That'll be a fun show. I almost went with other, but for Utah, I'm going to go with Iowa State as the biggest threat, largely because it's more of a personal anecdote than anything else. I know that Iowa State can actually be a tough place to go win a football game. And because that game is on the road, because it's early November, chill in the air, all that sort of thing, I think that's going to be a very challenging game for ASU. So put me down for Iowa State, which, by the way, coming up in like a week and a half, a game that if you're an ASU fan, you've got to watch.
100%.
Farmageddon.
I think it's on the 23rd, right?
Yeah, live from Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah.
Farmageddon between K-State and Iowa State. They've taken that game. They're going to play it in Dublin, Ireland on Saturday, August 23rd. And like, holy crap, if I didn't circle that game today, okay, I know what I'm doing Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd. I'm watching Farmageddon because it's a big game. It matters. It's important.
Football.
Football. Yay, football.
And yay, football. 42% going with Texas Tech.
Okay.
24% going with Iowa State. 18% going with someone else. And 16% going with Kansas State.
Texas Tech having the equivalent of what is like a financial takeover in soccer when they get a new expensive owner. Like, they went crazy in the portal. They paid for like everyone. So they're a very popular pick to win the conference.
Kind of
because
like Matt Ishbia buying the Suns?
Exactly. Something similar to that, but hopefully it goes as poorly for Texas Tech as it did for the Suns.
Hopefully it does. Timmy Ely this morning on the Bickley and Murata Show, the longtime voice of ASU athletics.
And he's able to do it as he's got a unique group of players that I think are able to do it. The guys on this football team just seem to have a maturity about them. Yeah, I mean, think about it. How many major college programs in the country returned virtually all of not their starters, they're too deep from a year ago, with a few notable exceptions, of course.
There's been a lot of conversation this week about ASU and, the preseason poll coming out, ranked number 11th in the AP poll, and then a variety of kind of follow-up stories, which we'll kind of talk about throughout the course of the day. Are they worthy? Are they not? Are they bound to fall? Expectations and things like that. I think this is, we use this hyperbole all the time, Kellen, but I think this is one of the most important years in the recent history of ASU football to see whether last year was fluky or whether this is who they are, whether Kenny Dillingham truly has this program as on the doorstep of this kind of relevance that they can only dream about, or whether it was just a one-off, because there are a lot of people who think that it's just going to be a one-off for ASU.
But if this is who they are, they're going to be the top dog of the Big 12. They already are by default because they won it in the 1 year of this new realignment. This is a storyline that Mitch and I talked about a lot on Arizona Sports at Night last year, going into the year, and just like even halfway through the year, just kind of being like, Arizona State is like fully in this to a level where they could take that sort of identification going forward. And if you're not familiar with like the ABCs of this was a conference that was run by Oklahoma and Texas forever. Since 2000, 17 of the 24 Big 12 championships were won by Oklahoma or Texas. It was them and everyone else. So the Kansas States, the Baylors, the TCUs of the world were always going to play second or third or fourth fiddle to them. It was always going to happen. So when they left and this realignment happened, they looked at it as their opportunity to be the top dogs. But instead, it's been the new team that's come in and done it so far.
And it's a battle for, I almost want to call it the soul of the Big 12. You know, I don't know if that's probably overdoing it a little bit, but there really is an identity crisis almost for this conference in terms of its like who is going to be its defined football team, who's going to be its defined, and the job is very much open for anybody to take. I think this time a year ago, we thought it was going to be Oklahoma State because they were kind of the one program that was left over from those days that had some success other than Oklahoma and Texas. Not a lot, but at least some. And they quickly faltered. You know, was it going to be Colorado and Coach Prime? Was it going to be him? I mean, even this time a year ago, everybody was high on Arizona football. I hate to rub salt into the wound, but there's you know, it's a little different because they changed coaches.
Well, no,
but there is a somewhat of a lesson to be applied here for ASU in terms of what happened to Arizona a year ago. Everybody thought they 100%. Were all that and a year ago.
It's the horror story to the parallels that you drew between Lawrence Illini and Arizona State, and just looking at the expectations that are on a program. Like, that was the most excited I had been for an Arizona football season since I could really remember. Like, I got to go back to Willie Tuitama and Anu Solomon as our quarterbacks like 15 years ago to have that level of excitement, like when I was still in school. So it went that way. I don't think it's going to go nearly that bad for Arizona State. I don't think it's going to go poorly at all. And it's funny that the expectations that they've set themselves in, and like the fascination behind this conversation for me is like 8-4, we might shrug at or even look at as like a failure for them. And like a year ago, we thought 6 wins was a miracle for their season. Like, it's funny how quickly these expectations have ramped up to such a drastic degree.
The difference with the Illini is that it's just going to be so hard in that conference, where this conference, it just shouldn't be as, you know what I mean? It's there. It's there for anybody to go get it. I don't think you can say that about the Big Ten eventually is going to default to the Michigans, the Ohio States, the Oregons, things like that. It's just going to be so much more challenging for Illinois and we're not trying to make this a conversation about Illinois football, but I'm just using that as an example. Yeah, I know you will. I'm using that.
Lauren, they open up with like Indiana in conference play, I want to say, which is like a pretty tough game for them on the road, if I'm remembering correctly. ASU's in a similar position: at Baylor versus TCU, at Utah, and then home against Texas Tech. So in terms of those upper echelon teams, we're going to see right away if this is truly where they belong.
Yeah, right away. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday on Arizona Sports, the NFC West, has it opened up in a way that makes it even more attainable for the Arizona Cardinals? That's coming up. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Cam Scadaboo was he was the sportsman of the year in Arizona last year. Sam Levitt can be that kind of guy too. Sam Levitt, all that charisma, all that alpha. I could see a lot of young sports fans vibing on that kid. ASU has had 2 players drafted in the NFL in the last 3 years. One of them was in the 7th round. So they have not had high-end talent, and they're starting to get it now. And when high-end talent starts showing up here and they start thrilling people the way Cam Scadaboo did, the way Sam Levitt has and will, it makes a big difference.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks Game 2 against the Rangers tonight in Arlington, Texas. Hoping to get back in the win column after last night's tough loss. Anthony DeSclafani will be on the mound tonight. He goes against the young right-hander Jack Leiter. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns announced their coaching staff under first-year man Jordan Ott. It is headlined by former Magic assistant Jesse Mermis, as well as last year's Valley Suns head coach John Little. You can see Ott's complete staff right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mark Williams brings a new pedigree to the Suns' center position. The Diamondbacks clobbered Nathan Eovaldi but still suffer a walk-off loss to the Rangers. And an Iowa State transfer gets first-team center reps as ASU looks for the best 5 on the offensive line. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
With fingernails that shine like justice and a voice that is dark like tinted glass, yes, you will tip jar. Short skirt, long jacket from Cake for me, please. Thank you.
What even is a white Chrysler LeBaron?
I don't know, but I love this song. I sing along to it every time.
Shout out to Chuck, one of the most underrated shows to come out in the last 10, 20 years. This was the intro music.
This was the intro to Chuck? See, I didn't watch Chuck. I knew Chuck was good. I just never
Zachary
watched it.
Levi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know this
He
was
works
the intro.
at he's in the tech department at a quote-unquote Best Buy, and he has
Secret Life is a
ninja
double
powers
spy,
or
right?
something.
Isn't he Secret Life is a double a double agent or
his
something?
his best friend in college turns out to be this super spy guy, and then he sends in this file that he downloads, and then turns him into a super spy who used to work at Geek Squad, basically.
Solid. The dissertation.
That's such a 2000s TV show too.
The dissertation on Chuck and Cake's short skirt, long jacket that you didn't need, but you got anyway. As we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show, Chris Canty on ESPN. Yeah, worry about Matthew Stafford's injury. Worry very much.
Hell yeah, it's time to worry, and it's not the fact that he's not practicing; it's the specific injury that he's dealing with, an aggravated disc in his back. Let me tell sports fans something in case they don't already know. When your back starts acting up, that's the beginning of the end.
Oh, boy.
That's the reality of it. And we're talking about a player that is going into his age 37 season and who's dealt with a lot of injuries throughout his career.
Did you see that Airstream trailer they had parked on the side of Rams practice yesterday that Matthew Stafford vanished into, right, when he was supposed to practice and he didn't, and he goes into this some sort of a healing type chamber that really looks like something you take weekend camping on the Mogollon Rim with you. Chris Canty, he's not the only one who is saying that this is something very legitimate to be concerned about. And if you're a Rams fan and you're going to be concerned about Matthew Stafford's injury, then it gives rise to a whole other conversation about what it means for the Arizona Cardinals when the premier quarterback of the division, there are serious question marks about his availability and serious question marks about the availability of every team in this division to win it now because of it.
Exactly. Now, I would turn this back to you and just asking if you remember in any sort of recent time in the last couple of years, handful of years, when the NFC West has been considered open for the taking. And I'm asking you specifically looking at the Niners and the Rams in the McVay and Shanahan eras, where it's always been one of their two teams, if not both, that are perennially at the top of the division and thought of as the prohibitive favorite. Because right now the division is wide open, and I can't remember that really ever happening recently.
I can't recall a time where, if Kellen from the future comes back in time and says to me, hey, the Seattle Seahawks are going to win the NFC West, I would say, yeah, okay. I mean, probably not the team I would pick, but I guess, sure, whatever. Or if Kellen from the future came back in time and said the Arizona Cardinals are going to win them, okay. I don't know if I would be bowled over in shock that any of the 4 teams, to a degree. Seattle, I'd probably be more surprised than the others, by a little bit. But given what Sam Darnold did last year and some of the strides they've made with the way they've drafted that team, I don't know if I'd be that surprised if they did. So to answer your question, that's the long way of answering it. No, I can't remember a moment where you could sell me on all 4 teams being the one that wins this division.
Yeah, the odds makers feel that way. If you look at just divisional favorites, the AFC East, it's the Bills by far. It's the Ravens by a pretty slim margin, but still a significant enough margin, I should phrase it as, over the Bengals. The AFC South, they don't really know, but they have the Texans out in front right now. And then it's obviously the Chiefs in the AFC West and the Eagles in the NFC East. For some reason, they have the NFC North pretty bunched up like the NFC West, where it is the Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Bears pretty similarly rated. Between them, they have the Lions, Packers, and Vikings kind of in a trio with the Bears slumping behind. But that's where they have the NFC West as well. They have the Niners at plus 155 to win the division, and then the Rams are at plus 200. The Cardinals are plus 370, and then the Seahawks are plus 550. There's no Saints in the NFC South is plus 1,300. Like, that's not happening. It seems like everyone in the division has a chance, and some of that has to do with there not being a top dog in the division, and some of that has to do with how balanced this division as well. And something I think we talked about a couple of weeks ago that's strange about the division now and like its identity now, it's almost a defense-first division now in many ways. Like, you guys were having the quarterback conversation last week, but if you had to define LA and Seattle right now, you would define them by their defenses. I think you could make an argument for San Francisco going either way, as well as the Cardinals, but there's an identity shift happening with the Cardinals right now, I think, for sure. And then San Francisco, in terms of who's missing and who's there, it could be their defense again.
I think San Francisco is like normally you would say because of Shanahan, because of Debo, because of Ayuk, because of CMC, you'd say, okay, that's an offensive team. But I think given all the personnel that they've lost, you know, with Ayuk's injury, and by the way, Kyle Shanahan said yesterday he didn't think week 6 was going to be the best case scenario for when Ayuk is going to be back. And I don't know if you've noticed out there listening, the 49ers offensively at the wide receiver position, they are decimated so far at the beginning part of camp. I mean, newsflash, San Francisco dealing with injuries. It feels like it happens every year. But yeah, to your point, I think, and we'll have this conversation about the Cardinals and Kyler specifically a little bit, but it does feel like much more of a defensive kind of division as opposed to maybe the way that we're thinking about them in the past. And I just think there's a real opportunity here, and I hope this one doesn't slip and slide by the wayside and kind of go past the Cardinals' view. I think there's a real big opportunity here, Kellen, for them to take advantage of the uncertainty in San Francisco with the bodies they might not have available, with what's going on in Seattle, trying to break in a different quarterback and how that's going to work, and do you trust Sam Darnold? And certainly to take advantage of what's going on in L.A. I don't disagree with Chris Canty. When you're a 37-year-old quarterback and you're having back issues, that doesn't feel like something that's going to get fixed over the course of a football season. It feels like something that's going to linger over the course of a football season, which again just kind of contributes to the wide openness of this NFC West.
Yeah, and I think you could argue that this needs to be at the top of, this is the year the Cardinals need to make the playoffs, right? Like, this is the year they need to make the playoffs for
I would make that argument.
Kyler Murray.
Yes,
this is the year they need to make the playoffs for year 3 of Gannon and Austin Ford. I think this is the year they need to make the playoffs because the NFC West is wide open in a way that it never really has been.
I think the standards, in a way, are different for different people.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gannon and Monty, they need to make the playoffs. It's year 3 of a rebuild. They need to make it. I feel like the standard's even different for Kyler. You got to win a playoff game. Yeah, this is year 7 of your time in the NFL. The one time you were in the playoffs, that game was over midway through the second quarter. I don't know which standard to hold them to, but I just feel like they're different. I feel like Kyler's threshold is just way higher than Jonathan Gannon and Monty Austinfort's is because of how long he's been around. He's the number 1 pick. I don't know if that's fair enough, but that's how I feel.
Well, we could be saying that about Gannon and Austinfort and Murray in a year where the Niners are projected to win 13 or 14 games, or the Rams are, like previous years. That is not the case this year anymore. So I think it's just a different perspective that we haven't seen.
I think so too, but we will. It's not always that easy. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The cornerstone guys of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are they? How many of them are there? That is next. Kellen in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
The Train Teddy Bear Express gets rolling at Phoenix Children's for Give-a-thon beginning Monday, August 18th. Keep listening for ways you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion online from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100s instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers could also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
It's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T, start for free. Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution, testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll waive the startup fee. Gain muscle, burn fat, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
D-backs Rangers Game 2. This afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, you can go ahead and tip jar this one for me, too. Thank you.
As this one swung on, and that's hit to deep right, and she's going to fly as well. Oh, man, it's a home run derby here in Arlington. Perdomo, his 12th of the season, and they are just blowing the doors off of Valdi. It's 5-0 in the third.
Makes me so sad. It's like a time machine, Kellen. It's like going back in time and going, man, they were beating Nathan Eovaldi 5-0. They had home runs from Corbin Carroll and Tyler Locklear and Geraldo Perdomo, as you just heard there. And it all ended so poorly. I just wish we could go back in time and just be like, hey, they're 5-0 and everything's okay. Geraldo Perdomo, part of the onslaught last night. Diamondbacks, of course, lost that game. Ryan Nelson gave up a big home run, and then the bullpen couldn't hold it in the ninth and in extra innings. But if you're looking for good news, the Geraldo Perdomo breakout season continues. Certainly money well spent in the offseason by the organization, and you can't say that about every single guy they gave a contract to. There are question marks with a bunch of them. But Geraldo Perdomo certainly has been money well spent for the Diamondbacks organization.
Yeah, he absolutely has, to the point where he's having a breakout year, and it's one of those balancing acts that baseball as a sport especially deals with inside of the analytics and all that kind of stuff, where you look at it as either like this is going to be like his best year or this is the start of something that we should start to get used to. And I think it's more of that, if I'm being honest, because you look at the way that he's incrementally or sizably improved every year since he got in the majors. It's to that level. This year, he's just flat out been one of the best shortstops in baseball. I tweeted out some of the stats yesterday. Entering today, he's third in WAR. He was first in RBIs, first in walks, first in on-base percentage, fifth in hits, fifth in OPS, sixth in average. And if you look at the WAR standings specifically, you can believe in the metric, not believe in it, whatever. The point being, Geraldo Perdomo ranks ahead of guys like Ellie De La Cruz, Corey Seager, Gunnar Henderson, Francisco Lindor, Bo Bichette, Xander Bogaerts, Willie Adames, Dansby Swanson, Mookie Betts, Carlos Correa. He has been a better player than a lot of those guys, I would argue, and if you believe this metric, all of them. Like Bobby Witt and Trey Turner are the three guys, and Perdomo have really been the three guys playing at a level above everyone else. Jeremy Pena as well in Houston's having an outstanding
Wait, who are the guys?
year.
Bobby Witt?
Trey Turner in
Turner.
Philly, and then Jeremy Pena is like ranked around similarly where he's at in Houston. He's having a very good year, but those are all of the guys that he is outperforming. Like, it's one of the deepest positions in the sport, if not the deepest, and he is separating himself this year, and that in turn can change how you think about this baseball team going forward, because none of us had this on our prediction sheet going into this season, that this would be a breakout year for Geraldo Perdomo where he could bring in 100 runs, rack up 100 RBIs, and be a difference maker offensively the way that he has this
Not
year.
like this. I mean, I think if you had told me that Geraldo Perdomo is going to be one of the Diamondbacks' better players this year, sure, I would have bought it. And WAR, we're not going to sit here and debate WAR. I like WAR. It's like a lot of these. It's a tool. It's an interesting tool. He leads the team in wins above replacement among position players and position players, in addition to where he ranks among. So I think it's one way to certainly tell the story about Perdomo. No, I wouldn't have had this on the bingo card. And yes, I do think that he is part of a core that really makes me wonder what next year's gonna look like for the Diamondbacks. And when you were filling in for Gambo when he was off, traipsing around Europe earlier in the summer, we had a lot of conversations about, what the next iteration of a good Diamondbacks team is going to look at. And we were talking about it going into the deadline and how do you make trades to keep this going? Can you keep this going? And specifically, we had a conversation, and I remember very well, about what window are you trying to cater to if you're Mike Hazen? Are you trying to cater to the Ketel Marte window, the one that maybe only has a year or two left in it, and you need to load up now? Or are you catering to the Corbin Carroll window, the one that it might not be as strong next year, but it's certainly got longevity to it, right? Like, it certainly can last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And I think Perdomo, while he fits in both, certainly lends a lot of credence to the Corbin Carroll window. Maybe you don't need to be great next year, but you should certainly be good for at least the next half decade when you've got a core of Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo in the middle of it.
Conveniently, ESPN released their MLB ranking. Again, this is like WAR, where like you're ranking players and everyone's going to disagree on like where certain guys are at. But if you look at the teams with two position players in the top 20, like the top 20 players in baseball. You're looking at position players. 3 teams have 2 guys. It's the Cubs, it's the Dodgers, and it's the Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll's 18th on this list. Ketel Marte is 20th, and those 3 teams have 2 guys that could be in the running for MVP pretty much any year. Like, that's what that sort of ranking solidifies. Geraldo Perdomo is 44th on this list. They view him as a top 50 player in baseball this year, and that's sort of the gap that was always going to be there, it felt like, going into the year, and part of why there's so much importance on Jordan Lawler and how he looks for the rest of this year and next year as well, because of the star potential that he has among the position players that is absent with everyone else outside of Carroll and outside of Marte. I'm not saying that Geraldo Perdomo is going to win 5 Silver Sluggers at shortstop and he's going to make 10 All-Star games after this year, but there is a maximum ceiling that he has shown this year to be one of the best players at his position that we did not know going into the year. So if you look at like the output that they could get from their position players, you can win a lot of games even with substandard pitching if you have Carroll playing at an elite level, Marte playing at an elite level, and Perdomo playing at an elite level, unless you have a bullpen like you do this year, apparently, because that's what we're watching this year,
Right.
and then it makes you kind of re-question why you're thinking this in 2026 when we just watched it this year.
And it's conversations like this that make me wonder. And I saw the quotes from Derek Hall that he gave to Nick Picoro late last week. We talked about it a little on the show. It's conversations like this that make me wonder, like, if I'm Ken Kendrick, okay, I understand I'm going to take a loss in 2025. I'm going to take a loss at the gates in 2025. I spent a lot on my roster and they didn't deliver for me. But if you're talking, and if I'm Mike Hazen and I'm pitching Ken Kendrick and Derek Hall on continuing to spend, maybe not at the $200 million level, but certainly at a high level, that's my pitch, right? My elevator pitch to Derek and Ken is going to be, hey, guys, I don't know if you know this, we got 3 of the best 50 position players in all of baseball. We have to go for this, right? Like, we are compelled to take advantage of the fact. Now, what they're going to do with Ketel in the offseason, I don't know. There's some grumblings about whether they could listen to offers and move him and things like that, and his, overall commitment to the program. Okay, let's set that off to the side for a second. But my elevator pitch to Derek and to Ken is, I've got 3 of the 50 best players in baseball. We have to go for this, right? Like, we have to keep this going and keep spending, and not many teams have this opportunity. I just don't know if they'll spend to the levels that they have the last couple of years because of getting burned this year, even though everything about it says they should keep this rolling.
If Perdomo plays this way again next year, though, to your point on the extension, $6.5 million that he's making next year, and then $9 million the year after that. Like, this could be another Hazen masterclass in terms of the extension and when he signed it. I know the Fott deal isn't going so well this year. I know that the Erod deal isn't going great this year, but he's had some strokes of genius in other areas for sure.
The one guy that I've been waiting to join this club, and I'm starting to wonder whether it's going to happen or not, is Gabby.
Yeah.
I always thought Gabby was going to join this little. I didn't think Perdomo was going to join it like this, but I always thought Gabby was going to establish himself as sort of I'm part of this conversation too. He's been hurt, but it really hasn't happened, has it?
Well, he's just always had an injury pop up that's keeping him out a month or 6 weeks, and some of it's bad luck, but at the same time, it's just been happening a lot in his career so far.
Yeah, not for him. Grammy Award-winning artist Chance the Rapper is coming to the Arizona Financial Theater for his And We Back tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. You can head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win. It's not so much where Kyler Murray stacks up against the rest of the NFL quarterbacks. It's why he is slotted there that has caught our attention. We'll explain next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Another one, too. And this one pulled to the deep left corner. If it's fair, that's your ball game. Fair ball. Berger walks it off. Rangers win 7-6. And the D-backs watch a 6-1 lead slip through their fingers as they drop the series opener here in Arlington.
D-backs at the Rangers. Coverage of Game 2 this afternoon at 4:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for V's Barber Shop and their locations all across the valley. Got family coming in from Nebraska this weekend to celebrate our granddaughter's first birthday. And one of the things they always want to do when they come into town is they want to go to V's Barber Shop. They were all here a couple years ago for the wedding, and we went to V's for a big, everybody gets a haircut, everybody gets a hot lather shave for the big day. And they were all so impressed with it. They just thought it was the coolest experience. The barbers are great. The experience is great. The vibe is great. And every time they're back in town, that's always part of the agenda. It is planning a trip to V's Barbershop so they can just relive all of it. It's that cool. It's that different. It's that unique. It's that dependable, you know, in terms of the quality that you're going to get. If you've never experienced V's, you should. Check out their newest location, V's Barbershop, Cadence East Markets, right off Array Road near Ellsworth, pardon me. You can walk in today or book online by going to vbarbershop.com for the best barbershop in town. That's V's.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona summers are no joke, and if your AC's not cutting it, that heat can be dangerous. That's why Parker & Sons and Goodman are giving away a brand new air conditioner installed for free to a local senior in need. So if you know someone on a fixed income who could use it, a grandparent, a neighbor, nominate them now at parkerandsons.com. The deadline is August 15th, and if your AC is struggling, call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks Game 2 against the Rangers tonight in Arlington, Texas. They're hoping to get back in the win column after the tough loss they suffered last night. Anthony DeSclafani will be on the mound. He'll go against the young right-hander for Texas, Jack Leiter. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage will start at 4:30, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns announced their coaching staff under first-year man Jordan Ott today. It is headlined by former Magic assistant Jesse Mermis, as well as last year's Valley Suns head coach John Little. You can see Ott's complete staff right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. This year, America Roofing is proud to sponsor the PCH Give-a-thon. When you choose us for roof repair or replacement, you're helping kids at Phoenix Children's Hospital. Make a bid and help a kid. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players have the most to prove in the Cardinals' joint practices against the Broncos? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I feel like we've just kind of been stuck in this holding pattern with Kyler Murray. He's been about the same last few years. Not great, not terrible. Hoping for more, hoping he can finish a season better. But I do think at a certain point, you kind of know what a guy is a little bit. And I think we're there. He can probably be somewhat better than he is, but you gotta help him more than they have on the defensive side of the ball.
This is Mike Sando from The Athletic. He was a guest this morning on the Bickley and Murata Show. Kellen Olson from Arizona Sports at Night, along with Mitch, filling in for Gambo today. We got a shorter show. We're with you for about another hour or so. Then we'll step aside for D-backs baseball. Sando did his quarterbacks tier story. He does it every single year about this time. Kellen, it's not the number for Kyler. It's the number we're used to. It's like right, like he's 15th. Okay, duh, right? He's middle of the road, middle of the pack, NFL quarterback. That we come to expect. It's the write-up about Kyler that got my attention a little bit, because I'm wondering if for the first time in his career, or maybe the best time in his career, the Cardinals have significantly built up around Kyler the way they need to make up for the quarterback that Kyler at this point is in his career.
I'll ask you a question. Do you think Kyler Murray is a game changer anymore?
A game changer?
Yeah.
Not consistently enough, no. I think he's got flashes where he can be.
You're qualifying.
Yeah.
So he is a game changer, but he's not just consistently enough.
Yeah, I think Kyler Murray, in an opportunity to go, hey, we won or lost the game today because of Kyler Murray and how he played. I don't think he does that consistently enough for me to say I would classify you as a game changer. Would you? Same question for you. Would you classify him as a game changer?
I think it goes into what was said in the write-up, where like the top quote is, I still don't trust him. He has 2 talent, but is still a 3. And what tier 2 is a tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. That's basically what you just said. And I agree with you to that extent, but still evaluators are not going to put him in there because of how inconsistently he shows that. And I mean that, again, we're talking about the number 1 overall pick in the draft. We're talking about someone who was drafted not because he can manage you properly, because he can change games consistently. And if you look at like the game log last year and have it pulled up in front of you, how many games would you say he was sort of at that level? Like the Rams game was over after a quarter, but in that quarter, he was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Against the Jets, he just completely dismantled them, and they had no answer for him, and he was fantastic with the way he was dissecting them. I don't really remember any other instances where over the totality of the game, he was at that level. Like, once the flashes are gone enough is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do we just take it away and treat it for what it is at this point?
Yeah, and you mentioned the key words, I think, to what you just said, over the totality of a game. And I think that's where things get a little fuzzy with Kyler. Like the great games that you mentioned, sure, okay, those happen. But really, as long as it happens when it needs to happen the most, you know what I mean? Like Kyler can have a poor game, but if he leads that big drive in the fourth quarter and does Kyler things, even for just a series or two, is that enough? Is that enough to put him in the tier 2 category, the category they put Kyler in? And I read this and I thought, man, if this almost defines what the Cardinals tried to do this past offseason. A tier 3 quarterback is a legitimate starter, but needs a heavier running game and or defensive component to win. A lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best. And then the first name they list after that is Kyler Murray, right? And all I could think about was a team, an organization that in the offseason didn't really do much to change the offense. They added a backup quarterback. They drafted a guard in the 6th round. They re-signed Will Hernandez within the last week. And they spent almost all of their resources, draft and or otherwise, in building up a defense almost to accommodate for the fact that Kyler Murray isn't a game changer, right? Like we've got to build everything else up around him to make up for the fact that he's just not going to consistently be that guy. I feel like the way they wrote it up, Kyler Murray is a classic tier 3 quarterback. And that's seems to be where they are right. At least in my opinion, that seems to be where they are right now.
I know you said it's not about so much where he is ranked and the guys he's ranked around, but when I read you the following names, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Kirk Cousins, those are game managers, right?
Yeah.
Like those are
Mostly.
game managers.
Like, give me the list again. Give it to me again.
Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Kirk Cousins. Now, the young quarterbacks that are in there, like those are guys like Caleb Williams, like Bo Nix, like Drake May that have shown a lot of upside so far, and their upside is far higher than game manager. That's just kind of where they fall into like this tiering sort of system. But for the veteran quarterbacks, which Kyler is at this point, that he's ranked around, those are essentially like game managers, guys that aren't going to break open games at this point in their career. I used that term for him a lot last year. A lot of people didn't like me calling him that, but it's just kind of what he has turned into at this point in his career. I mean, there were the viral stats going around about his deep ball accuracy from a few weeks ago and even a few days ago right now that show like that explosive, dynamic deep ball arm with how accurate it was in college hasn't been a thing, at least last season. It wasn't. And you look at the way when you remember, what was it? You got to be boring. Is that what he said last year or 2 years ago?
Yeah.
He is being boring and it's fine, but that just caps his upside of what he's supposed to be. Like, I'm not going to do the rant about him running the football right now. But again, the whole reason why you drafted this guy
come
is
on, do
because
the
of how-
rants. Do the rants.
I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
you don't wanna do it.
I've done it 300 times. I don't need a 301st. That's really asking for too much. But again, you drafted him and you put him in the position you do to be a game changer until a certain point. And to your point, with how they modeled their offseason, it seems like they've reached that point where they've sort of accepted what he is, and they haven't souped up all the skill position players around him. Yes, they drafted Marv. Yes, they drafted Trey Benson, but this was an offseason to add another wide receiver. If you believe in like this high-powered, high-octane, top 10, top 5 offense, that's not what this team is going to be anymore. It's just not.
No, and like you said, we were talking about the NFC West at the beginning of the hour, and whether it's become a defensive division or not, maybe for the first time in a long time where these four teams are defined by their defense. I would make an argument that the Arizona Cardinals were kind of the last one to that party, but that they've joined that party, given the emergence of Nick Rallis and all the resources that they – like, this is not to say that Kyler – and I think this is where we're all conflicted a little bit about Kyler, right? You call him a game manager, and maybe some people bristle at that because there's just a tremendous set of physical tools there. They're just undeniable. He has been blessed with an ability to do things on a football field that other guys can only dream of. And when you see guys who have the tantalizing skills like that, of course you're going to want more. Of course you think there can be more, but I just think at this point we've seen so much evidence that there isn't more. I don't know what else we're supposed to call him.
And some of the names ahead of him from like a talent perspective, Kyler obviously clears them, but again, like the game changer qualification, like I kind of think Jordan Love sucks. I think that he's overrated, but 4 to 5 games
Are you just saying
a year,
that to make nice to Lauren?
I'm not. I think he's trash. I do not think that he is good. Oh, you're nodding along. Okay. All right. That's where we're at. I think Jordan Love sucks. I'll say it everywhere.
Okay.
I think that he's trash.
Okay.
But for 4 to 5 games a year, he is that game-changing quarterback where all of those risky, questionable decisions that he is making with the football do pay off. Brock Purdy is limited in a lot of ways, but there are a handful of times when he goes off to that extent. Baker Mayfield last year showed that he can reach those game-changing levels on a pretty consistent basis. That's not where Kyler is at, and it's not where he is going to be. And I think that's the thing, is it's been more conservative approach to stick with Jordan Love. And why I wanted to bring him up is we see like how low the lows are. I don't think Kyler's lows are to that point where he's losing you football games in the way that Love can, but it's just the highs aren't there like at all. He's just consistently, it's either consistently blah or he just has those flashes.
He'll get there. He'll give you those flashes every now and then, but just not for long enough. And that's why I hope, for the Cardinals' sake, that everything they did defensively in terms of the bodies that they've added and the way they've accentuated and highlighted the defense is almost in response to, okay, this is who we have at quarterback and this is what we need to do to win games, is just to be better on that side of the ball to make up for the things that he's not able to do. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How will ASU fare without their bell cow running back over the last 2 years? Are they better equipped than people think? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Stay with us.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is... The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Back here for Global Credit Union, where you can find out all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. And yeah, that's right, I said a member at Global Credit Union. I am a member of Global Credit Union, and when it comes to everything that a bank offers, whether it's checking accounts or savings accounts or loans, there's just a better way of doing it, one with more benefits to you, because you're a member of Global Credit Union. You belong, and as such, they're answering to you. So, for example, Global members, they're committed to eliminating or reducing most of the fees that you think of when you think of a bank. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. Because of that, through all these different things they have, Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It makes a difference when you bank with Global Credit Union. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member. Go to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduce after 20 gigs.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. As a former NFL player, I know what it takes to build something great, and it starts with trust. I chose Legacy Green Solutions to transform my yard. For artificial grass, putting greens, and custom landscaping, these are the experts that you can trust. Family owned for over 25 years and voted best of the Valley, Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf backed by the best warranties. Text GREEN to 620-620 to book your free estimate or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball is coming up tonight. Kellen, 5:05 first pitch. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We've got D-backs on deck coming up in a little bit. Chris Garagiola is going to join us as well. That's why we're doing D-backs on deck right now.
What's on tonight right now?
What's on tonight?
We got so many of the benchmarks we're hitting now where we normally do, and it's got your brain a little flustered.
A little bit. Yeah, why are we doing what's on tonight at 3:49 in the afternoon? This why, because of the 5:05 first pitch. Mercury don't play again until Friday, and that's it. I mean, there's baseball on tonight. We've got the Mariners on in here right now, watching Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez, wondering if Josh Naylor is going to get his 12th stolen base of the year, and watching Suarez strike out 10 that at bat.
Of the year, to clarify, it would be like his 22nd stolen base.
My apologies. With the Mariners.
Gino struck out and then politely slammed his helmet into the ground.
Oh, well, he is hitting like 100.
He's got like 2 hits since joining the Mariners, and they're 9-1, I think I saw.
One of the streakiest players in baseball.
He's just super streaky, man.
One of the
really streaky.
And that's what
he'll get going in September at some point, but it looks like August is going to be tough.
Yeah, at one point he'll get going. No Mercury basketball tonight, so Diamondbacks baseball. So what's on tonight in addition to Major League Baseball as well around the league. Kellen's filling in for Gambo today. Back to ASU football as they were back on the practice field again today. Their opener against NAU, just a couple of weeks away. Of course, Kellen, everyone's still kind of reacting to the initial preseason poll. By now, I don't need to give everyone the litany or the lecture about the number of times ASU has started the season preseason ranked and ended it unranked, especially when you start getting into the top 15 numbers. It really gets a little grim when they're preseason top 15 and the number of times that they'll end the season ranked when they start with that high of expectations. I did, though, think it was interesting, and I don't remember where I saw this story, but it was on AZ Central, as a matter of fact. It was the idea that every year, no, it was on The Athletic, pardon me, 3 of the last 4 years, the preseason poll, the turnover is greater than 50%. More than half the teams that start the year ranked are unranked. More than half the teams that end the year ranked were unranked to start the season. This is not just an ASU thing, but I think ASU for a lot of people is the face of it, and the number one reason why every single time is Cam Scattaboo and the fact that they don't. It's the number one reason cited for why people think ASU might slip this year.
Because there's no other real argument to make, right? Because pretty much the entire team is back besides him. Bill Connolly wrote up a terrific story a few weeks ago on ESPN.com previewing the Big 12, went into some of the analytics, went into some of the detailed sort of scouting reports on each of these teams. And one of his models, which looks at just basically returned production. So finds a way to like formulate your production for the team, what you meant to the team statistically, and so on. He has 79% of the production for Arizona State returning. That's the second highest number in the country, and it is the top in the Big 12 as well. The only other teams touching 70% in the Big 12 are Texas Tech at 73 and then Baylor at 70. If you run through their team, like obviously Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, those types of names are back. Mateer's back. Malik McClain is back. I think those secondary pass catchers beyond Jordan Tyson is an area where guys are coming back, but they didn't have a lot of production there in the first place, and that's where they're going to need some of those guys to really step up with the injury that Tyson had late in the year and some of the other guys that were starting to step up more. Those are the guys that are going to have to step up now. They've got the running back, the duo, of Kyson Brown, Raleek Brown, who were sort of figuring out that secondary role to Scadaboo. It's going to be much bigger for them. Kanye Udo is going to play a factor out of Army as well. But 4 O-line starters returned, and then the nugget that he had, 17 defenders with at least 200 snaps played last season. 14 of them are back. So their defense should be better by default next year as it is. So that's part of how you make up this as well. You get Sam Levitt getting better with another year. Like, I think they're perfectly equipped as any team would be, as much as any team would be in this kind of situation.
So is it unfair? Is it an unfair rap to hang them with when you say, well, you don't have Cam Scadaboo? Because you're making a compelling case for it being really unfair. And you're not saying this, I am. Almost a lazy narrative to say, well, they don't have Cam Scadaboo anymore. They're just not going to be as good as they were a year ago. Is that a bad rap? Is that lazy to just make that assumption?
I think it more depends on how you look at it, how they fared when Cam Scadaboo was taken out of games last year, right? Like, if I go through his game logs, we talked about this a lot on Mitch and I's show, Arizona Sports at Night last year, is that there was this boom or bust level to Cam last year that I think got lost in the shuffle a little bit. He had 8 games with 143 yards rushing or more. The next game after that, he rushed for 75 in terms of his rushing yards that he accumulated over the course of the game. Then 73, 62, 60, and 49. Arizona went 3-2 in those games, and the only game that they lost out of those where he went for 140 plus was, of course, the quarterfinal against Texas. So when he was at that level, when he was the game changer, they just didn't lose. They didn't lose.
So when they did lose,
he was kept in check of it. Like that game against Cincinnati. Now, Levitt missed that game as well, but 17 for 75 and 2 touchdowns. That's an off day for Cam Scadaboo. And then the other loss, he had 18 for 60 and 2 touchdowns against Texas Tech. But when he was held around 2 to 3 yards per carry, or 4 as opposed to like the 6, 7, or 8, that's when it was different. So statistically, there is some merit to it in terms of what the narrative looked like last year. I just think this year's team, so many of those guys returning, this is not continuity in professional sports. This is continuity in collegiate sports where those kids improve at a much faster rate.
Yeah, I think the other variable in all of this, too, is that in part because the Big 12, and they're all, it's not just the Big 12, they're all of these conferences are so large right now. You think you have the Big 12 figured out because you went through it for a year. You still haven't played half the teams in the conference, right? Like there are teams that are, you can watch them on tape and you can scout them and you can see them play, but you haven't played them yet. There's still kind of a mystery to you in that regard, whether it's, a TCU who you didn't play last year. Some of the other teams on the schedule that you missed because the Baylor you didn't get a chance to see last year. Now you get them this year. I think there is still a little bit of a mystery to see how they match up against those teams because unlike the Pac-12, the Pac-10, you played everybody. You missed 2 schools a year, and you were so familiar with them from years and years and years of having played them. You kind of knew what they were about. The Big 12 is you're still kind of getting used to these new teams.
And to you originally taking us into the segment on this AP point of like the turnover that happens by the end of the year, if there is a conference in the country that represents that better than any, it is the Big 12 last year, and it'll probably happen again this year where there will be teams picked in the top 6, they're going to finish in the bottom 6, and then teams flipping up as well.
If you know a high school student with great character, we want to hear about them and how they make an impact on our community. Text the word character to 620-620. Share their story. Now, what's in it for them? What's a $10,000 scholarship from Parker & Sons in Arizona Sports? So please text, character to 620-620. What is D-backs broadcaster Chris Garagiola hoping to see from the team the rest of the season? What does he still think about that 2023 World Series? We'll head south and ask him next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The hot summer months are here, and here comes the monsoons. Both of them do a lot of damage to the roofs. If you're a homeowner out there in the Phoenix metropolitan area, anywhere in Arizona, in the valley, the heat, the 110, 115-degree weather, it does a lot of damage to your roof. So does overgrown trees that are peeling apart some of your tiles. And when the monsoons come, could lead to a lot of damage if your roof is not in working condition. We're talking about insurance claims, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboard damage if your roof is not ready for the monsoon season. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company right here in Arizona. 3 generations of roofers right in the family, going back many years from the grandfather to the father to the son. They offer free estimates. Get your roof checked out right now. Get a free estimate. You might just need a simple repair. Call them at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go online at jlcroof.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Game 2 for the Diamondbacks against the Rangers from Arlington, Texas. They're hoping to get back in the win column after last night's late inning loss. Anthony DeSclafani will be on the mound. He'll go against the young right-hander for the Rangers, Jack Leiter. First pitch is at 5:05. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns announced their coaching staff under first-year man Jordan Ott today. It's headlined by former Magic assistant Jesse Mermis, as well as last year's Valley Suns head coach John Little. You can see Ott's complete staff right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And that is what's trending now.
D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Every time Diamondbacks are on the road, in game 2 of the road trip, we always catch up with one of the broadcasters here on the Burns and Gambo show. Sets the bluesy tunes here. Joining us right now from Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas, the radio play-by-play man of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Chris Garagiola, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo, with Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo today. What's going on, Chris? How we doing? Haven't talked to you in a while.
I'm good. How was your little vacation, Burnsy?
Well, I went on 2 of them, so
Wow!
I took
Wow! Must be nice, huh?
Well,
you get that afternoon drive time slot, and we're double vacay in the middle of the season.
Well, I mean, technically, if you're really going to be, I've actually taken 3 over the course of this baseball season, so it's been a really good summer. It was good. Went to Maine with my wife, and that was fantastic. We had never been, and then just got back from Yosemite a few days ago, and hiked the big Half Dome when I was there. So that was a lot of fun. Crazy, but fun. Yeah.
Very impressive, I gotta say. That does not sound like an easy hike.
No, it was not. But it was not. Last night, let's just get right into it. It's when you've got that many young pitchers coming out of the bullpen, how much of what we're going to see from here on out is going to be trial and error when it comes to figuring out who to use, when to use them, how long to use them, and things like that, because you've just completely reshuffled the deck with the bodies that you have down there.
Yeah, I think the fancy baseball term for that is matchup based, right? But trial and error is effectively the same thing. You're looking at what you think you can get. You're looking at who's available. And for the Diamondbacks, obviously, they're in the kind of the middle of a stretch without an off day here. So, I thought the matchups for the most part from the bullpen specifically were fine. Obviously, the timing of the one mistake was right to begin the bottom of the 9th inning, the changeup to Rowdy Tellez. But outside of that, look, Hoffman has been really impressive. I think that's why there was an element of trust to let him go that 2nd inning to try and get that first save under his belt. And look, baseball happened. He just made a mistake pitch to a good hitter who made a good swing, and that's what happens sometimes.
What do you make of the dynamic with the bullpen, not only last night, but just for the rest of the season? In some ways, this looks like it could be an auditioning process for roles next year, and in some ways, we're getting our first look at some of the return from the trade deadline as well. Just how do you see this panning out the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Auditioning is certainly the word that's going to be used the most, but I think right now the bullpen is considerably better in terms of talent. It's just that the roles have probably been less defined than they've been since I've worked here, I think, right? And largely that's still because you're missing guys like, Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck, Kevin Ginkel. When those guys come back, you can anticipate where they're going to go. But without those 3, it's like, who gets the 5th inning if it needs to go there? Who becomes the long guy with DeSclafani moved out of that role and into the rotation? So I think that while I'm really excited to see what some of these young guys can do, the returns you talked about from some of these trades at the deadline, I think we're going to see these names in a bunch of different situations. And as we get probably deeper into this month and early by September, we might start to see a bit more consistency. It's okay, here are the kind of the late inning high leverage guys. Here are maybe the first names out of the bullpen. And look, it's ultimately going to be about performance. Who gets the job done and who remains in the bullpen.
What do you think Ryan Nelson learned about Ryan Nelson last night after that start?
I think he learned that it's okay to love his fastball, and it's also okay to sometimes put it on the shelf in the right situation. Just looking through some of the stuff in Savant, like 82% fastball usage last night is just diabolical in this game where it's so velocity driven, and the way you counteract that, guys who can hit velocity, is mixing and matching sliders, changeups, etc. So the fact that he's one of the few guys, and look, it's a great fastball, not because it's 103, but because it's got tremendous carry and ride on it. So the fact that he can throw it that often is amazing to watch. But these are still big league hitters, and you can't go to that well as often as he did, especially 3rd time through the order, because eventually you will pay the price, and that ultimately occurred with the 3-run homer by Langford.
Yeah, and not trying to assign blame here or anything, because like you said, baseball happens. But I wonder too, the role of a young catcher in this, in Adrian Del Castillo, and wondering if maybe somebody with a little more big league experience under their belt might have tried to veer him away from that trend a little bit, because that is just such an ungodly number in terms of a percentage on your fastball, the number of times to throw it. I wonder kind of what role Adrian might have had in all of that last night too.
Yeah, that's a really valid thought, Bernsey. And just, I didn't have the chance to listen, word by word, but extrapolating from the manager's comments after the game, he said he was going to have some conversations about decision making. And I think it was sort of along that line of thinking as well, about maybe trying to mix it up, about trying to maybe get a few reset pitches in there, just to shake things up a little bit within the at-bat. Ultimately, I think you talk to anyone who has experience pitching, old school or new school, it's the pitcher's responsibility on what pitch he wants to throw. And hopefully he's done his homework. He's looked at the reports. He knows, where he'll find success with fastballs, where he might find some success with off-speed pitches. But you got to have conviction in what you're throwing. And if Nelson wanted to throw a fastball, he needed to throw it. And if he didn't want to throw it, ultimately it's his game. The ball's in his hand. He's got to make the decision to get off it as well. And he's got to learn, and he will, I'm sure, to understand game situation and have a feeling of like, all right, I've thrown a few of these now. I've got to try and, get these guys off the scent.
Another home run for Geraldo Perdomo last night. He had 14 over his first 3 seasons. Coming into the year, he's at 12 now, career high in doubles as well. We know the plate approach has always been there. Chris, what have you seen on a day-to-day perspective that has allowed him to untap this type of slug to be the kind of offensive player that he's been this year?
It's a little bit vague. Like I wish there was something specific mechanically that I could kind of point to here. But when you see, and Kellen, you follow the Suns, so like it applies, I think, to all professional sports. But when a young player first comes up and he's really hunting for those everyday reps, I mean, he works so hard. And then maybe sometimes, like as you get a little more established, it kind of cools down a little bit. And Perdomo is so rooted in his routine of preparation and wanting to improve. And I think one of the great myths in sports is like you see a 23-year-old and you think that growth is going to be linear. Like, oh, well, just imagine how much better he'll be at 26. When it's like linear growth doesn't really happen all that often. And Perdomo is one of the rare cases where it does. Like he has actually gotten better from 22 to 23, from 23 to 24. I mean, he's the best he's ever been right now this year. You talked about the career highs. And I don't know how much higher the ceiling is for him, but I'm not going to doubt him until he proves that he doesn't get better the next year, because it truly has been so special to watch a guy who, when he first got here, looked like he was trying to walk, to a guy who has some pull-side power now from both sides of the plate, who is comfortable batting ninth, first, third. Like he's a real catalyst for this team, and we saw how much worse off the Diamondbacks were at the beginning of last year when he suffered that meniscus injury.
I'm assuming by now, and I don't want to steal your thunder here, but you've probably had your pregame chat with Torey by now. What was the rationale for moving Perdomo to lead off and Carroll down to third in the lineup? I mean, not that it's that unusual, but it's a little bit of a wrinkle. Did they give you any explanation? Did he give you an explanation as to why they made that switch?
Yeah, he made it in about a sentence and a half. The guy is mashing, and I want him to mash with guys on base. That was it.
It was that simple. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, you want to bat him leadoff because he can get on base so many times, but just imagine one of those dingers with a few guys on. Like, that's just going to help change the complexion of a game, and he's hot right now, so let's just see what happens. And I think it's also, without it being said, it goes back to the trust he has in Perdomo, the ability to get on base, the understanding of, knowing what the at-bat requires, and he just feels really strongly that there's a decent chance Perdomo or Cattell, if not both, at some point in the game will find their way on, and maybe Corbin can do some damage.
All right, good stuff, Chris. We'll be listening on our way home after we sign things off a little early here today, so have a good call. Have a good rest of the road trip. We appreciate the time. We'll see you when you get home, okay?
All right. Thanks again, guys.
You got it. Chris Garagiola from the Diamondbacks radio team, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show for our In the Booth segment. When we come back, D-backs, Rangers, Part 2, and we will preview the game. Kellen's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo show. D-backs on deck is next here on Arizona Sports.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher of Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle-Rita slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle-Rita slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Deal Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, you've got great pre-Labor Day savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. Labor Day sales are here. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily with leases from just $999 a month for 39 months with $88.89 down.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Coming off the tough loss last night, the Diamondbacks are back at it against the Texas Rangers in a game that begins in about 50 minutes from right now. 5:05 first pitch. You'll hear it here on the flagship home of the D-backs, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is D-backs on deck. Kellen's in for Gambo today. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Tonight's matchup for the Diamondbacks, right-hander Anthony DeSclafani making his 3rd start since being inserted into the rotation after the trade deadline. The 35-year-old right-hander, 1-2, 4.20 ERA. He is opposed by Jack Leiter, the 25-year-old righty, 7-6 on the season with a 4.05 ERA.
DeSclafani's been great in 2 of his last 3 outings. The 4 scoreless in Pittsburgh. Remember, he extended that game to 11 innings late. And then in these starting roles, he has had some good signs against San Diego. 4 1/3. He gave up 3 hits. He didn't walk anyone. Didn't give up a run. He has been good in certain situations for this team this year, but the unavoidable obstacle that they run into with him is just how deep he can go into games. He threw 71 pitches against San Diego, and he puts their bullpen in a precarious position when Hoffman threw 26 pitches yesterday. Frank Backus and Burgos all pitched yesterday as well, and then Beeks the day before, 20 pitches, 22 for John Curtis. We're probably going to see Juan Murillo and Jake Woodford at some point in this game, but in terms of like not going too deep into your high leverage guys, or if there even is a high leverage guy for the Diamondbacks right now, point being it puts a lot of stress on their bullpen and it cannot afford
Yeah,
that.
I was thinking a lot about that, watching them trot out all the relievers last night, almost like almost in a selling yourself out to win that game last night, knowing that tonight you were just going to have to use deep bullpen, and there might have to be guys who really have to go deep and throw more pitches than maybe you would expect them to, and multiple innings out of the bullpen just to kind of cover yourself. I certainly would think Hoffman is down tonight and be unavailable. There might be others as well. Torrey doesn't typically tell you pregame. But DeSclafani's just not going to be able to go that deep into the game, and you're going to have to kind of cover that. As far as Leiter goes, former first-round pick back in 2021 out of Vanderbilt, had some starts last year for the Rangers, has been kind of indoctrinated as a starter this year. The walks have been a problem for him, just looking at his game log right now. 4 walks, 3, 4. He looks like he's totaled 20 in his last 5 starts, so he's going to have some control issues that he's been dealing with in his young career.
This is the point in the Diamondbacks rotation, too, where we're expecting a young arm at some point. We just don't know who the arm is going to be. Like, you would like to tab Cole Drake out of the Merrill Kelly return from these Texas Rangers, but, like, he just got to Reno, and how long do they want to keep him in AAA under their own managing and before giving him a look at the major league level? And then you look at everyone else at the AAA level coming into the trade deadline. There really wasn't anyone standing out. Like Christian Mena was the guy that you would have loved to see in this role in August and September, but he's injured right now, and if he does come back, it'll probably be in a bullpen role. Gilbert Diaz was the guy who showed glimpses last year when they were ravaged with injuries in the rotation, but he's had a horrid year. He's gone down to AA, has gone from a starting role to a relief role. Yumin Lin was the guy who was lighting it up for them a couple of years ago and got up to a top 5 ranking in their overall prospect system in the Diamondback system, but he's regressed this year as well. So the young arms, they're coming, but in terms of the starting pitching arms, it might not be this year.
Yeah, and it's every time DeSclafani makes a start, you wonder how many more they're going to, like, is this going to be his role for the rest of the year? I would assume Cole Drake at some point makes his Diamondback debut in September, and because we all know this is not the role. DeSclafani has been a starter in the bigs, but it's just not the role you would expect him to play long term, because it does leave the Diamondbacks in just such a precarious position when it comes to their bullpen. Eventually, there's just not that, and that was always the problem with the Diamondbacks minor league system, at least in the last year or so. It just wasn't filled with a bunch of starters who were knocking on the door, which in part was kind of the assignment for Mike Hazen if they were going to be sellers, to go add some starters who were knocking on the door. They're just not quite ready to go yet, because DeSclafani, this is just not the role he's supposed to be playing.
And you would like to get a look at those guys at the major league level, but again, are they ready for it? You only want to bring them up if they're ready for it. They might not be this year. It's okay, but it's something that you would prefer to get done if you could. It just might not happen this year.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There isn't a lot of new information when it comes to the Diamondbacks and the injuries, though I did see that Pavin Smith and Ildemaro Vargas, according to the transactions page, have begun their rehab assignments. So you would think Torey Lovello has already been on record as saying probably not during this road trip that those guys would return, but maybe during the next home stand those guys would be back. think I saw some video of Gabby. There was an expectation that he was going to be in Reno as well. Looks like he's still at the complex, so maybe he's been delayed a little bit in terms of his rehab.
There's going to be some puzzle pieces to figure out because with the way Blaze Alexander is playing, he needs to continue playing. But when Jordan Lawler is healthy, he needs to play every day as well. Who do you put at DH? Okay, ADC. Oh, wait a minute. He's catching, but now he's not catching because Gabby's there. Well, Pavin Smith's back. Is he at DH because Locklear's at first? There's some juggling that's going to need to be done over the next 6 weeks when this team is healthy in a good way.
And then the one starting lineup change, it's not an injury, but it is a change from what we're used to seeing. And I mentioned this with Chris just a second ago. Geraldo Perdomo has been elevated to the leadoff spot for the Diamondbacks, and Corbin Carroll, and I think just for the third time since the start of the 24 season, is batting third for the D-backs. It's not, I mean, it's fine. It's just a little unusual to see him in that spot. He hasn't done a lot of that in the last couple of years.
Got to go back to 2023 is the last time that he started a game at third in the lineup. So he hasn't even done it this year. He didn't even do it last year either. I think a lot of this has to do with Geraldo Perdomo as well. Like Carroll has the power, don't get me wrong, but Perdomo is 7th in the league in on-base percentage right now. So you get the guy on and you set up Carroll to get some of those RBIs as well.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Would love to say that the Diamondbacks with a win last night would have picked up another game in the standings, but they did not. At 57-62, they find themselves 6.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They still have the Marlins, Giants, Cardinals, and Reds in front of them. The Mets currently own the last wild card spot in the NL, and they have lost 7 games in a row, 9 of the last 10. They are slipping and sliding. So, frankly, our Lawrence Cubs on top of the wild card race. They're 5-5. I'm sorry, it's just got to bring it up that they're 5-5 in their last 10, and their grip. I mean, it's still there, but it's lost a little luster in the last few days. The Rangers, meanwhile, they start the day 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the American League. Only the Guardians and the Yankees are in front of them. Kellen, playing the role of the key master tonight as a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Always keeping an eye on Tyler Locklear the rest of the way. He has struck out in every game for the Diamondbacks so far. It's 15 strikeouts and 37 at-bats, coming off his second multi-hit game. Homered yesterday as well. Leiter, an okay strikeout pitcher. Let's see if he can get that 0 up for the first time as a Diamondback. My key, by the way, was Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo stats that I rattled off 2 minutes ago, so I just scrambled there a little bit at the end. Yeah. Should have seen you bringing that up coming. That's my L. I'll take it. Have a backup key to the game.
Kellen, I'm sorry. I've done that to Gambo on a couple of occasions. I apologize for stealing your key. That's going to do it for us. We're out of here. Kellen, as always, pleasure working with you. We're back tomorrow here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Diamondbacks baseball is next. Stay with us.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get $1 corn dogs, $1 mozzarella sticks, and $1 soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really official, I'll chisel into stone that you can also redeem half-price drink rewards in the Sonic app. Sonic Snacky Hour, 2 to 5 p.m. every day. Live free, eat Sonic.
Tax not included. Exclusions